Got to say, the theme tune's very quiet, Tony.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket and to the final day of this second test between the West Indies and England at Bridgetown in Barbados. Is there the chance of a result, or will these two just punch each other to a standstill on a pudding of a pitch? I can tell you our friends at CricViz have the draw at 95%. England resume on 40 without loss, at lead of 136. But with a depleted attack on a pitch that both sides are unhappy with, that 5% win chance really does seem a little bit unlikely. But pitch concerns should not detract from the fine efforts of Craig Brathwaite with 160 in almost 500 balls and Jermaine Blackwood's 102. Jack Leach bowled the fourth longest spell for an Englishman in tests since 1946, nearly 70 overs of basically the same delivery every time. There really was some pretty turgid stuff. I'm Tony Bishop, and I'm with the ever chucklesome Terry and June of Guerrilla Cricket. It's Messy Jez and Annie Chave.
There we are.
Terry, which is June.
Well, I've got to tell you, I laboured over that one. I also thought maybe Lucille Ball and Desi Arnaz. I sort of I discounted Peters and Lee.
Thank you.
That's
but I was thinking of Tammy Wynette. I also thought about Tammy Wynette and Porter Wagoner, or possibly even Dolly Parton and Kenny Rogers, but I think I went for the right ones again.
Oh dear, the possibilities are endless.
Thank God they do have an end, a roundabout now. Where should we
nice,
start?
Nice to be on with you two.
Well, as ever, that is, of course, the voice of Terry from Terry and Jude. Where should we start? Okay, I'm going to start with you, Annie. Declaration, is it just about time and piling them on, or do you think Joe Root has a number in mind?
I think it's just about piling. I mean, yeah, he needs to get at least 300 ahead, and that's not going to happen. I don't think he'd risk. Well, no, I don't think he'd risk it myself. I think it's going to be slow, I think.
All right. Well, what about? I'm going to ask you, Messrs. Nearly 500 balls. That was marathon. I think it was great. I think what can you do on a pudding of a pitch? He gutsed it out. He got a big old score. They could have again gone south in a hurry. He didn't. He made sure they didn't. I think all power to him. Well played.
So here's
Brathwaite for me.
I got a theoretical question for you, Tony.
Yeah.
Say today was a ODI between West Indies and England. On this pitch, just leave aside everything in terms of what people have already achieved. What do you reckon would be a par score in 50 overs on this pitch?
Ooh, that's an interesting question.
250.
I was going to say 230, 240. We were in the similar ballpark, Annie, probably.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's for a moment pretend that England aren't terrified of losing a test match and are in quite a strong situation in terms of having a decent lead and 90 overs ahead of them today. What if they were to say, okay, we'll get ourselves up to maybe 270 runs ahead and leave West Indies 60 overs to get that? Something along those lines. I dare to dream.
I don't think it would happen though, sorry.
Well, let's point the conversation quickly in another way. Chris Wokes. We've got sort of England's 9th, 10th choice attack, and Chris Wokes is having to sort of kick his heels and wait for the 3rd or 4th change before he gets into it. What do we make of that?
Well, Frank, he wouldn't be 6th change for me. He wouldn't be in.
He hasn't excelled himself, but he hasn't. We all know he doesn't play as well abroad anyway, though, don't we? Poor lad.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think I was having a look if I could find them somewhere here. Is different averages. Australia is bowling average 52. Bangladesh he did all right, 23, but he only bowled 25 overs. India 81. New Zealand 50 plus. South Africa 57. West Indies currently 81.
Oh.
These are not great, are they?
51 in this game.
I feel so. I mean, I did put a tweet up yesterday saying, I bet it was basically saying I think Broad and Anderson are probably pretty happy to be at home if I mean, sitting there watching, thinking, blimey, I can't see this helping our career in any way. I don't think any of them would choose to be out there right now bowling.
Well, last quick question for you, I think then, Annie. Your man of Somerset, Jack Leach, longest over ever, nearly 70 overs worth of. It literally was more or less the same ball, waiting for something different to happen. Not really one that went on with the arm. Got a few to turn. I mean, there's no doubt that he got a few to turn. Yeah. But I mean, lack of variation was a bit of a criticism. Although he did end up with what, 3 wickets in the end, didn't he?
Yeah. Again, I do feel like Leach has been shat on from a height, playing in Australia and then playing on this pitch. I don't, and as I said to Messi before, it has gone from famine to feast. He must be aching a little bit today, I would say.
Well, the players are out there. Let's jingle up. First of all, your device. I can't play any jingles. The device is now restarting.
Oh no, I hate that.
Well, Bear, that's not helpful. So let's. Hopefully, everything else is working. You just maybe jingleless for a while.
Well, we can jingle in a bit, can't we? It's
Yeah.
we like to do random jingles.
We like to be random. I mean, frankly, if it is like you expect it to be, anything random will make it more exciting.
Absolutely.
Well, it's going to be Crawley and Lees, of course. Crawley Lees on 18 from the 50 he's faced. Crawley 21. He's facing Veerasamy Permaul. And in the spirit of the game so far, Crawley steps back, gently nudges it into the onside, and there is no run.
Messi was hoping for a 4 off the first ball, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Put down a marker early.
yeah.
Oh, it's deciding to do a Jingle Computer's doing a whole system update. Of course, it would pick this very moment, wouldn't it? Crawley again, the back foot just nudges away into the offside, and once more, there is no run. None for 13 for Permaul so far.
You're doing lots of jobs at the same time, Tony. I'm very impressed.
I am like a one-legged tap dancer. As this one is just nudged back down the track.
Is there such a thing?
Well, I have tried tap dancing.
With one leg?
Well, unfortunately, I fell into the sink. As round the track comes Permaul. This was nicely played off his legs, away through mid-wicket. Jason Holder is off in pursuit. Pulls it in just short of that mid-wicket boundary, so he's stretched his legs for the day. And England are off and running. The score's moved on to 43. It was a nice shot, that.
It was.
Played it beautifully away through mid-wicket. Permaul, did he get a little bit? He got some turn, but really Crawley had a lifetime to sort of step back onto his off stump and push it away into the offside. And he got himself 3 for his troubles there. We got Alex Lees, the left-hander, has a slip in place. Forward comes Lees, nudges away to mid-on, and there is no run.
Do you think Jack Leach is sat up there with his arms in an ice bath?
Well, we shall find out, as this one is a big swing and a miss from Lees, who went down on one leg, and I think he had in mind that he was going to launch that over the mid-wicket boundary. He didn't, and it will bring that over to a close. 4 runs, excellent 4 runs from it. And Messers, you're on social, I believe.
Ness's marks the moment. He says 1 minute past 2. First dad joke.
Yes, absolutely.
Farong says, greetings from Mirpur. Hope everyone is in fine fiddle. Unless Joe wants to try and force a result, he may as well enjoy their batting practice for the final test. Bangladesh has resumed normal service today. Unfortunately, they got walloped by South Africa after winning the first ODI. I'm just wondering what would happen if the West Indies decided just to, maybe in half an hour's time, toss up some declaration bowling. What England would do with that? Whether they would actually go about doing something? Because I'd just love to see someone take the opportunity
to actually lead the game.
Yeah.
It is a bit of a stalemate at the moment. It is a game of chicken, isn't it?
Well, it's a game of chicken. I think you've got your letters muddled up with cricket as we wait for Holder over the wicket, down the leg side. To Silva, he dives away to his left, not the happiest of first balls to deliver. I literally have no idea what's going on the jingle cart. Hopefully something's going to happen that looks vaguely familiar in a minute. Oh, it has done. Let's keep.
See, you are God.
See, well, you can do everything, Tony.
I wish you'd tell my other half that one.
Including terrible jokes.
Oh, I can do those.
Yeah, we know.
Holder, second ball of his first over of the morning, and that's worked beautifully off his legs, backward of square. There's a man down on the long leg boundary, and it will just net a single. Very tidily played by Crawley, who started off with good intent.
Yeah.
Excellent 4 through mid-wicket. 3 through mid-wicket and a single.
He likes to have some runs, doesn't on the board before he really goes for it, does Crawley. He always looks a little bit edgy to start with.
He does. Well, he's got 25, so obviously,
Exactly.
having started the day on that 136 run lead, England are in the box seat. They were on 40 without loss, remember, at the start of play. They moved on to 44. One slip, there's a slip and a gully as Holder's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Lees, who waits and guides away down, in fact, all the way to the point boundary for, fingers crossed, if you hear this, well, it'll be some sort of technical miracle. One of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Take that, Microsoft, trying to push your Windows 11 upgrade at us at the wrong moment. Have they got no sense of occasion? Played that very nicely, Lees, didn't he, Annie?
Very nice.
Holder again, shirt billowing, round the wicket, full this time, and guided to mid-on by Alex Lees, now of Durham, formerly of Yorkshire, of course. Didn't he play at an incredibly young age initially, did his Yorkshire debut?
He's quite
Alex
young.
Lees.
He's quite young still, isn't he?
Well, he is. He is.
Well,
Well, you're
these
talking about
things
like
are
12 or
comparative.
He's 28. He's 28, and he's hardly,
something.
in
He's a
short
spring
trousers.
chicken, Tony. There's chicken again.
Compared to us.
Average is 40 in his 3 years at Durham so far. This one is slightly wider above stump. This one is slapped away between cover and extra cover. It's going to be pulled in by those Shamar Brooks, the man doing the fielding at extra cover, and it will be worth 2 runs to the 28-year-old Alex Lees from Halifax in Yorkshire. Highly rated he was by...
Have you heard him talk?
I haven't, no.
No, I haven't either. I wonder if he's got a strong accent.
Well, ring him up for an interview, Annie.
Yeah, I'll do that. Don't
They
worry.
never turn you down, these cricketers. They always go, if that's Annie. Apart, of course, from Sir
Peterson turned me
Garfield
down, come
Sobers, who famously said, "Who? Tell her I'm busy."
Peterson turned me down.
Oh, did he? Did he now? Right.
So, Alex Lees was 17 when he debuted for Yorkshire at first class level.
I knew he was
He's
a lad.
pretty young, isn't it? Yeah.
Jason
and
Holder again.
Since Lord Hawke to captain Yorkshire.
That's
at 22.
right. That was it. As this is pushed back towards Holder. So his over's gone for 7 runs. England's, their 50 up is up for them. Their lead has stretched to 146. Lees and Crawley are pretty much matching each other blow for blow. 25 for Crawley, 24 for Lees. Messers.
Kurong says, if you get stuck there, Bish, just remember, and he sent us a little gif of Homer saying to start, hit any key.
Hit any key.
Ravi Nair's, yeah.
Well, we may be having a
Nair
problem.
says-
I do need to tell people we may be having a problem on Hot Mic, because everything which the Bear promised me faithfully had been all set up. Don't worry, I did all of that. What he meant to say was, don't worry, I did all of that when I'd had a bottle and a half of rum. As we
You
wait,
two, honestly.
we wait for Pamal to bowl to Crawley, who's onto the back foot. Slaps it away towards extra cover. There's no run on this occasion. So we may
like
not
an
be going out on
old
Hot
married
Mic. We oh Lord, can you imagine? Sort of
Oh, God.
Walter Matthau and Jack Lemon of Guerrilla Cricket as onto the back foot goes Crawley, and that is again away into the offside. Has that tickled you, Messers?
Well, I'm just thinking you cast
They were the odd
pretty
couple,
well
weren't
every gorilla into some sort of TV or film role.
Well, you
Duo.
certainly could. Bit more air from Pamal this time, but Crawley just steers it really towards short third man, and there was no run.
Actually, the odd couple is spot on for you. You can't even decide whether it's the Bear and the Bishop.
Oh, I know.
No, I mean we know what the answer to that
Yes,
question
well,
is.
you know what the
As
answer
Pamal
is.
is in, and this is tickled off his toes by Crawley, past square leg. De Silva stands and waits. The throw comes into him, and that was probably as leisurely a single as you will ever see. I think both Lees and Crawley had time to stop for a chat in the middle, have a quick cup of tea or a glass of wine, and then amble and finish their run, which they duly did. In fact, I'll tell you how
Stuart
slow it was.
Birding-
It was so slow, even the graduate trainee captioner at BT has been up to date. This one is launched and taken at deep mid-wicket. Lees, his eyes lit up
Hey.
from outside of off. He pulled it away, down towards deep mid-wicket. And
Shows
Pamor
interest
has his
though,
wicket.
doesn't
Lees was trying to move things along. I'm sure he's operating to a brief there. But his day, I'm afraid, has come to a close. Caught by Alzari Joseph at deep mid wicket.
The crowd says, you're out.
Is that a new
I've
one?
heard that before.
Yeah.
Well, neither did I, because the one I tried to play disappeared.
We've probably got all the old ones or something.
So who knows what we're going to. We're one out, 1 wicket short. We haven't, of course, jingled up the various participants, have we? Because we couldn't. Maybe we'll just do it as we go at some point.
Yeah.
I've got good
Message.
news for you. Well, Ravinair says the trainee Bishop done good, jingles are high, but both Farong and Stuart Birding say don't worry, Hot Work Mike is working fine.
Is it? Well, bizarrely,
Yeah.
I've just got a thing saying maybe it started and then stopped. Host login, okay.
Tony, I think you're overthinking, love.
Not something I've usually been accused of. Well, what do we make?
Man.
Now you know something like someone out of EastEnders, Annie.
Oh, I think you're overthinking, darling.
What, love?
All right, let's go down to Queen Vic and celebrate that wicket.
Okay, we do have some company on YouTube from
Fantastic.
Yahweh.
Hello, Yahweh.
And who says England are 136 for no wicket. Well, make that a little more for one. Arnott Nudd says glad to see Australian internet is back online. Thank you. And Jeff G. Thomas says good evening, Gorillas. What is England's plan for today? Shoot for the win or play for the draw?
Pamor is in. The new man at the crease, of course, is Joe Root. He's off the mark straight away because he's steered this down to third man.
I think, judging by
And we'll get two.
Lisa's shot, I think they're on for the win.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
a
let's keep
messy
hoping. Yep, it is.
Well, you can
I
always
That way
want
they-
turgid cricket myself.
soft hands by Joe Root. Had there been a second or third
wow.
slip, then they would have been in the game there.
Yeah.
Shamar Brooks again is the man down there and racing towards third man. Let's
It'd be
quickly
fascinating if Windies get a few quick wickets, wouldn't it? We haven't even discussed that option.
let's quickly jingle the new batsman. It is, of course, the England captain.
And his home is ever on the ground. Joe Root. Wherever there are runs, he will be found. It's Joe Root. It's Joe Root.
We've obviously retired the Joe Root actually jingle, and we've got
Yeah.
Mog's rather funkier new version. Jason
Yeah,
Holder is going to
It's a
continue,
new funky route, isn't it?
and he's in to Zach Crawley, who's the ball doesn't get up much. Crawley just pushes it towards mid wicket. There is no run, 149 the lead. So England, of course, effectively on the morning session of day 5 are 149 for 1.
I was thinking,
Joe Root is one of those people to whom the term funky applies least of anyone I can think.
Except
Come
with the
on,
occasional
be
field
funky.
placing, but not even many of those, to be honest.
I was thinking, what would the match be like without the two captains?
Holder
Oh.
in air, ooh, and that spat up at Crawley, and he did very well
Oh,
actually
he
to
did.
play that, didn't he, Annie?
Yeah, really sharp.
He was got his soft hands, as they say, and he played down in front of second slip.
I think if we hadn't got the two captains, then the game would have gone quicker.
Yeah. You okay
Well,
there,
that's
Annie?
obviously easy for you to say.
Sorry?
Crawley is going to continue 2 dot balls this over so far. Second one certainly had a little bit of vim and venom to it, and forward comes Crawley to a fuller ball this time from Jason Holder, and there is no run. 53
Perhaps
for
it's
1.
really breaking up now, Tony, eh?
I don't. Well, no, I don't think it's quite doing that.
No.
Jack
The odd
Leach,
shooters,
Jack
though.
Leach will be hoping that there'll be a little bit more to work with. Maybe even might bring out a second variety of delivery to tease and entertain us with in the. when,
You leave him
when he
alone
gets
with
to
his
bowl.
one delivery.
Holder over the wicket. Oh, and that jumps again on Crawley, who's a tall fellow, so it has to jump a bit. but he is able to play it down into the ground towards square leg. And again, it's a dot ball. 4 dot balls from a good over from Jason Old. He's mixed it up a bit too. Slightly shorter, slightly fuller. That one was definitely shorter. And Crawley, well, I think he got that off the glove in the end, didn't he, Annie?
Yep.
Yeah, he did.
He mixed it up more than Leach, eh?
Oh. Well, unfortunately, Jack Leach dropping one at that sort of length is only going to end in one way, isn't it, to be honest?
Yes.
Whereas Holder can afford to do that with his
He's a little
height.
taller, isn't he?
In he comes. That's full and worked off his legs by Crawley. Past the square leg umpire. They'll take one. They're going to come back for 2. Smart running. Gets them 2. Easy enough. 55 for 1. England. The lead's past 150 now. It is 151.
There you go. I sense some intent, Tony. Do you?
Yeah, yes, I think so. I think Lee's with selflessness, no boycotting and playing for your average there. He clearly was told, "Get on with it, son." That was his marching orders.
But he didn't really get on with it, did he?
Well, but he tried. He went down in the attempt to FAB, function as briefed. If you're a Thunderbirds fan, but unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for him, did it? It was.
Is it just me, or is it quite grey?
It was more Lady Penelope than Gordon Scott or Virgil.
I'm moving on from Thunderbirds, all right?
Okay.
Is it quite grey looking?
Yes, there was a shower about half an hour before play started. They had the covers on.
In comes Holder, and that again is quite full and played down to forward short leg Shamal Brooks, who seems to have been in the action a lot, fielding wise. He's been chasing balls down to third man, and there he is moving from mid wicket to square leg to field that as it was pushed down into the ground. It's the end of that over. 2 runs from it. 55 for 1. Messers.
Rebel Scum says, "Here's Annie." Gorilla cricket. What's happening today in the test? Then any chance of a result? Well, yeah, you never know. And Leah says, "Declare already, you cowards."
I like that. It's fighting.
I think that might be a trifle early. A lead of 151 would be a sporting declaration that I don't think we're likely to see.
Be exciting though, wouldn't it?
But you know what? It probably would turn out to be a really tough ask.
Yes, it probably would.
Well, do you know what?
Yeah, we shall never know.
Barbados, history of Barbados is amazing cricket-wise. 1845, I think, as they hosted the first touring side. As we wait for Maul to bowl to England's captain Joe Root, just guides that away into the offside. No run on this occasion. If we can jingle up Mr. Pamal, we will do that in just a moment.
Oh my God, Tony! How many strings to your bow are you having, as well as everything else? You've got the history of Barbados.
As this one is cut down towards cover. Single for Joe Root. Here is the bowler.
Does anybody here remember Vera Sammy?
Oh, I just love this. You're listening to Gorilla Cricket as we remember the late great Vera Lynn.
Oh dear! All we need now is for you to roll a spliff, and then you'll be the full bear.
Oh well, the full bear. I'm going full bear. I'll get the rum out. Round the wicket comes from all. Back foot for Crawley. Just eases this into the offside. Well, a couple of things I've got to think about. One is I have got the car, and 2, I mean, with all this sort of ram firepower at my disposal, I genuinely don't want to be drunk in charge of it. Swept by Crawley, backward to square, but there's a man down there. It's Kemar Roach, deep backward square, and it will restrict England to a single. Crawley moves on to 29. Joe Root, his captain, is on 3. I don't think we've jingled up Crawley yet, have we? As we went through the great Microsoft-inflicted jingle drought. So let me see if I can find Zach Crawley. Maybe we'll do him at the beginning of the next over. Pamal in, bit of air onto the leg stump. Root nudges towards mid-wicket, takes 1, turns sharply to look for 2, but I think Crawley, whose call it certainly was, said no skip. I think we may be in a hurry, but we're not in that much of a hurry. So it will just be 1. 58 for 1 England, 154 the lead. Crawley twiddles the bat. Stands very tall, well about 6'5" worth of tall, isn't he, Crawley? Slip is in place for Famall. Forward comes Crawley. Pushes it to short mid-wicket. It's the end of that Famall over. Just the 3 runs from it. 58 for 1 England. Messers.
Well, Twitter's very quiet. I think people may have been dreading more of the same, or maybe it's just sort of Sunday lunch slowness. I was going to say I had a lovely time earlier today with
somebody
armchair cricket podcast. We recorded a podcast around what's been going on, and it was going to be 30 minutes. It went for an hour and a half, so you can see how much fun we were having. But I was being complimented on guerrilla cricket, which was very kind. And it was suggested that some of the participants might actually use substances to improve the enjoyment for them. And I said, well, I'm sure the bear only pretends to.
Well, I can tell you, our friends at Armchair Cricket Podcast will be making an appearance or two with us for the 3rd test in Grenada.
Excellent.
Holder it is, who is in. The graduate trainee captioner has finally worked that out. 1 ball into the over. But not much happened. Just pushed back by Root towards former captain, of course, of West Indies, Jason Holder. He was captain when West Indies toured 2020, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he was captain when I was there in 2009. Dean.
Well, he talks a lot about that, of course.
Oh no, he doesn't shut up.
Over the wicket
actually.
Comes Holder, onto the back foot goes Root. A little hop played down into the ground towards gully. There is no run.
In fact, if he did talk about it, I think he might talk about his double 100 rather than anything else.
Well, yes. Let's face it. That's I don't know. I can't recall how many wickets Jason Gillespie took, but that's quite often what he'd talk about.
Yes.
No, you never mind the wickets. Let me tell you about that.
Let me tell you about that time.
Oh, a lovely fellow he is. Over the wicket comes Holder. Root forward, push to mid-wicket. Again, there is no run. 154 is the lead. 58 for 1. The scores on the morning doors. 29 for Crawley. 4 for Root. So I can't recall what you said before show, as we were talking before the show, Annie, or before the start of play. Where's your declaration target if you're Joe Root? How big a lead do you want?
I said getting close to 300.
Okay, I think there's a lot of people would probably agree with you there. This one is pulled away on the 45. Kemar Ridge trots in to field. Will get Joe Root a single.
I think it'd be daft to do it beforehand, but Messi wants like 250 and
Maybe 270. Yeah.
271.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a deal.
Do we do bets on when they're going to declare? I'm sure Bear will have done one.
He's watching his lad play football today. But he's taken his laptop, which he's tethering via his phone, to do any remedial IT support.
Oh, poor Bear doesn't even get a day off when he has a day off.
We shall see. Holder over the wicket. Onto his toes goes Crawley. Just nudges, really, to mid-wicket. And there is no run. I mean, I think, I'd be interested to hear what you both think about this. It's you can chase the game loose and quick wickets and panic. And England have been there before. Or you can just try and up it a gear without overdoing it.
Yes.
And see where you are in different passages of play. So in an hour they'll have a look at where they are and go, right, what do we do from here? If you press the accelerate button to the floor right from the off, you're at risk of also pressing the self-destruct button.
Yeah,
I suspect.
I think the key ingredient is Stokes in that.
That's a good thought. This one, though, is up in the air by Root as he tried to pull it. In fact, he's got it right behind De Silva.
Oh.
And it has
Where did he come from?
trickled its way into what would be called the long barrier or long stop or backstop position, because it was literally right behind where De Silva was standing. But it is nonetheless one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think Root was
Like
thinking
a really
squarer,
lazy
wasn't he?
shot.
Oh, sorry, Crawley was thinking squarer.
But I think what's happening is the there's definitely an inconsistency in bounce today, which is going to make life pretty tricky.
Yeah, well, that's...
Yeah, there definitely has been a few rising up, haven't there?
Messrs, has anyone else joined us?
Yes, it's Farong. It says, considering it took England over 1,100 balls to get 10 wickets in the first innings, why would Joe declare and give the West Indies, say, a target of 270 plus from 50 to 55 overs? Any declaration would suit the Windies. Just bat the day out and grind the bowlers into the turf. Well, I actually think a couple of things. Firstly, I think the wicket's changing a bit. And the other thing is that, yes, it did take 1,100 balls to get 10 wickets, but then the West Indies weren't interested in scoring a lot of runs.
Yeah.
As soon as that happens, risk comes into the equation. And
We're on the last day.
The ball is going to continue. Down the track comes Joe Root. 2-3 skips, lofts him high over long
Beautiful.
on.
There's
1, 2,
definite
3 bounces.
intention there, isn't there?
Well,
Yep.
there is absolutely some intention there. It's one of these. Well, Root is probably saying to whoever the New England coach is, now you know we've got this one-day side I'm not good enough to be in. Have a look at that.
Yeah.
Although it was a bit of a pie. This one he's swept as he's got on up in the air. Is it going to just drop straight into the hands of mid-wicket? It is. So it's one aggressive shot and out for Joe Root. And he has gone. He was looking to repeat the dose. It didn't
This is
work.
interesting, isn't it? They're going to close up shop after Stokes.
Well,
So you think that might be the end of his white ball career after all?
Yeah, it didn't last long, did it?
I rather think it may be, to be honest. He has gone. He's been caught by Campbell off the bowling of Pamor. He was going at a strike rate, and he's cross with himself. He's ripping his gloves off. He's tucked his non-Woodstock bat under his arm. And I'm afraid he has to go. And the reason I'm saying it like that is because I want to play this.
Another one bites the dust.
Oh my lord.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
I had no idea that was going to be the bear. He's haunting me even when he's not here.
Yeah, I think that's a great mix.
It's the bear.
Josie Oak says, afternoon, put the snore drawer on. Well, I think you can retweet now, Josie, and say we're doomed.
Well, I think you can. New man's Dan Lawrence.
Nestles just has.
We're all doomed.
It's going to be, well, we like Dan Lawrence's jingle, so we didn't particularly want to see the end of Joe Root, but we are quite happy to be able to play this.
Dan, the batting man. You want some runs? Dan can. Comes from 6 foot drives a van.
His dad does a gram with a watering can.
He comes from Essex.
Good old man with van.
Well, suddenly, Pamor finds himself very much amongst the wickets. 2 this morning for him.
Yeah, it's
He's
looking
got
up
rid
for
of
Leach.
both Lees and Captain Root onto the back foot. Goes Crawley. They will have crossed while the ball was in the air. A bit outside edgily, away towards cover by Crawley, but he survives. So we've had a bit of everything in these first 2 balls. A boundary, a wicket. And that one, Crawley punches away through mid-wicket. Jason Holder is just accelerating into overdrive, but Campbell beats him to it. He's rather like I'm not quite sure what the analogy would be. A very elegant older car that it just takes a while to get into its stride, doesn't it? It sort of splutters
Are
for
you
the first 2 or 3
talking about
steps.
Holder?
Oh, I was, yeah. No, I'm just
I
thinking.
wouldn't have used the elegant.
Well, it's either that or a giraffe wearing a orthopedic boot. Maybe would be perhaps a better analogy. He does take a while to get going.
Tony.
Onto the back foot goes Crawley. And this again is into the offside. I don't mean that. But, I'm a big Jason Holder fan, but he does look like it takes him a while to get into from sort of first to
And
fourth.
there's a lot of him, Tony.
Well, there is. Round the wicket comes from all back foot by Crawley, nudged away towards mid wicket. They just take a single this time. Crawley moves on to 36. England 74-2, and Pamal will be quite happy with his life this morning. 2 for 29 for him. He's got rid of both Lees and Root. Messers.
Ravinair has an interesting theory. He says, is this a Jason thing then? Gillespie, forget about my wickets. Have you heard about my 200? Holder, forget about Annie's Caribbean trip. Have you heard about my 200? Jason and the Argonauts, forget about the Golden Fleece. Did I tell you about my 200?
These Jasons, eh?
These Jasons.
And over on, Josie Oak says the collapse is on, and over on YouTube, Yahweh says, declare after lunch with 300 lead. I think that's about right. And Fed Up says, I predict England will bat until April. Dara Azizi says, Bairstow and Stokes should have opened. And Fat Bastard 52 says, today with the FA Cup Premier League Formula 1,
Yes,
Root could turn off a lot of cricket fans.
Ed, I think you need to take yourself off camera just for one more over, as this one is edged away. You can still hear him though. Edged away.
No, it's Nestlers.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, is that you, Nestlers? Where are you? You're not supposed to be on yet. One more over, and then the floor.
Honestly, they're
and any other parts of the flat
on.
you want will be yours. Annie, you're staying on, I think.
I'm not.
No, you're not. You're absolutely not.
No.
It's Jacob, Ed, and Nestlers. What a team! What a team!
I know.
What a team
Ed,
that
I
would
haven't
be.
seen Ed for years.
Well, it's going to be Ed Benson, the very man himself, as this one is beautifully cover-driven by Crawley all the way to the extra cover boundary, sumptuously for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, he's been called to the bar again as Ed Benson, our
About
legal
time.
eagle. But what a shot that was! It was slightly perhaps overpitched.
He's growing in confidence, is Mr. Crawley.
No, it was very much a signature shot for him, but it was beautifully executed. It is Alzari Joseph, of course, who's into the attack, and that one's high. And has it been taken? It's taken by Seals. Another wicket has gone down for England. It's fallen out again. It's Crawley this time. All three batsmen, I think, have gone 4 and out that have fallen. England are trying to get on with things.
Yeah, I
but,
blame Messi for all of this.
I'm afraid.
Yay! Action! We've seen more action in this half hour than in any session so far.
Yeah, well, it's my first session, you see.
I was looking for you silly little boy, but I can't find it. Who knows? It may or may not be there. But it is a wicket anyway. It's gone. Well, England clearly are pressing that accelerate button. Annie,
I was just saying he was growing in confidence. He obviously grew too much.
well, it was an attempted pull. It was top edged. Seals was the man down at long leg. He had to dive forward, but he dived forward very effectively indeed. And it's a wicket early in the game for Alzari Joseph. He's over so far. .4, beautifully struck. I think that says something about Crawley actually. You know, when he's playing a beautiful, elegant cover drive, it looked magnificent. When he had to try and, accelerate the game going towards leg, it didn't look quite so magnificent. He does. Well, Stokes is. We are seeing, I hate to tell you, a few rain spots. More than a few, in fact.
He's going to save England.
The ground staff are waiting, tarpaulins poised. In fact, they've just had to step back. I suspect we might see the end of this over. Ben Stokes is the new man for England. Here he is.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
Well, he may not quite have time, Annie, to get too stuck in if the weather lets us down.
Oh dear.
We shall find out, I am sure. I'm going to have to do some clever things which enables 3 people who aren't in the studio to be on Zoom at the end of this over as well. That's another thing I'm going to have to figure out how to do. Lord help me. It's endless. And of course the Bears' working assumption is he told you once in a bit of a hurry, therefore it must be really straightforward, which it isn't.
You've been there since 8 o'clock this morning, haven't you, Tony?
I haven't. Well, I think
They're going
Ben
off.
Stokes has walked out. Bat ready. Is he actually? No, he is going to face. He is going to face. He's not going to face because the batsman crossed again. Two batsmen are naught. He's going to be Dan Lawrence who's going to face Alzari Joseph. He drops the bat on this. Backward a point. They take one. I don't think they'll risk two. They won't. So fingers crossed. You are about to be, by the end of this over, you will enjoy the dulcet tones of Jacob Jaffa, Nestlers and Legal Eagle Ed Benson making a welcome return. So he took that. Well, that catch, we're seeing a replay of that catch, and he did take it extremely well, diving forward. Did
That's a lovely catch.
Jaden Nigel Tristan Seals.
I've got to say, dulcet tones isn't a phrase I've often heard used in association with Ed.
No.
Well, I know dulcet means sort of slightly pianissimo, doesn't it, and more quiet, which definitely is not.
I think is
not an Ed-esque epithet, as this one is. is steered to mid wicket. We bring.
It's easy for you to say, Tony.
Well, indeed it is. Ben Stokes then is going to be the man on strike. 36 and 13 in Antigua, 120 of course in the first innings here.
He hasn't got. He can't take the time he took for that innings though this time.
He didn't. Well, he did take his time, but again, you know, if he gets himself out straight away, there's no point. So we wait. He dabs, and he dabs backward a point, and he is off and quite literally running with a sharpish, but comfortable enough single. It's the end of that over. It's a successful one for Alzari Joseph. He has snagged the wicket of Zach Crawley, who was going nicely. It's 76 for 3, and we will Messrs, why don't you read some tweets, and we will have a change in the commentary box. It's going to be Jacob Jaffa.
I've given Nessers the call. Annie and I will be back in an hour.
Well, thank you, Messi, and welcome, Nestlers and Ed. I don't think we've been on together, Ed, and the delay will just about... no, he's here. Hello, Ed. Don't think we've been on together yet, so nice to meet you. I think you're on a return, aren't you?
I am, Jacob, and we've got enough social hair. We've got enough beard hair for the both of us. I think you and I.
You got a beard,
Ed? No, I can never grow a beard.
I was going to say they wouldn't allow that in chambers, surely.
Well, I was described recently by a solicitor as, quote, clever little Ed, in a supposed backhanded but patronising way.
Did he pat you on the head at the same time?
No. But she's lovely. I'm joking, Naomi, if you're listening.
The other person you can hear is, of course, Nestlers, who is in no need of a return because he's always here. And Kemar Roach has come into the attack as Ben Stokes faces up and leaves alone outside off stump, and we will jingle up Kemar Roach. Tony will eventually jingle up Kemar Roach, but he has to.
Here it goes, Kemar Roach.
I'm sure Nestlers can do a very good impression of the jingle.
It's the Murray Walker one, done by none other than Dan Norcross, I believe.
He ain't no dope, he ain't no weed. That Kemar Roach, he deals in speed.
There goes Kemar Roach.
There we go. Tony found it eventually, and just in time for Roach to come in for the second ball of this new spell, as Stokes cuts that, but will only get it in front of square quite a way to short cover for no run.
Oh yeah, I'm in black and white.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, you broadcasting from the 60s, Nestor?
Yeah.
It was all feeling very Wes Anderson for a minute. Unfortunately, just a couple of balls into this trio's spell. The rain has got a little too heavy. The ground staff will sprint on. Stay with us, viewers and listeners, because we will wiggle away.
That guy's not going to make it. Oh!
He just about made it. We will.
Oh!
And the covers have blown off. This is a real struggle for the ground staff. Oh no, and they've twisted, they've turned up. This is not a military grade operation. They've been so efficient, and now the pitch is getting wet. It might actually help.
You know what? If the rain destroys this pitch, that will be a fitting end to what has been a shocking performance by whoever prepared this ground.
So we will have a rain delay, but we will wibble away with it. So stay with us. In the context of this tour, rain delays have lasted about 10 to 15 minutes, all said. So stick with us, and we will have Nestlers. We will have the loquacious solicitor himself, Ed Benson. and we'll discuss.
Solicitor, how dare you?
Barrister?
Joking.
I don't know you, Ed. But we will.
I actually think, Jacob, as we see the scorecard come up, in many ways, rain would be a fitting mercy killing for this game, and indeed this series. I would be quite happy if the entirety of the next game was rained off, because I truly think if you're going to prepare surfaces like this, I would honestly rather watch bowling or balls on this wicket than cricket. It has been so depressing that what should be a very uplifting tour of a wonderful, multicultural and exciting place, it has been like Nestle's back screen. It has just been all monochrome for
That's
2
why
weeks.
That's why I've got it. That's why I've gone black and white.
Yeah.
Well, Kemar Roach himself was critical of the preparation of the pitches and about its effect on West Indian cricket. There's been some suggestion it's all being done by first the Antiguan Cricket Board and then the Barbadian Cricket Board, and it's about making sure the game lasts 5 days so that tourists' money will keep flowing. David Brooks had the chief executive of the Barbados Cricket Board on the other day. I must admit I didn't hear that interview, but if you want to become a Patreon member for Guerrilla Cricket, you can find it on our audio archive, and that helps us and supports us, so please go ahead and do it. So why do we think it is? Do we think it's about the money? Do we think it's about the global batting crisis and the pace-playing pandemic? What do we think it's about?
It's all about money, isn't it, Jacob? I mean,
it's about the money.
Most things in life are, regrettably.
Yeah, and like you look at football. Look what's happened to Chelsea. You look what's happened. You've got the World Cup in a place that's got suspects, to say the least, human rights records, etc. But they don't care.
Well, and also, I mean, England are one of the few overseas teams that travel with force to test matches, aren't they? The West Indies crowd are notoriously quite poor, even with just the home fans, and they obviously saw an opportunity here to fill their boots. And I was listening to that rip-off of Polite Inquiries George DeBell now does on the Cricket Info page. I can't remember what it's called now, but he was saying quite rightly that if you take travelling fans for granted like this, they won't keep coming. And as someone who's always liked the idea of going onto a tour, you'd naturally think, well, the West Indies would be your first choice, right? Beautiful beaches, fantastic weather, wonderful culture. But, watching cricket like this, honestly, I'd rather have been on the beach, and I'm giving up some of my Sunday to be unpaid on a radio broadcast of cricket, okay? So who the fuck else wants to go? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I suppose so. And speaking of taking the travelling support for granted, I saw something which slightly distressed me earlier, which is they put up just a reminder on BT about for people who were there that they could get tickets for day 5. And I get that they want to encourage more local support, and that's a good thing. But tickets for local supporters were half the price than for foreign supporters. And
another Brexit problem, Jesus.
But I mean, we'd never dream of doing that in English cricket. I've never heard of people saying, when we had that test series against India last year, we didn't say, well, you're an Indian fan, and you've come from India, so we'll charge you, double the price, even if you could imagine such a thing. When ticket laws are like £100.
Laws, bloody hell, that would be. No one would be there.
But I mean, surely the way to encourage more local support is to, for example, in Antigua, spend all that money restoring the ground which is in the middle of the town rather than outside, and so people can pop in on their lunch breaks and so on, and make the tickets affordable, which is the problem we have here, but not to double the ticket prices for travelling fans, which just seems to be a horrible exploitation of them and unattractive to people who want to come over to the West Indies to see cricket.
Well, I think in the UK, Jacob, that would probably be in contravention of the Equality Act, so I don't think we need to worry about that. One of the few things we can assure that the ECB won't do is break the law, because they definitely didn't do that up at Yorkshire. And
well, that's a whole different thing. Although, just a quick update, in the middle of Ed's speech, I will let him go on, because what is Guerrilla for if not for Hendo?
This is like being in court on Tuesday, Jesus.
I know, it's brilliant. But we are seeing the covers coming off the pitch, and so we should get a restart. You would imagine in about 10 minutes, because for all the West Indies cricket board's faults, they have been quite efficient in getting play started again, starting on time, starting early if need be, and not doing what we do in England, where we go, oh, it's dry now, we shall resume in 20 minutes when it started raining again.
In an hour.
After 5 pitch inspections. But carry on.
Johnson tweets, Mark.
Yeah, let's do some tweets. Stop me,
some
please.
tweets
Before I get arrested.
for libel against the ECB.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you all froze there for a minute.
Oh, carry on, Ness. Let's get some tweets in.
Sorry, Armchair Cricket Podcast says, does Messi Jez think that Kohli's career is on the wane? Listen to this and other interesting tidbits on an upcoming episode of 145 of our podcast, dropping shortly. So everyone get on that. Rebel Scum says, I hope you've made a start on Bears, rum, gin and beer stocks, Tony. A lot to get through. Slurring by 8 p.m, please. That's not Tony's style, Rebel Scum. Ravi Nair says, poor Ed. Dulcet doesn't mean soft. It comes from dulce, meaning sweet. I think Ed's sweet. Leah says, what makes you say this is no military grade operation? Have you seen Russia bungle Ukraine invasion? Yeah. Bit of politics. Love it.
That's a dangerous one, Leah.
Yeah. Jersey Oak says, what's wrong with bowls? Where do you start? Crawling reminds me of Gower, says Dara Azizi. Fed Up's now saying West Indies to win. Controversial. But going back to what Ed was saying, I mean, I pretty much, I agree with everything he says. Really, it's just not good, is it? It's not, doubling ticket prices plus the pitches that they prepared. It's just, I mean, if anyone was sort of, I watched the West Indies play England, maybe a casual cricket fan who were always chasing apparently, would just sit down and go, what is this?
Yeah.
This bloke who I know who's on Guerrilla Cricket keeps telling me how great this game is. I'm going to watch the football.
I mean, I've been bored. I mean, I don't know what everyone else's experience has been watching it, but I certainly have been bored.
Well, being on Guerrilla Cricket, obviously, you don't get bored. Even
No,
though
never.
you're commentating on it, but it's a slightly
when we've
different.
not been commentating, it has been dull at times, and you try and tell all your friends that cricket is this brilliant sport and that you're not just a boring old man. Ed and I, I'm sure, are familiar with this conversation.
Yeah.
and then you have to show them games like this, and
I mean,
it's meant to be a really good series.
To be fair to cricket, I've the last 10 years, I've watched a lot of Test match cricket via Guerrilla Cricket and being on, and there have been a lot of really, really good Test matches. This could have been one of them, but it's just not. It's just not.
we moved from Nestler's the noughties, which was very much a batting decade, and we saw a lot of boring draws, particularly in England, and particularly at Lord's, I think, to the tens, which were, and I think you're right, an exceptionally interesting and exciting period of cricket. But part of that is because we recognise, I think, that you just can't have a boring product given the complaints about Test cricket that already exist, right?
Yeah.
And this is what we're watching is what everyone who hates cricket parrots cricket is like, right? This is what they say. Well, absolutely sod all happens, and then it's a draw after 5 days.
Well, the ultimate example of that is the MCG test a couple of years ago, isn't it? Where it was just a complete feather bed and everyone could score, Bangladesh could score 500 on it, no offence to Bangladesh.
It's funny what other sports do, though. I mean, I watch, I cycle and I watch cycling, professional cycling live, and F1, and I've been to lots of F1 races all around the world, and what you get, what they realise is, especially say F1, you're sitting in one spot and you see the cars maybe take 2 corners and a bit of straight. You don't see the whole thing, but they've got the screens, they've got other entertainment. I mean, it's a full day's entertainment when you go. There's air displays, there's all sorts of stuff like that. And at the cycling, there's a massive, great sort of party atmosphere going on. It's all provided for you by the organisers. So they understand their, I hate this word, but they understand their product. I mean, like a cycle race, you're standing on the side of the road, unless you've got a bike with you to sort of fly off to the next bit of the race. You see the cyclists go past you in a blink of an eye, and that's it. It's not like a cricket match or a football match where you're sitting there and you're seeing everything, but they make it fun. They understand that for a lot of people, they're just going to see a blink of an eye thing, and they create something around that, you know?
No, that's right, Esther. But what's interesting, right, is in cricket you have that dichotomy between people who don't like that because they say, well, it should be all about the sport. But then there are often people who say, want essentially test match cricket like this that's a bit of a grind. Well, you can't have both, can you? You can't have this and absolutely nothing else going on. May as well go to the library. I mean...
Well, some cricket is about to break out as the players have got back onto the pitch. The rain delay is over. Welcome back. And just before we begin, let's just remind you that you have until lunchtime to get your predictions in for the GPL. Anyone who doesn't know what that is, new listeners perhaps, that is, you predict the number of runs which are going to be scored in the day. You have until lunch to get your predictions in. I think the pot currently stands at about £90. And if you get the prediction right on the money, then you get the money. If not, it rolls over to the next day, in this case the next test, and we go again. So, get your predictions in.
I was a bit confused with the Bish's message there, because I thought we were suddenly producing Gorilla Cricket hair gel.
Yes, so...
to push the gel.
Tony just reminded me about the GPL, but told me to... tell you about the gel, as Stokes aims a hard cutter at that one, but bottom edges it straight down into the pitch for no run. Also, hello to our friends on Platinum FM 97.9, who are broadcasting us live across the Caribbean, selected islands. This series coming to you. This is not your usual Platinum FM team. This is Gorilla Cricket.
You need to do that in a DJ voice, really.
My
Platinum FM 97.9.
As Stokes again has a cut, but it's too far away from him. That may even be a little bit wide, but I don't think it will be given. Stokes looks slightly unhappy that it isn't. But yes, you are not listening to your usual Platinum FM. You are listening to Gorilla Cricket, which you can find live on GorillaCricket.com on YouTube, and now, for this series, across the Caribbean.
I wonder if they I wonder if it's like Hits Sunday normally, and they're always tuning in expecting to hear the Eagles or something, and it's us.
And now you've got us instead. Sorry, we are not as good as the Eagles, but Stokes has an expansive drive, throwing his hands at it. It's going square onto the offside, but there is a sweeper out there. I think it's Kamal out there who's got it back into the keeper's end, and it's just the one run as we have one ball remaining in this over, and only about 5 minutes remaining in our spell. It's been all rain, lads.
And if listeners of Platinum FM 97.9 want to ring in to tell us at what point it would be undisrespectful for us all to shake hands, I'd love to know, because some of us have better things to do in the afternoon than watch literally the end of cricket in a personification.
As Roach short, Lawrence pulling. It's not going to carry to the man at deep square leg, but they will just get a single that ends the over at 78 for 3. England leading by 174, pushing for a declaration, and we go to the tweets with Nestlers.
Well, excitingly, earlier on this morning, I changed all the bearings in my front wheel on my bicycle, so I've got to do the rear wheel as well. So you know, if they do want a handshake,
what fun!
It's quite satisfying in a weird sort of way, but it's very greasy. Jeff Perkins says Nestlers doesn't think Tony will wait until 8 PM to start slurring. Yeah, but not through alcohol, Jeff. Yeah. He'll get overexcited at a replay at some point. That's a given.
Well, I'm not convinced this is the end of cricket. I think, Ed, usually I am the pessimist on this show, but you've taken my spot for now, as Joseph is into Lawrence, who walks again right across his stumps, as he's made a habit of doing, clips into the leg side for a single.
One thing that could make this really exciting, and it could happen, is that England blow this.
Yes, we also saw a bit of turn and bounce from Kamal with the new ball. We saw some inconsistent bounce from Holder. England, might have a look at this and start thinking, well, the pitch might be just starting to do enough. There's still a result possible, but it is slow and it is a flat pitch. but it's better than the last one. As Stokes dabs down to third man, it won't beat the man running round from a sort of indeterminate third man square point position, deep point, the sweeper out there, and they'll just get the single. But it was a nice shot from Stokes, beating a diving gully.
What lead are you guys happy with for England?
250. It depends how long's left. 250 if it's about 70 overs.
Yeah.
Less than that if it's less than that. But it looks like we're going to get probably another 70 overs in today. So if they can get it to 230 with 55 overs left, that's probably enough.
There's not going to be a result. I'm not dignifying that question with an answer. No, I'm joking.
Well, the draw's a result.
Yeah, of course. Don't want to get Annie on my case.
Not yet.
I'm sorry if I've sounded a bit miserable, Jacob. It's just that normally the West Indies tour is one of the best times as an England cricket fan to be a fan.
As Lawrence punches off the back foot into the offside, sweeper out there, single.
Because not only is it a brilliant place to watch cricket and the culture's so great, but the game starts at 2 p.m, so you can watch it after you come back from work or school, and I have very fond memories of doing that. And it's just disappointing. It's brilliant if you've got great test matches going on in New Zealand, but we're always asleep. So it's disappointing when the games that you can watch with a time difference that is more amenable are as disappointing as this.
Yeah. Well, don't worry about the pessimism, Ed. You should have heard me during the Ashes. As Stokes flips off his leg for a single into the offside. I think this is going to be my new catchphrase for a single, but I'm just overjoyed that for at least another week I won't have to say the phrase Brathwaite defends, no run.
Yeah, I mean, Jacob, you were talking about turn and bounce. I mean, Jack Leach bowled 70 overs. 70.
And bowled some brilliant balls in there, but was actually
you're going to
not to get about four more wickets than he did. He was quite unlucky.
If you bowl 420 balls and some of them aren't brilliant.
As Lawrence aims a huge hack at that, I think there's an appeal from behind the stumps. I don't think it will be given. They were appealing for an under edge as he had a big pull across the line, completely missed it, and it went through to De Silva. But no run. The over ends 82 for 3. England's lead has grown to 178. Do we have anything on the tweets next?
Let's have a look. Yes, we do. Messi Jez has tweeted in, and Leia and Jeff. Leia says, imagine an Englishman being outraged at exploitation. The second he suspects he's not the one doing the exploiting or the exploitation. Messi Jez says, is there any truth in the rumour that in the absence of Gary Naylor, the Ed Benson has taken possession of Gary's hyperboil for his own use?
Messi, if you think that there has been one person who's watched either of these two games who didn't like cricket, who has started liking cricket, you need your head examined, my friend.
As Roach comes around the wicket to Stokes. Oh, that's a very wide delivery. That has to be given wide. Joel Wilson looks reluctant, but does it in the end. As that, it was looked like it could have been an attempted knuckleball or just slipped out of the hand, and it's gone very wide, past the white line, almost off the cut strip. It's almost dropped on the Lawrence's stumps. Oh, it was very close. Now. That was the last ball of the last over. He did under-edge it, and it's bounced into the ground and almost hit his stumps. So lucky Lawrence to get away with that, but that's a wide given. Roach round the wicket again, and that's less wide, and Stokes has smashed it. Cut hard, and it will run away for one of these. Good shot from Stokes.
Yeah, that's what we need. A bit of this, and then declare.
Yes, about the only exciting moment of this test match was Ben Stokes' 100, which even I watched the highlights of.
That was Stokes being Stokes.
So, what does Roach do now? He's had a one wide, then he's brought the width in a bit, been smashed into the offside.
3 men out on the deep on the leg side.
Oh, God.
A long on and a deep backward point.
This is defensive from the West Indies as Stokes has gone into the leg side. He's gone high, he's gone long, and he's gone into the crowd for 6. Do we have a 6 jingle? I think we have a 6 jingle. I can't hear it. But, oh well. 6 from Stokes. He's walked across, he's pulled across the line, and, well, Ed thought it was out. No,
I didn't think he got enough on it, but I take it back, Jacob. You're absolutely right. It's the classic golf shot.
It was a good old slog to cow, wasn't it? As Stokes again, always inside edge that, past his stumps, and it's running down towards third man, fine leg even, and there is a sweeper coming round, so it will just be the single. The lead has now grown to 190 over the course of this over from 178. Just been informed by a graphic that we have a minimum of 80 overs left today.
God help us.
With a slightly extended sessions by 12 minutes because of the rain delay. So, well, Stokes accelerating, trying to give England more time. What do we think, lad?
This is good. This is what I wanted to see them do.
Roach into Lawrence. Slower ball, I think, and Lawrence waits on it, flicks it richly to mid-on, and they'll just get the single.
And that was a no ball, the sort of Chinese cut, and so we've only had 3 completed balls in this over.
And already, with the extras, there have been 14 runs, to my calculation.
13, I think.
No, we went from 178 to 192. That's 14, isn't it? I think. As Stokes, well, it looked like a pull shot, but it's gone like a cut shot. He met it very early, and it's gone into the offside just for a single again.
He's on a mission.
Yes, he is.
He's as bored as we are. He's had to sit and remember. He's had to sit and watch this bloody game. At least I got to go to work.
He's had to bowl on it as well.
Yeah, he's had to bowl. He was there. It's like being in a war. He's mentally scarred by this.
As Lawrence on strike for the second to last ball of Roach's over, walks away, cuts into the offside. They'll just get a single. We are due a change after this ball, should it be legitimate. And you will be taken through by the ever hopeful Ed Benson on ball by ball, Jason on socials, and it is
me,
Tesla's on summarising. So I will hop off, and the other two will stay.
Well, it's been a pleasure, Jacob.
I'll be back later, Ed. Don't worry. It's been.
Will I be Jacob? Let's wonder about that.
Oh yes.
Ed might give up in the end, as Stokes has leathered that down the pitch. There will be a man there. There is, and it was all along the floor. So it will just be one that ends the over. I hand you over now to Ed Benson, and I will be back later. Goodbye.
See ya.
Well, thank you very much, Jacob. 99 for 3. Nessus, I don't know if we have any tweets to sort of herald Jason's introduction in.
Indeed we do. Jeff Perkins has tweeted saying, surely, like any good bishop, Tony's blood was transubstantiated into sacramental grape juice on the Sabbath. I don't know if Tony can confirm that, but I don't know.
He's doing a comme si comme ça sign on the camera.
Maybe. Jersey Oak says, might put the football on, don't mention it to Gary Naylor, but Everton lost 4-0 to Crystal Palace in the FA Cup. Tony's cheering away. He obviously doesn't like Everton very much.
The Naylor is absent, I'm afraid.
Yeah, he's at
I think Tony's being happy because that's another team that could potentially go down, even though it was in the FA Cup. It's an indicator of form.
Well,
makes him disappointed.
Good afternoon, Jason. We've got the old gang back together as Joseph comes over the wicket and Stokes is dabbing that into the leg side, and they will trot through for a single. Not because you're both old, just because you're the people I started with, I think. About 6 years ago, I was reminiscing about that.
God, how old were you, 12?
I know. God, I'm older now.
Older and wiser?
He was a precocious youth.
I'm at least half of those things, Nessus. At least. But it's so nice to see you, Jason, after a period of... I'm informed you've been unwell, but you seem to be floating your head above the Lord's boundary rope, which is rather.
I'm in the media centre, can't you tell?
Yeah. Joseph's going to go over the wicket to Lawrence, and Lawrence has had an enormous golf swing hoik into the cafe on the top decks of the stadium for one of these.
Straight into the Black Opal bar.
Tony, I don't know. We can't seem to hear any of these jingles, so
I just heard that briefly.
Yeah.
Oh, so as long as they're going out to our listeners.
So guys, how long do you reckon England are going to bat for? They're going to declare before lunch, or they're going to bat till lunch and then give themselves?
At least to lunch would be my opinion. Lawrence is trying to cut that past the man from point. He glanced down the wicket and took some steps to the leg side, but couldn't guide it past the man out there, and there's no run.
The audience is on them really to force the pace to try and get a result.
Well, I mean, you may or may not have heard my rantings about this, Jason, for the past 25 minutes, but I think, the idea that there's going to be a result on this pitch, barring something miraculous, is, I think, fanciful. And even if there was, I don't think it would justify the turgid entertainment we've had for the past 4.5 days.
Oh, I totally agree. I think it's been a perfect chairman's pitch.
Exactly. Chief Executive's wicket is Joseph's in, and Lawrence has tried to hoik that down the ground, a short length delivery outside the off stump, and he's just toe-ended it back to Joseph, and there's no run.
Don't want to worry you guys, but there's some very, very dark clouds just on the screen there earlier.
Well, we have seen intermittent showers, haven't we, Nestlers? We've had one today that kept us off about 40 minutes ago, but they have rushed through. And, a bit of rain might spice this pitch up. Joseph then rolled the 5th ball of his over to Dan Lawrence, who's currently on 12. No slips as Lawrence is trying to cut that, and this time he does just reach the fielder at point, and they again are not able to get through for a single, so there's no run. All the men effectively out on the boundary. We're just seeing the field down from a helicopter shot. We have 3 men out on the leg side. No, 4. Yeah, 4 men. We have a very square fine leg. Oh no, they're all running off. That's why we're seeing the aerial shot. And the man in his Mac is going to come and put on the tarpaulin. Now, last time he was almost carried off by the wind. So let's see if something similarly exciting happens now.
Just one man, or has he got some mates?
Oh,
he has some mates. Ah, here they come. Here the boys come.
And
there's the stumps out of the ground.
Oh, he's got away this time, the fellow who gets the stumps.
He's got away. Okay, they don't have both ends. It's like when you try and put a duvet on your own. It's quite tricky, and you can get lost. But the wind doesn't seem as severe, it just seems to be a bit of a shower. But all the fans are running for the exit. I don't know if that's because of the rain or just they've had quite enough. But we're going to certainly have a stoppage here. It looks kind of grey and mizzly. I think that would be a fair description, Nestlers.
Yeah, but there was blue sky and really dark clouds just a minute ago, so this is slightly worrying.
But it is, looking at the TV pictures, which I appreciate you can't see, the bloke on there is holding his umbrella at quite a large angle, so it's obviously coming in quite strongly with the wind, and therefore there's the opportunity it will blow over fairly quickly.
We have seen these tropical storms blow through, but I think Nessus is about to say that we are seeing a panoramic of the sky, which is quite dark.
While we've got a break in the thing, we'll just hear from some people on YouTube. Darragh Easy says Crawley reminds him of Gower. Fed Up says ground should have mobile libraries in them to pep things up a bit, and he says, okay, I'm off to watch the F1 for an hour unless the sheer wokeness of it all gets too much. It's only the bit at the start. Dara's easy, a draw is not a good result though. Rafina alcoholic, I think it says. Where's the bear? The bear is having a break. He's probably still asleep from his he's drinking yesterday. He got quite slurry towards the end. Yahweh says 70 for 3 from 12 overs today. Yeah, I mean, England, to be fair, have gone out and given it some, haven't they, as they say?
They have, and just as we've gone off, England have gone off at 106 for 3. The lead's 202. Dan Lawrence is on 12, Ben Stokes is on 18, and we have minimum overs of 78.1 remaining, assuming the shower doesn't take any time out of the game. Sorry, Nestor, please crack on.
No, I'm up to date. I I don't. I've got sort of in my mind. I know you don't think so, Ed, but I've got in my mind that this could be an exciting finish.
So how does that work out? So what, England back to lunch? So another 10 overs.
Yeah, I think they probably want another 80 to 90 runs in that time to set 280, 290.
Right.
And they give the opposition 70 overs, 60 to 70 overs.
Well, there's 78 left, so it'd probably be 65, Jason, wouldn't it? With two for the change of innings.
To get 280, which is 4.5, which is it's not impossible if one of you gets in and starts to dominate.
But a few early wickets for England, and
then goes all defensive and shut up shop.
I fancy Cragg fancies a nice 30 not out. That's what I fancy. A Jeff Boycott style red inker.
Oh hell no! Please.
We should mention that we are live on Platinum FM 97.9. I think some friends of ours in the West Indies. We're sorry to report that the play has stopped for the day so far. England, as Jason I think said, have gone at a fair clip today, put on 70 runs for the loss of 3 wickets in an attempt, as both Nessus and Jason hope will happen, that they can force a win by declaring around about lunchtime. There are 78.1 overs left.
It's not just forcing a win, Ed. It's just having some interesting combative cricket, because there's been a lot of fairly turgid, slow-paced defensive cricket for the last 3 days.
Yeah, well, it's been disappointing, hasn't it, that the 2 series that are, we're much looking forward to, this and the Pakistan-Australia series, have been defined really by the wickets rather than the players who are playing on them.
I would say that anything in Pakistan has been a bonus. There was certainly a bonus for Babar Azam in the second test in batting out for a draw. That was a very good result from where they were in the game.
Yes.
It'll be a good result for West Indies in this game if they do get a draw, because they were a long way behind at the end of the first innings from England. There was the potential for them to come a cropper there, but a good innings by Brathwaite and a better innings by Blackwood managed to keep the Wolves at bay.
Do we have the prospect, though, Nessus and Jason, of another wicket like this in the third game? Because I really think that might leave the end of my patience. I might start watching F1, Nessus, which I hate.
Well, I think from what I understand, isn't the next venue it's a bit spicy, the pitch? Is that right?
It's Grenada, isn't it?
Yeah, and St George's.
I'm not sure. I think I heard that earlier in the week.
But from what I've been told from the reporting, the Cricket West Indies want spicier wickets. It's the grounds themselves are not providing them for financial reasons that we've talked about. So I'm sure both sides are kind of tearing their hairs out of what they've been presented with, because it doesn't suit either team, really, does it?
Oh, slow pitches suit nobody, not the batsman, not the fielding side, nor the broadcasters and administrators. So what really needs to happen is they need to invest in their pitches and relay a lot of them until they get more pace in them.
Rather cynically, Jason, I think they could have prepared faster wickets than this. They've chosen not to.
Yeah, possibly. It'd be interesting later on if we are still on, because I see that you're on with MASH later on, Ed.
Oh, I love MASH.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure MASH has been equally as frustrated by what's happening.
It'll be interesting to see what his thoughts are on it, because he is Mr. Caribbean cricket.
No, I have a huge amount of respect for MASH Nessus, and I'm sure he must be as disappointed as we are. Yeah. It's just, like Jason said, it just suits no one, really, does it? These chief executives' wickets.
A bank account somewhere is quite happy with things.
Yeah.
If I could just jump in for a short second, chaps.
Of course.
Yeah, we
do what you like.
Well,
you're in charge.
Well, God help us all in that, if that's the case. Yes, we should have MASH after tea of the Caribbean Cricket Podcast, and he'll be on with Vernon Springer, the voice of Antigua Radio, and indeed of Platin FM 97.9, as well as platinfm.ag. So it will be a real Caribbean flavoured post-tea session. I think we've asked Jacob to step in and attempt to wave an England flag between Vernon and Mash. The GPL, of course, I think you mentioned, is open, guerillacricket.com/competition. It's currently at £90, which I think is about 320 Eastern Caribbean dollars. If you want to dive in on that, guerillacricket.com/competition, you simply have to register. You can place as many bets as you like. How many runs will be scored in the day? It's only open until lunchtime. Obviously rain and shaking hands for draws and things, but use your common sense and figure that one out. If you get it on the nose, you win the pot. If you share it, or someone else gets it, then you share the pot. If not, it will just roll over to the next test and get bigger and bigger. So it's fun and easy and not too expensive. And the final parish notice before I hand back to the boys is to remind you of our partnership with windrushbay.com. windrushbay.com. If you're in the UK or indeed anywhere in the world, in fact, there are 2 fantastic hampers that are available via Windrush Bay. You simply go to windrushbay.com. You can find and search hampers. You'll find them. You'll also see information on our Twitter feed. We'll be sending that out as well. The Chairman's Reserve Rum, fantastic reserve rum from St Lucia, or the Clermont white rum from Martinique, along with Piton beers, Old Jamaica ginger, Shirley biscuits, a whole host of other beers and fruits, and plantain chips.
Plantain, isn't it not?
Plantain chips.
Quiet.
Yes, all kinds of things are there. And the key thing is for our Guerilla Cricket listeners that you can get that at a 10% discount. Either the Century hamper or the half Century hamper. You can get those if you use the code WBGC. That's for our listeners only, and you can avail yourself of either that Century hamper or the half Century hamper. We'll also have Joanne and Bradley on during the tea break, I hope, who are going to tell us a little bit more about Windrush Bay and how they set that up and some of the incredible stuff you can get there. That's enough from me. Back to you, chap.
I was just going to say, Tony, until I saw your message, what do you want to do with this rain delay now?
I think we can keep wibbling. You're doing a fine job, and then we'll change the wibble team when it's due.
When time is due.
Yes. So keep talking.
If you're wondering where we are, we're at 106 for 3, a lead of 202 runs on the final day of this second test match, which is basically a continuation of the first match. So it's basically the 10th day of one incredibly long game, which has gone nowhere. However, we can't focus on that. We can focus instead on some of the good things that have come out of this game, which is that we saw Saqib Mahmood bowl. He took his first test wicket twice. We've seen
Ben Stokes coming back with his mojo again, with a brutal 100.
Yes, off 128 balls, featuring some pretty massive hitting. We've seen one of the great exercises in mental strength from Craig Brathwaite, who batted 489 balls for his 160. And we saw Jack Leach bowl nearly 70 overs and claim impressive figures of 3 for 118. So I suppose there have been some impressive performances, if not necessarily bright spots, barring the Ben Stokes innings. But I suppose both sides will have something in the bank, Jason, to come away with for the next game.
It will. I will say as well that let's not forget Dan Lawrence's 90 odd. We can forget the way he got out, which was on the last penultimate ball of the day, which was disappointing, having hit 2 fours and the over. He got a little bit of rush of blood to the head. But before that, he had batted impeccably to get to 90, yes, and certainly deserved a ton. It was just very sad that he didn't get it.
And he was absolutely, quite rightly, Jason, furious with himself, because that was as gimme 100 as he's ever going to get. Given the position he was in, and given the wicket as it was a very disappointing end.
I also saw Johnny Bairstow smile at one point.
What I have got for you, I've got a question for you then for our listeners and for you chaps. So Jack Leach bowled 69.5 overs. That was the most overs in an innings for England in Tests since 1946. Sorry, the fourth most in Tests since 1946. So the question for you to try and guess, and for our listeners to join in as well by tweeting us, who were the other three who have bowled more since 1946 than Jack Leach?
I know one of them.
I can give you one. I think Ed probably knows it as well.
Is it Phil Tufnell?
It was Phil Tufnell
against New Zealand is it 1992?
Yeah. So Nestler's
before I was born.
It wasn't. Well, considering you weren't born, mind you, First World War 1939 to 45. Second World War rather. At least you know the dates. But yes, you're absolutely right. It was Phil Tufnell. He got 2 for 147 versus New Zealand at Wellington in 1992.
I think which was Phil Edmonds.
No. No.
I'm sure that Edmonds and Embry bowled a massive session at one point.
No, you're confused, Jason. They had a massive session. Yeah. That's what
Nestlers, has anyone ventured an answer on Twitter or YouTube?
Well, they're not that quick, but Warren says good morning all.
Morning, Warren.
Ferrong has sent a picture of what looks like the wagon from the Flintstones, saying that he's got those on offer as well as electric powered rickshaws at competitive prices, and he's expanding his business. That's rather a wonderful looking thing, that is, Ferrong. Let's have a look on YouTube. No, everyone's kind of just gone, pah.
So we went off 13 minutes ago, and we're currently on BT being treated to an interview. So it seems that it's more than the passing shower that took us off earlier on in the day, unfortunately.
Well, it does seem that way. Let's see if we can get those other ones then for you. Jason, I would have thought you would know the second highest of those bowlers.
We've had someone on chat saying Underwood.
Oh, perhaps
not Derek Underwood. No. Not a bad shout though. You'd be right to be thinking someone in the spin department by and large.
English.
These are English players, yeah.
Right.
These are English players who've bowled more than Jack Leach. There's only 3 of them since 1946 who've bowled more overs in an innings than Jack Leach did yesterday.
So Tony Gibson, they're all spinners.
I'm just checking one of them. I'm pretty sure they are all
got to be, haven't they?
Spinners. Just give me 2 seconds while I verify that fact on one of them for you, caller. No, in actual fact, no. Surprising. Oh, hang on. Have I got the right person? Yes, I have. I think it should be the right person. Yep. No, one of them was a seamer, right arm seamer.
Well, I'm wondering if, because you said Jason, is it Lever?
Which one? But I know either. Which one? They'd both be wrong.
Then no.
No is a simple answer on that one. Yeah. No.
You never answered my question about Johnny Wardle.
No, wasn't Johnny Wardle.
Al is saying Laker and Locke, but I think we've had Laker as a no from you already.
What, so. Laker? Yes, I did say no to Laker. But
Locke?
Yes. Yeah. There we are. Yes, it was Tony Locke. In 1962, he took 4 for 155, and he bowled 73 overs to achieve that. So that was a fair old stint. But
I wonder if I'd have actually watched cricket in the 60s. I mean, if it was like this, which it must have been if people are doing that. I mean, people talk about the 50s being the worst decades, but I've seen scorecards from Pakistan tests and of the like in the 70s. Was it as grinding then as it was now? With you three with your greater experience of that than me?
I'll give you just a little example. So when I first went to see a cricket match, it was at the Oval and it was England versus the West Indies. I can't remember too much, but I didn't really know anything about cricket then. My friend's father took us and I was sitting there and all I could see were these, these white English guys who didn't have really sort of any personality, it seemed, or any kind of pizzazz about them or anything like that. And I was sort of sitting there thinking, what am I doing here? And then out walked this gentleman called Vivian Richards, And as he strolled out onto the pitch, he just looked like Marvin Gaye, you know. He looked like a rock star, and he was swinging his bat, and he was just. Then he got to the crease and just started hitting the ball. I just went, wow! I didn't realise cricket could be like this, because I was just looking at these other grim sort of blokes, you know, sort of didn't appeal to me at all, doing whatever they were doing, and I was totally disinterested until he came on. So
did you say it was the Oval you went to?
I went to the Oval, yeah. I can't remember what it was.
76?
No, later than that.
I don't know.
I can't remember.
1980.
Probably 1980, something around then. And it was like just this magic moment. But it took that to get me to actually take any notice. It took a superstar who I didn't know. I didn't know who he was at the time. I had no idea, but I suddenly just witnessed this, you know, sort of gorgeous-looking bloke playing incredible. I didn't even know if he was good or what, but it just seemed like an incredible thing he was doing. And from that day onwards, I just kept watching. Every time I saw the West Indies were on TV, I just watched them.
Well, let me give you one clue about this, the missing one. Let me see. What can I tell you?
I thought we got it.
You've got two of them.
Oh, who we got? Tufnell.
You got Phil Tufnell.
Locke.
Wellington. You got Tony Locke in Dhaka in '62, and you've got one to get. I can tell you, Jason. If I had to put money on anyone, I'd put you in the right ballpark. This right arm medium pacer played for Somerset and Warwickshire, and you'd be thinking more the Tony Locke end of the equation. In fact, it was a couple of years after Tony Locke.
Tom Cartwright.
It was indeed Tom Cartwright versus Australia at Old Trafford in 1964. He got 2 for 118 in 77 overs. Now that is some stint for a medium pace bowler.
And Ed, I bet it was really fucking boring.
Yeah. And Tony, I bet you that game ended in a draw.
I would have to check that. I can come back to you on that one, but you may well be right. I'll give you another stat to chew over. England are currently on one of the longest runs with only one Test win. So currently, where are we? It is the longest run. Where are we now? We're in 2020.
20th of March we are.
Yeah, so England's longest run with only one Test win. 15 tests since February 21 to March 22.
Bloody hell, that's a damning indictment, isn't it?
1 win, 10 losses and 4 draws. When, though, do you think the longest period with only one Test win was?
I know that there was a really appalling period for England in the late 80s.
Ooh, Ed Benson.
I'm wondering if... Well, because I know there's this whole thing about England in the 90s, but that's actually more inconsistent, and they were worse in the late period of the late 80s. They just happened to win the Ashes in 86, 87. So I'm wondering if it's the period after that, Tony.
Ed Benson, you are a genius. It was indeed... It was the period January 1987 to August 1989. 25 tests with 1 win.
Oh my God.
11 defeats and 13 draws.
That's incredible. And people talk about the 90s being a appalling decade, but that is unbelievable.
The longest run. That's England's longest run with only 1 win.
They would have played West Indies in '88 and Australia in '89. I'm not sure what the winter tours were. They're probably Pakistan and...
That I'm pretty sure that was Shakil Rana, because Mike Gatting got sacked, didn't he, after that '87 tour? So they must have gone to Pakistan, I think. We're seeing, while we've mused on that, we're seeing the umpires come out and sort of poke the covers that are covering the pitch. It appears to have stopped raining from what we can see. Oh no, maybe not, because it looks like the third umpire has got their brolly up.
Well, Hombre Nuevo makes a good point. He said they've got the rollers out because that's what we need, a flatter wicket.
Yeah.
Ravinair says it's come to this. The rain wibble is more entertaining than the actual cricket. Frog wants to know who has bowled the most amount of 8-ball overs in an innings. People are getting desperate desperate for now.
Blimey,
for stats.
well, Ferron, you've got can you look that one up for us and let us know?
Messages says, today's riddle, what do Royal Challengers Bangalore have in common with P&O Ferries?
Oh, we know that one. That one we know. They are owned by the same company.
DP World.
Yes.
Yeah.
But who run the European Golf Tour as well.
Well, yeah, maybe we'll avoid that particular
They've got fingers in all pies.
Oh, Ness says, I'd love to hear your opinions on that breakaway golf tour.
Absolute shambles. look. Put it this way. Look, I understand. Look, the golf and tennis, right? The way tennis runs its world tour is brilliant. Okay, you've got major tournaments all over the world. You've got the Masters 1000 series all over the world. So tennis players play year round, and they play in every single country, whatever. And you get a lot of the top players playing in Portugal, in Italy, in America, in Australia, wherever. Yeah, it's a perfect sport world tour. Golf wants to do that, but they can't because the PGA Tour is just too set and it's too powerful and it's got all the money. But the PGA Tour works. It puts on a good show, generates hundreds of millions of dollars every year. The European Tour has always been a second fiddle to that. They have tried to beef it up with money from DP World, but this breakaway tour thing is just I don't know.
It reminds me of something.
Bloody hell! What the hell?
It just reminds me of something to do with cricket. I can't think
Yeah,
what it is. There's just a few parallels here.
It was a money grab by Greg Norman and his mates out there, and thankfully all the major players,
apart from Mickelson,
who backtracked, all of the major players just turned around and went not interested. The thing is, the problem is as well, to get a Rory McIlroy, a John Rahm, Colin Morikawa, these guys over to play something else, those guys are seriously rich already.
They really don't need it, do they, at all?
They don't need another $10 million to, whatever guarantee. They don't need it.
We've got extra rollers on the pitch. That's
good.
Excellent news.
Brilliant.
This pitch was getting dangerous.
Still got umbrellas up. Anyway, sorry, I'm just...
They should get out there with forks.
Well, we will be having a wibble change very shortly.
Yeah, you're on now, Annie.
It should be you.
I know, but I kind of...
You couldn't help yourself, could you?
I couldn't help myself.
It should be you on with Messers. If he's
and Al, I think.
And Al, Earth to Al, come and join us.
Nice to see you, Ed.
So it's very nice to see you, Annie. I'm going to pass over coverage of this catastrophic game and series to you, because if there's one thing we know about cricket, Annie, it's you love it when there's nothing happening. And with that, Ed out.
I do.
You're such a fatalist, Ed.
Ed Benson live from his parents' bedroom. Thanks very much for that. Hi, Ed. Good to see you.
Oh dear. So, goodness gracious, I should just correct something Tony said. I actually don't think DP World own Royal Challengers Bangalore.
They sponsor Royal Challengers.
They're a major sponsor of it, though. Yeah. I think it's owned by a booze group, United Booze or something like that. But I'd love to see questions asked in relation to all the things that DP World sponsor, given that they're such absolute arseholes when it comes to their practices. But then I suppose they're not alone in that. Sorry.
People getting richer and richer and richer. How much money do they actually need in the end?
Well, and to a certain extent, the practices with which they are conducting themselves have been reinforced and endorsed over at least the last 10 years or so.
Well, I would say the last 10 centuries. Fundamentally, slavery is the basis of a lot of that. What they're aiming for, a form of slavery.
Well, a reduction in overhead costs. Let's be generous.
My roots as a union official coming back.
They didn't come here to see us talk about DP World and their practices. They came to see us try to be able to extract as much out of this rain delay as we possibly can.
Well, what I would like to do is invite Annie to talk a little about the county season, when that's starting, and where her publication fits into all of that. Things we've got to get.
Yeah. Oh dear. I do you know what? I have only just started. Only just finished sending out all my orders. It's flying off the shelf. My magazine.
I'll tell you what, it's a great read, Annie.
Thank you.
It's awesome.
How many subscribers do you have now, Annie?
I have over 700 now, which
excellent.
It's excellent, except that I handwrite every envelope.
She does. It is the most wonderful personal touch. I look forward to getting it every quarter. So there's an interview in here with Angus Fraser.
Yeah, which I enjoyed greatly. Actually, he was good. He even smiled a few times.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
I'm not so surprised, Annie. What you should be saying is, of course.
Of course, he smiled a few
behold
times.
the skills.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Yeah.
So when does it all kick off?
What, the county season? Well, they've got some friendlies next week, I think.
Yeah.
Obviously, and they're all open and free for everyone. I think I'm just having a look at my little fixture here. The Somerset first game is away to Hampshire on Thursday, April the 7th.
No.
And my first game will be April the 14th. Somerset v Essex.
No, the Easter game.
So I'm quite looking forward to that.
Where on a sliding scale of optimism to pessimism do you kind of see yourself as a Somerset season ticket holder?
What do you mean? In what way?
When you walk at the beginning of every season, is it like this year's our year?
Yeah, definitely every season.
All encompassing, all triumphant.
Yeah, but I think maybe I should try going the other way, because actually it might have a different outcome. Probably.
So, sick and tired of being disappointed by your team.
Yeah, I'll just go, we're bound to lose, and then maybe we'll win. So you know.
And so, how does Somerset look like they're setting themselves up for this year? I mean, I know you kind of the way that a county would look to set up their squad kind of fits itself into.
Yeah, I mean
doesn't it?
We've got Tom Abel back as captain. We've got a couple of juicy-looking Australian overseas. And you're going to ask me for their names? And
No. Juicy Australians is good enough for this time of the day.
Juicy Australians. Siddle, that's one of them. You see, I'm really interested to meet Siddle. I think he's quite a character, and I think he'll be. Craig will probably be wandering around carrying drinks for England, so we'll probably need him. Siddle at Somerset.
I think that sort of player at sort of the end of their career, I think is a really interesting influence on kind of because there's quite an injection of youth into the Somerset team.
Yeah, loads of youth. I mean, it's across the board really. There's a lot of youth going through all the counties at the moment, because a lot of them are bringing up their own talent, aren't they? And the pathways are really working hard at the moment. So I don't know. It's really hard. I think Hildreth's probably on his last year, I should imagine, at Somerset. Again, it's what happened. We did really well before the 100, and then after the 100, we had a really poor spell. And who knows if that's going to have a derogatory effect on Somerset again. I mean, I'm not trying to say poor Somerset, because everybody had to lose players, and not everybody. Most teams had to lose players, but it really did have a damaging effect on Somerset. So it's hard to gauge, because before the 100 I would have thought, we've really got a chance here, and then the end of the season was rubbish.
So, just for anybody who's interested, I've tweeted from Guerrilla Cricket a link to the County Cricket Matters website.
Oh, thank you.
Where you can order County Cricket Matters at the ridiculously low price of £2.50.
I know. It's just it's a fun thing to do, and I know it's cheap, and it's not making any money or anything.
Hey, Annie, let's not undersell it.
Oh no, sorry.
It is an absolutely. If you are in any way interested about, the ebbs and flows of county cricket, how county cricket works, even when even in the off season, the fascinating characters that are involved, whether you've been following the game for years, whether you're new into this game, it is quite simply indispensable reading.
I'm going to hire you, Al.
And I won't have a bad word said against it. I have been thoroughly smarter every edition that's dropped through my letterbox.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you so much. I mean, I love doing it. I have to say, it's a lot of work though. But everybody who writes for me and sends me stuff, I'm so grateful to them. And I'm getting so many people writing now saying, "Oh, I want to write something," or "I want to write something." So. It's lovely, and I've had some brilliant writers in there and some really new. I really enjoyed Katie's piece in the last one. Really nice, nice sort of heartwarming stories that she has. It's lovely.
Yeah, if there's a in amongst the machinery of all the sport, there are so many. The human element of sport is always the thing that kind of carries a sport through, and it's carried county cricket through for all of this time.
Yeah.
And it's something that newer competitions can't fabricate to try and replicate.
No, absolutely. I mean, I really, really cannot exaggerate how many messages I get from people saying, "Thanks so much for what you're doing. It's so important to us. It's, keep going, keep fighting. All these things all the time." It's lovely to get, really, really, sometimes I think, oh, why am I doing this? And then I get these messages, and it's lovely, absolutely lovely. And next week, in fact, on Wednesday next week, I'm speaking at the Cricket Society at Sussex for the first time ever. I'm doing a speech for them.
Oh, any glimpses as to a title?
They just wanted me to talk for 45 minutes on my life in cricket. Guerrilla Cricket will be involved.
Well, just play the interview I did with you, Annie. That'll do.
Yes, I know, it pretty much is that.
Here's some cross-channel advertising. Those of you who are our patrons would have already had the opportunity to hear of Annie's life in cricket, because one of the interviews available to patrons only is with Annie. But for as little as $2 a month, but hopefully more, you can become a patron and get access not only to that interview, but to interviews with at least a dozen gorillas so far, with more to come. Al, have I put you up there yet? I can't remember.
I believe we've gone live.
Yes.
Our conversation, which often replicated, never duplicated, wasn't it?
I think we're about to go live again. The cricket's about to start.
Oh goodness!
There are live cricketers.
Yeah, real cricket.
Real cricket. So apparently,
until 12:45.
So we've lost 2 overs. So there's 78 overs remain today, and a ball, if you're interested. And the morning session will now go to 12:45 local time, which I am assuming, for me living inside the UK, means that it's going to be another hour of play, Tone. So we might need another terrifically talented trio to kind of step in at 1:15. I can see Tony's typing away.
Thinking about it. So
thinking, no, not more. So what time are we going on to?
Oh, I think if we go on till, I think if we do half an hour, if it's going to be another hour, if we take half of that, and then Tony can sort out what's happening after that.
Whippings and ringings.
Right, let me just bring you up to date with where we are, and then in a ball's time, I'm going to get Jez to bring us up to date with where he is. Which one of you's on social?
I am.
And he's looking like, I just wouldn't read him if I was.
I know I have that reputation.
And like most reputations, well founded. England are 106 for 3. 1 ball left in the 27th over. They lead by 202. And it is going to be bowled by Joseph, and Lawrence pushes it out to cover. He will take a single and he'll retain the strike, and that is the end of a really long over by Alzari Joseph.
It certainly was.
So, Jez.
So Mayank says that Old Trafford test in 1964 must have been comatose style boring. Cartwright bowled 77 overs, Titmus 44, John Price 45, Mortimer 49, with the Aussies at 656 for 8 and declared after 255 overs. I remember that test match.
And was it comatose boring?
It was. Bobby Simpson made 311. Ken Barrington made 240 odd. Ted Dexter made 187, something like that. And it was unbelievably turgid.
So according to
because I was 13, I watched it. I watched anything I could get to watch.
It's going to be Kemar Roach who's going to bowl the next over. I got an even more boring test match for you that I'll talk about in just in between balls in just a couple of balls time, as Lawrence walks right across his stumps and hits that to deep backward point, or deep backward square, sorry, and we'll move to 14. There was a test match, Annie and Jez, in 1957 between England and the West Indies at Edgbaston, and in the second innings of that match, in the second England innings, where England scored 583 for 4 off 258 overs.
Oh God!
Right, you'll be with me. Yeah. Sonny Ramadan.
Yeah.
As Roach is in, and that is wide outside the off stump and driven down the ground. I'm assuming there's a long off. There is, and there'll just be a single. Sonny Ramadan had figures just in the second innings, having bowled 30 overs in the first innings of 98 overs, 35 maidens, 2 for 179.
Oh,
that sounds brilliant.
I mean, it just.
You should have taken Ed to watch that one.
Yeah, I should have, but Ed would have enjoyed that.
Full toss on Lawrence's leg stump, which he hits to a wideish long on. Brooks will do the fielding. 3 singles so far. It looks like it's going to be fairly improvised cricket, Jez, doesn't it?
It does, but I don't mind if we can get something out of it.
Shot a ball.
So here's something else for you. Between October 61 and March 84, England played 11 successive draws in Pakistan, including 3 of the 5 all-drawn series Pakistan hosted in that time.
There you go. Wide ball by Roach, missed by Stokes, and he'll stay on 19.
Are we having stories of the worst test matches ever? Is this
tweet that in. What's the worst test match you've ever been to? What's the worst day's cricket you've ever been to? And I'm not talking about I went and it was rained off or anything like that. What was the worst day's play that you
easy. Jeff Poycott, 63 and a whole day at the Wacker.
And again wide and out. Stokes has flushed a wide one by Roach, and he has absolutely laced it, but laced it straight to cover. And Stokes has to go for 19.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? No!
I get the impression that that's the inner workings of Tony's voice for every ball.
Not inner workings, it's outer workings.
Well, that was just an outer expression of Tony's inner monologue, as Ben Stokes has to go. A thrash, a dash, a cut and a thrust, but only 19 off 18 balls as he departs.
It's a shame because he was looking pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely hit the pants off it. He just, and there's only one fielder within a country mile of where it's gone. But
not a country mile again. You say this all the time, and I still can't work out what a country mile is.
It's the same as a normal mile.
Well, why is it country mile then?
Because it's wide open space. There'd be buildings in the way if it was an urban mile. Come on, I mean.
But it'd still be a mile.
Yeah.
A country mile is flexible. So how far is that? Oh, that's about a mile.
Give or take.
Yeah.
It's Y to the J to the B who's going to be coming in next. Shall we jingle him up?
Johnny Best is smarter than the average Besto. Johnny Best has been this good since daycare, so all put on your wigs and let the crimson hair flow. I want the Pope to give him his own large prayer. Oh, he can hit the sixes, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman.
Roach is in and pushed to mid-wicket for that first delivery and no run. End of the over. 28 overs in the books, 110 for 4. Bit of a delicate period for England. But
indeed.
Before we get to that,
Farong's been doing some research for us. He says the most of 8 ball overs bowled in an innings was Athol Matthew Birchall Rowan of South Africa versus England at Port Elizabeth in 1949, when he bowled almost unchanged for figures of 60 overs, 9 maidens, 5 for 166. Jim Higgs also bowled 59.6 overs against England at the SCG in 1979, missed by 3 balls to set a new record. I don't even remember that one, to be honest.
No, it's beautiful.
Josie Oak says, is there a third deciding test? That'll be exciting. And he also says the collapse is on.
Well, there is a problem as Joseph comes in, and that's wide outside the off stump, and Lawrence cuts the ball away. Fielder on the boundary sponge thinks that Brooks who will do the fielding. If they keep on losing wickets like this, then they're 206 ahead at the moment, but you don't necessarily
set up nicely for Windy's win. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, if you're not careful, you won't put enough runs on the board, and you'll give them too much time.
Maybe.
I think they've pretty much got enough runs on the board. It's not easy to score. I mean, she says as watching them hit sixes, but they're getting out.
Well, that's just it. Nelson for 4, as that is a Yorker length delivery, well dug out by Bairstow. Goes to point, and there's no run.
See, I think this is one of those occasions when getting out might be better than waiting to declare. Because so often captains get too cautious and lose the opportunity to get the other side out.
Yeah, there have been 71 runs so far for the loss of 4 wicket.
I can tell what kind of captain you would be, Messi.
Constantly doing this on I've got reservations for 6. Come on, let's go. As that's pushed by Lawrence into the offside field. Sorry, by Bairstow to the offside field. There'll just be a single.
I'd be the sort of captain who would regard the most important event of the day as afternoon tea.
Oh, well, you're my kind of captain then. Definitely my kind of captain.
Call these scones. Bang.
Cream on first.
Not that again.
Sorry.
Yeah, jam first. Otherwise, the cream's got nothing to hold on to.
Exactly.
As the ball is pushed by Lawrence to long on, and Holder will do the fielding. And the score is 113 for 4.
Fruit scones or plain scones?
Don't mind.
You don't mind?
I don't really have a preference.
Did you say fruit scones?
Yeah.
Oh, fruit scones are an aberration.
You see, Messi's a bit more fussy.
Yeah.
Al's like, I'll have whatever.
Yeah, don't know. Did I have to cook it or buy it? No. Right, fine. Over the crease, and a swing and a miss by Bairstow. De Silva does good work behind the stumps. He of the Woodstock bat. Is it true, Tony, that Jono's coming in for the 3rd test to be able to talk to us about his Caribbean adventures? I'm getting a thumbs up.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah. If you want to hear people be jealous of someone in the Caribbean, then stay tuned for the 3rd test.
Well, he said he couldn't wait to get back to England because he's been pissed off watching the cricket being so boring.
My heart bleeds for him.
He said that Blackwood and Brathwaite batted time really well.
Pushed to third man for the last ball of the over. Bairstow will retain the strike. He's on 2. Lawrence on 17. The lead is 2-10. Cheers.
On YouTube, Chad Wright says, let them keep losing wickets. Giving Windies a sniff at victory could actually make that fun. I'd much rather see a fun match than just see them defending a bland draw. Josh Cooper says, we're not going to bowl them out, so all we can realistically do is injure Stokes. And De Castro said, didn't know rain forecast, expected to get here now. Near 300 lead and fun ahead. Yahweh says 250 from 65 will be fun.
Always fun. We'll make cricket interesting. That should be what Guerrilla Cricket's tagline should be. Cricket is fun with gorillas. Roach in short, pulled away by Bairstow down to a wide long leg.
Why don't we say Guerrilla Cricket? We make cricket interesting.
Ah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, come on.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
Yeah. Unless he's not sure about that, or he's asleep.
Either Jez is unwell or he's not sure. I'm not sure.
I've got. So hang on a second.
That was it.
You made him think now. Ooh. Lawrence backs away to leg and Roach follows him with a angry Yorker. If that had been anywhere near the stumps, then Lawrence would have been absolutely 100% stuffed. Always worries me, Annie. You know, when it's just like you watch, it's like they back away, and it's like the bowler just forgets that there's stumps to aim at. Always troubles me.
Yes.
Not that I could hit the stumps when I was bowling anyway. As Roach is in again, slower ball. Oh, I think probably bumped into the ground. If it wasn't, that was a horribly easy drop to catch by Roach. The ultimate end of it all.
Yeah, no, I think it was a bump ball.
Yeah. Right. All you're doing is covering your own head, and now I can't see you, Jeff.
Oh bugger! I'm going to show you my T-shirt, which has the perfect tagline. It says "Guerrilla Cricket because you like your cricket swearing."
Indeed, indeed, do. Lawrence comes down the track, turns this Yorker length delivery into a full toss, but plays it too long off. There did look like there was going to be trouble if Seals' throw was accurate. It was not, and therefore an easy 2 to Lawrence.
I wonder if Tony Bishop knows that the YouTube feed shows his stomach but not his face and a couple of empty chairs next to him.
I think Tony knows now. Roach in, short of a length. Lawrence can't turn the ball away to leg, and I'm guessing that will be a dot ball, as the coverage from our Caribbean feed is not really showing where the ball's going, but I'm going to guess dot ball there.
No, they're just looking at his footwork, aren't they, really?
Yeah.
Actually, what makes the YouTube feed particularly interesting is it's Tony's body with Annie's head on top of it.
Is it? Oh my! We're merging, Tony.
That's interesting. Yorker length delivery again on leg stump and played to mid wicket by Lawrence on the last ball of this over. He's on 20 and the lead is 2-1-4. Jez.
Yes. Farong says Stokes departs, England are doomed. They've stolen that one from Josie. Madan Mohan Sharma says in 1956, first test between Pakistan and Australia, on day one, Australia scored 80 runs and Pakistan scored 13 for 1. I think this is the most boring day of Test cricket. That sounds like pretty good. Although, if there were
any rain delays there,
if there were 11 wickets lost, it wasn't completely boring. Ombre Nuovo says maybe a result tempting enough for Windies to come out swinging and England to clinch it. Also, I would like to hear Annie say my Twitter handle.
I'm not saying it. I can't do it. You know I can't.
Oh dear.
Modesty at the last minute as Lawrence goes back in his crease and tries to smash the ball out of the ground, but it only dribbles down to long on. And
I've got a match, a really boring match, but it's not a test match. But it was one from my team where we had a player who opened the batting. It was a timed game, so it was about 2.5 hours, and he was still batting at the end, and he scored 11.
Wow. Wide of the crease from Joseph, jabbed down to third man, but there is a third man for Bairstow, and so Bairstow will take a single, and he's on 4. 120 for 4.
Well, I've got to say, Annie, my very, very first competitive match I ever played, the opening batsman carried his bat through the innings and made 5 in total. Oh,
so he could have batted with this guy.
Carnage behind him, obviously.
Yeah, we were all out for 11.
Yorker length delivery from Joseph. There seems to be the tactic du jour from the West Indies. Full length deliveries, maybe trying to take the pitch out of play. Only blocked to cover. Certainly trying to minimise the damage that can be done by these England batsmen in the lead up to lunch.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, what do you think to Lawrence?
I think that you can see that there's an awful lot of potential, as that is a shin-high full toss, which is only.
I knew the word would be either promise or potential.
Yeah. It was played out to deep cover, and there's a single. I think the thing is about. There seems to be, at certain points in time, that you should dance with the person you brought, which is that he's been good enough to put into a test team with a certain technique, and he should be allowed to go encumbered with that, as that's an inside edge by Bairstow to an ugly looking hoik, and that's a 4 that goes down to a very fine long leg.
I like that, dance with the person you brought. I've never heard that as an expression.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I think you can let tactics get in the way. I think you can get in your own head with regards to technique, because I think that's what's happened with Sibley. I think that someone has tried to change Sibley in the crucible of Test cricket, and I don't think
England are notorious for that, aren't they? Really?
I think if you leave him to his own devices,
he can look ugly by himself.
Yeah, exactly. As Bairstow cuts this behind square in the offside and takes a single. I think the problem that they'll have, and I'll just take 10 seconds and then Jez can read some more tweets. Both he and Root want to bat at 4 and no one wants to bat at 3, and that becomes the real problem.
But Root's done well at 3. Right.
Yeah.
Jez.
Yes. Well, I was going to say, looking ugly by himself is his forte, after all. Madan Mohan Sharma says England should declare when they achieve 260 lead. It will be a sporting declaration. If West Indies tries for a win, then the chase will be exciting. It will be lovely.
Well, this is what you wanted, Messi, wasn't it? Right from the start. And I said, no, they won't do that. But I don't know. It's on the cards.
I'm not sure where Woke's bats, but he hasn't got any pads on. I think we've got a change in bowling. Tony,
Jason.
Tony, get your jingling finger ready. It's Jason Holder.
Lots of conversation on YouTube. I'll leave you chatting amongst yourselves.
Jason
Holder in and tucked away behind square on the onside by Bairstow. Kemar Roach will do the fielding. Is there a decent conversation, Jez?
Well, it's quite a lengthy one. I think it's a bit hard to sort of pick up mid-thread.
Oh, we'll get you to. I'll give you till the end of the over to create a summary.
A PowerPoint presentation, please, by the end of the
end. Yeah, or interpretive dance, your choice. Your choice.
Bring back Sir Alistair.
Oh, gee Christ. Hold the bowls towards leg stump Lawrence down the track, but can only find Bonner there at long on.
Sir Alistair sent Lawrence in his place, didn't he? So.
Well, you know, it's
sort of.
We've got to be. you know, Alistair Cook's not going to come through that door. You know, I mean, unless of course you're going to make him, you know, the next sort of like director of England cricket. But you know,
I think he's following a
commentator's path.
Yeah, which I'm not sure about.
Well,
I have to say.
We'll see how we go as Bairstow just tries to tuck that off his hip, but it will only dribble to mid-wicket and there'll be no run. 128 for 4 is England's second innings, leading now by a total of 224. So, yeah, there's been enough excitement. I feel sorry for the Bear. He's had to deal with the first 4 days, and there's been more excitement this morning.
That always happens, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't know what the opposite of the Midas touch would be called, but Bear has it when it comes to cricket games sometimes. Slower ball, maybe that hits Bairstow on the pad, but it'd be outside leg stump. Holder does some fielding and there'll be no run. Just 2 balls left of this over.
Sorry, I had to get up. My Mac was about to go to sleep.
That's alright.
And I was telling it that the cricket was more exciting than yesterday.
Yeah, and it's right. Now I'll be the judge of that.
Oh, I can't.
Oh dear. Stephen Kelk says afternoon on YouTube.
Good morning to him as Bairstow takes this Yorker and just chunks it out into the offside field, and they'll go through for a single.
Chunk.
Chunk. Yeah.
Is that chunk or chonk?
Well, I mean, either or. I was hoping for a U in there, so chunk.
It's your northern roots, isn't it?
You know, accent. You know.
Yeah.
Accent can do an awful lot.
Change over at the end of the next over. At
the end of the next over, they've had enough of us. We've been sacked. Full toss just outside off stump. Well played. Cut by Lawrence, and Joseph can't make up the room, and that's gone for one of these. It went for a 4.
Okay, Dan De Castro pointed out, and that there was another thriller in the Women's World Cup today, or yesterday, depending on where you are.
Oh, yeah.
So many in this edition. That was a fantastic game. For those who aren't aware, England beat New Zealand by 1 wicket. And it was,
New Zealand were unlucky with Sophie Devine being injured as well.
Yeah.
Last orders at the last chance saloon for England, wasn't it? It was.
But it was for New Zealand as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we're now down to space where Australia and South Africa will almost certainly qualify, and West Indies, India, and England are battling for the last 2 places in the semi-final.
Joseph has put that ball as an absolute half volley, and Bairstow has picked it up over deep square leg, and that's gone for 6 runs.
Much better. By the way, we've been extended after your complaint. We've got another 8 minutes to go.
Give the people what they want, Jez. Give the people what they want.
That's what it is. Yes.
Give the people what they want, whether they've asked for it or not.
Yeah, the union is strong in Gorilla, isn't it?
Could you imagine? Dark run for all.
Oh wow!
Is shipped over the bowler's head, and with the nonchalance,
belligerent Bairstow.
6.
Ooh, I bet you can't find the 6 jingle, Tony.
No, he's too busy.
Sorry,
he's desperately trying
to
work out the rotor. All this cricket getting in the way of the bureaucracy, Tone. Honest.
Yeah, poor Tony.
That 6 is on fire.
Good one.
Bairstow now on 23. The lead's up to 241, and he does look better when he doesn't look to try and hit the ball too hard, as that is cut away. He absolutely tries to knock the pants off that ball. One hand comes off the bat, ugly looking shot. Village cricketers will go, I wouldn't play that. The ultimate aim of it all is that it goes to deep cover and there's a single. Do you know what I mean, though? It's just like those shots were nice and reserved. There's plenty of timing. There's quick wrists through the ball, and then just some sort of ugly-looking shot where he tries to get all four of his limbs to go in different directions.
It was a bit of a hoik, that one, really, wasn't it?
Bit disappointing. Right, let's see what Lawrence can do. Joseph in.
Oh,
Slower ball outside the off stump, and Lawrence waits for it and just hits it slightly to the left-hand side of Brathwaite. And by the time that he's made the distance, there's a single taken. Nice comeback though from Joseph, 127 kph. But the damage...
yeah. Well, I was just going to say, there's 35 minutes to lunch.
Yeah.
Current rate they're scoring, I think they can get 50 runs in that.
Oh, yeah.
Leaves them 293 runs ahead, say 300.
Yeah.
With probably 60-something overs after lunch.
Seems good.
Yeah.
I think they'll go for it.
Back of a length, wide outside the off stump. Bairstow will not be tempted. And a really disappointing look from the umpire. Just like, that was not a good ball.
No, but it would have been a one-day wide.
Oh, absolutely.
Have you done umpiring, Al?
No, my eyes are too bad. And my
Is that
patience
your
is too
excuse?
thin. Yeah.
How about you, Messi?
A very, very, very long time ago. Mostly as a member of the batting team, you know.
Yeah.
Crashed away to deep backward point by Bairstow. 1 run, he's on 25, Lawrence is on 28, 244 is your lead. Should we have one more over and then change? Yep. So Jez.
Well, we're up to date on Twitter, on YouTube. Treat tests like ODI. Get your best in first. Yeah, well, that's good thinking. Yep. Good batting here, says Dan De Castro. Moving along, anything above 250 will do. Well, they're just about there now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's definitely conversations going, isn't it? Roots looking chatty.
I reckon he's going, I don't want an egg sandwich for them.
Do you reckon?
Yeah. I think that's
Did you see what was for lunch he's going? He's looking really concerned.
Yeah, he looked angry. Hold it in. Back of a length and falls Bairstow maybe with a lack of pace.
They really don't do egg sandwiches for lunch in Barbados.
They really don't.
By the way. No, they really don't. There's a
people
lot of rice and chicken.
A lot of rice and chicken.
Do people sponsor lunches? You know, this lunch brought to you by Woodstock Cricket Equipment or whatever it is.
Should do, shouldn't they?
We should sponsor our own lunch. Annie, when you were out there, how did you find was the cuisine different between islands? There's a holder is in. Again, slower ball, and Bairstow has to wait what seems like an eternity to turn the ball to long leg, and he'll take a single.
I was only at one island, so it's hard to tell, really.
Yeah.
I can't really answer that.
Was it to your liking?
I like the seafood and some of the chicken, yeah, but it was a lot of meat.
It's interesting that people have been saying the same in Pakistan on the Australian tour. There, everything is meat.
Yeah, I'm not really a meat eater, so you know.
Yeah.
But the seafood was good.
I get you. Back of a length, turned off the hip to long leg. Kemar Roach will again fire the ball in. He's got a laser-like cannon arm as Roach. 2 singles, that's the 150 up for England in the second innings.
Just Gothic!
Yeah. They're all looking at Collingwood on a computer like they're waiting for Collingwood to finish his term on a game, and then they're all on.
I think they're trying to work out the Wordle, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that in 4 goes this morning. Easy.
Yeah, oh, well done. I've never done one.
Oh, you've never lived. Slower ball down the leg side. Bairstow decides to employ no foot movement whatsoever, and therefore misses the ball, and it dribbles through to Katat.
I don't have time for Wordle, I'm afraid. If I started doing things like that,
oh, there's all
get the
sorts.
magazine out.
There's Wordle, WORLD.
Wordle.
Hurdle, Heard, which is music introduction.
We're such bloody trends followers.
Yes, we have no good ideas.
Really are.
Bairstow can't push that ball far enough into the offside field, and the 5th ball of this over is a dot ball. If England have gone batting like a one-day side in the last 20 minutes or so, then Holder has started bowling like he is a one-day bowler. Good variation and line has been confusing both Lawrence and Bairstow. Just 1 ball left of this over and 1 ball left of this particular spell. Lovely to see you guys, as always.
To see you guys
absolutely.
Too.
And I will catch up with you in the second sessions and bits.
Well, I'll catch up with you in the next test match.
Oh, indeed. In which case,
Al, just sit tight. You may need to stay on. I'll let you know in a second.
Turn to long leg by Bairstow. There's a sharply taken 2, and the next voice you'll hear will be the dulcet tones, the velvety tones of Tony Bishop.
Well, I don't know about velvety. Velvet Underground, maybe. Velvet Undergroundy. Oh, Nestlers has appeared. Well, I was rather hoping that we'd have Vernon.
I'm on.
Well, I know. I was rather hoping we would have Vernon Springer with us. He hasn't sprung as yet. So
Vernon Springless.
So Annie, do you actually? Yeah, Annie. If the 3 of us go through till lunch, and then Annie, you're a lunch guest anyway, aren't you? So you'll.
Yeah, I'm doing a long sesh.
You are having a marathon session. Which
good afternoon to everybody.
Vernon,
hey,
you're here. Okay, so Annie, you can take
you
can take a break till lunchtime. Nestlers, you can stay. Annie, rejoin us at lunchtime. And
Goodbye.
And we will wait while Seals is going to be over the wicket and is absolutely thumped back over his head by Dan Lawrence for another one of these.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
Pedal to the metal time now, Vernon. Oh, that was a beautiful ball, full ball dug out by Lawrence. He'll get a single though as he pushes to long off. Sorry, Vernon.
I think the bowlers have to understand that England now are on a hunt for runs.
Yeah.
So, as you rightly said over before, they've now turned this into a one-day situation, and you realize Holder is very in his place. So if you're going to be bowling that quick, there has to be a little bit variations, and in terms of the length, then we're going to bowl a lot more wider. If we're going to bowl in the slot, both Lawrence and Bairstow are going to have a go.
Well, we'll wait for Jaden Nigel Tristan Seals, whose right arm over. Bairstow hauls this away towards deep mid-wicket. Doesn't really get enough on it. It was quite a full ball, and will just be able to amble an easy single, but that's still 8 off this Seals over so far. England, Vernon, this morning made a bit of a habit of clunking enormous shots and then getting out the next ball. I think that accounted for 3 of them, didn't it?
Not only that, the game plan seems to. I think on this wicket you have to get in first. You can't just come in and just decide that you're going to be blasting.
That's right. Seals. That's a full toss, and Lawrence sort of angles the bat, gets it down towards deep point, and will actually only get a single. I think he might feel that he's missed out there, because I don't really think he got hold of that in the way he would have wanted to off a full bunger. But it'll bring Johnny Bairstow back onto strike, who is motoring on 29 off his 24, and looking in distinctly aggressive order. He's going to face Jaden Seals. That's full again, launched by Bairstow. Has he got enough on it? He hasn't. He's holed out to long off. He's checking that Kemar Roach, who was diving forward, got that. I think Roach was comfortably under that. Yes, indeed. Bairstow, well, he's taking his time, Vernon, but that looked straight in the breadbasket to me.
Well, I think Kemar Roach claimed it. And it was a confident catch either. I don't think anything certain about it.
In he comes. Yeah, he got that. Yeah, absolutely.
We could have seen that even if you were a blind man.
Well, let's hope Joel Wilson did. As
let's hope that he did it.
Let me see. It is a wicket, isn't it? Goodness me.
It's
all go. Here it is. Let's do this one.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Well, I'm not sure he was a silly little boy, to be honest, because I think he was getting on with it, Johnny B, and that's very much operating to brief. So, in common with many of his bowling colleagues this morning, Jayden Seales has got himself a wicket, having been thumped hither and thither, but as they search for runs, England have found ways to hole out. I don't know they'll be too upset. The lead is 257. There's this extra half hour that we are enjoying now, and it will bring the new man to the crease for England, who is possibly the most perfect teeth on a cricketer that you'll see anywhere in the world. It's this man.
He's better than just Butler, and his name's Ben Folks. Oh, he can keep wicket at least 9 times as well. Ben Folks, you're the best.
The more we see that, Vernon, the more an excellent catch it looks. from
certainly was, and I think Johnny Bairstow losing his shape there, trying to slaughter, really. And if he played a proper cricket shot, I mean, he might have, a bunga there. Lost his shape.
Seales full. Lawrence pushes to long on. Will take a single. So at the end of that over was a successful one for Seales. 10 runs from it though. England lead has extended to 258. They're 162 for 5. Lawrence is still there and he's showing all kinds of aggressive intent. Folks is the new man at the crease. Nestlers.
Armchair Cricket Podcast says declaration batting from England. That's refreshing to see. Get to 300 lead and have Windies bat for 62 overs. Maybe stop at 275. These are all questions we're pondering now. When's the declaration going to come?
The lead is 257. They're certainly got to be thinking about either making sure if you get up to 275 with 60 overs to go, it's gettable. I don't think the West Indies would chase that down, but you just never know. Somebody might be in the West Indies team might decide to take a risk for their Ben Stokes innings. I don't know who that player will be.
Well, Vernon, I'm going to put you on the spot then.
They're making sure that they save themselves by getting past 275, close to 300.
So you want a lead of close to 300. If you're Joe Root, you think that will just push it beyond. Jason Holder is going to be in. That's full and turned off his toes nicely by Lawrence. Just trickles towards Craig Brathwaite, who is patrolling mid-wicket. Lawrence will get a single. One more to that lead. One more to the England total, 163 for 5.
But if it's too much, they'll just shut up, won't they?
Yeah, the thing about it, Nigel and Nessel, is that they feel that each will be their trick bowler based on how the wicket is playing. It will sort of kind of put some pressure on the West Indies. The West Indies will have to back the way they batted in the first test, because Leach automatically is going to at least bowl 30 overs out of the 62 overs, or how many overs they have the remaining day's play. So we know that is what is going to happen.
Well, I've been looking forward to hearing you chat at lunchtime, and hopefully you might talk about Leach a little bit as this is dropped down onto his toes by Ben Folks to face his first ball. It's Tony, by the way. I'm the tall, good-looking one. Nigel's got a day off.
Oh, Nigel's got a day off today.
Nigel's got a day off today.
He deserves that.
Well, that said, to be fair, I've been on the phone to him every 5 minutes as various things have exploded and gone wrong in the studio. But
means that he's still working.
Well, he's watching his lad play football. But he did have me in his ear for a bit of that. As this one is again nicely tickled off his legs, very sweetly by Folks. But it'll go down to Shamar Brooks, who is down there at long on.
He did tap into the Windrush Bay hamper yesterday. Big
yes,
star, didn't he?
I'm afraid I think it was the chairman's special reserve was getting more than a little piece of a caning, to be honest. There is a deep conversation up on that England balcony. Joe Root, Paul Collingwood, and someone who I can't identify.
Is he wearing a girdle?
he might just be wearing his tracksuit or a top tied up round his waist. Jason Holder, Barbadian of course, is in, and Lawrence just angles the bat, steers to long off. They stroll another easy single. Important, Vernon, I think it's not all about the big hits. Keep taking the ones and twos, because every run is vital, right?
Yeah, and it's interesting. First 4 days, a lot of folks were complaining. They wanted to see bang, 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 but now we're seeing a different approach from England, trying to see if they can muster when in fact England is desperately trying to win a test match.
They are indeed.
See the conversations taking place behind the scenes.
As this one is turned off his legs again by folks towards square leg, they take a single. Well, now do you know what, Vernon? I've heard you and David, and I'm very much with you both. I'm defending this. It hasn't been a great wicket, and neither was Antigua. It has had its moments of stodginess, but we are here on day 5, and as you've rightly said, not only are we on day 5, England have got some space to try and free their arms, get a lead and something to bowl at. It may of course fizzle. However, we're in a position where all results as we stand are possible, as this one is full, and Jason Holder goes galloping off after towards mid-off. He didn't need to. That's how keen Jason Holder is, because there was a man at mid-off. But Holder said, no, I'm going to chase after that.
Tony, let's talk even about in England. We're in England, play in England. What sort of tracks England prepare? They prepare tracks their conditions, right? Am I right?
Well, yes, yeah, absolutely. The ball will likely swing and seam more. It'll certainly swing and seam more probably early in the morning. Midsummer, then you will get harder tracks that possibly start to turn. But I'd back tests to last a full 5 days probably more frequently in the Caribbean than I would necessarily in England.
The reason why I asked you that, Tony, was
we'll just wait for Seals, who's in, and he's lofted 1, 2, 3, 4 bounces, but 2 Kemar Roach, who earlier took that excellent catch. And I think on this occasion Dan Lawrence decided that taking the run was not what he wanted, so he stays on 41. Vernon, you were at mid-thought.
The reason why I asked you this is that I don't know how you feel about dropping pitches, because you realise now Australia gone a new course and
absolutely
invented the dropping pitches, and so is Pakistan. Pakistan is saying, well, listen, we're going to invest also in dropping pitches.
Seals wide of off stump. Lawrence slips actually. Possibly a little skittish, a little over keen. Lawrence, he wasn't quite sure what he wanted to do there. That looked to me like a ball to stand tall and angle the bat and drive away towards point or towards cover, but he seemed to be stuck in several minds and didn't really achieve that. But he has survived. It's 167 for 5, 263 that England lead. Seals successful in his last over. That's an extraordinary shot from Lawrence, and he's holed out to Alzari Joseph. I think the cameraman had no idea what had happened, consequently I'm not entirely sure. He's holed out to Alzari Joseph, who has said thank you very much indeed. Down at long off, Lawrence's highly entertaining innings of 41 has come to a close. He stood on his right foot, he lifted his left leg, he hauled the ball high, but straight into those hands of Alzari Joseph, who said thank you very much indeed. The 6th wicket has gone down for England.
And the first time Tony, I told you that I had a look at Lawrence and was at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the warm-up game.
Another one bites the dust.
It's alright, you carry on, Vernon.
I was saying, I like the look of Dan Lawrence. The first time I saw him at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the warm-up game, CWI President's 11 against England. Really like the assurances of him. So far in the series, 20, 37, 91, 41.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of just getting your first. He missed out on getting his first Test 100 there in and I think that is something that will be playing on his mind, knowing very well in the first innings that he could have got his first Test 100. But I think if he whenever he gets to that landmark, I think he's going to be an investment that England should keep working on. I don't know how Nessel feel about that.
Yeah, no, I think he's shown, I think, on this tour, I mean, the potential that's there. Yeah, I think, like you say, keep him in the side, keep working on him. And his bowling's been reasonably good as well, I think.
Well, he should have bowled more overs in the first innings, though.
Yeah.
Well, we've had both. We've had Ben Stokes, and we now have the Wokes Folks axis, as it's this man who has come to the crease.
Wokes was fit, got out of bed, went and had himself.
But it's Ben Folks who gets a streaky inside edge. He was looking out towards cover. The ball has made its way down to to fine leg. He's got a single, but it's a highly fortuitous one, Vernon.
Yeah, there's some 15 minutes to go before lunch, so West Indies still under the pump. And the lead now is 263. England looking to try to get up to 275, maybe 80.
Do you think they'll go to lunch? They won't try and get the Windies in.
I think they will go to lunch because
that ship has sailed.
Some movement in the pavilion. They will most likely declare after lunch.
Well, in comes Seals as this one is steered around the corner down to fine leg by Wokes, and he will get off the mark with a single. Seems to have a smile on his face, probably because he's got a bat in his hand, because he hasn't had a lot to smile about with the ball, I'm afraid, has Chris Wokes. A reminder about the GPL, lunch is approaching, and it's currently at 90 English pounds, which I think is 320 Eastern Caribbean dollars if my rough maths works. So if it's your last chance to get in there, that one's rather off the splice by Folks. Down to Kemar Roach it goes, who's patrolling his long off station. They choose not to run on that occasion. They must have a decent arm, Kemar, I think, Vernon, because that's twice they possibly could have taken something, and on neither occasion have done.
But I think the reason for that is that Wokes maybe feels that he is a player maybe that can get a boundary, and the over was completed. So I think Wokes maybe just decided, well, they've sent you to sent me to go and get some big ones, so don't take that single yet. But we'll see if that works out.
Well, we will indeed. It's 266 is the lead for England at the moment. We've had a couple of rain delays.
I think we'll have some further ones.
Some further runs or further ones? Further ones in terms of rain delays.
We'll have some further breaks, I would assume.
I've got a feeling that may be the case. Jason Holder, he's going to carry on right arm over to Surrey's Ben Folks, who swings and pulls. But he pulls it to one of the two men who are patrolling quite deep now on that mid-wicket boundary, and will just take a single. So this morning England have lost Lees, who was caught, Alzari Joseph, by off the bowling of Virasamy Pamal. Again, it was a big hit and then out. Zach Crawley, he was caught in the deep off the bowling of Alzari Joseph. Joe Root, he was 4 and out. Well, it was the second of his 4s, I think. We'll just wait for Holder. Into Wokes, who steps onto the back foot, steers to mid-wicket, takes an easy single. So Dan Lawrence, he was caught in the deep by Joseph off Jaden Seals. Ben Stokes will rather kick himself, caught Brathwaite from Kemar Roach. Johnny B, he bustled about his work with 29 off 25 before holding out to Kemar Roach off Jaden Seals. Folks and Wokes, the not out batsmen as England look to pile on some runs and extend that lead and declare, we think, by lunch. Or at lunch. Onto his toes goes Folks, guides to square leg, takes another single. Still working those 1s and 2s, Vernon, or mainly 1s at the moment.
Yeah, mainly 1s, and they're also important. You know, the fielders guessing. I think West Indies approach whatever is put in front of them by West Indies. I think they have to start positive. So it can't be a situation that we're in for a draw. I think you've got to send a message to England and say, hey, we're going at this. And I hope that will be the West Indies mindset, chasing this total, whatever the total is.
Right, Jason Holder is going to be bowling to Chris Wokes, full, and sort of a floaty Yorker that Wokes is able to dig out and steer towards point, and will get another single. So it's all singles in this over. That instruction, I think, is just crack on with it, lads. If you can't reach the boundary, don't be afraid to just keep that scoreboard ticking over, and that's what they're doing. 270 the lead, 174 for 6.
Well, Armchair Cricket Podcast is not happy. He says it's becoming a farce. Time for England bowlers to have a bowl rather than come into bat.
Holder full, nicely played by Folks. He plays that very nicely off his legs down towards mid wicket. Will get another single. So again, well, I think you know,
but he's saying not a lot of difference between 265 and 280. Have West Indies back for a couple of overs before lunch. I think time's passed for that.
They've had a long time in the field. I can well see that you want to regroup at lunchtime. You want to have a little session with your team, get them talked up, hyped up. I mean, these now, I don't know how Vernon feels, but every run here is bonus runs with a view to bowling after lunch. Full on the drive by Wokes. It will be down to Kemar Roach, I suspect, who seems to have made that mid-off spot his own. This time they do take a single. It's the end of that over. 6 from it.
No.
I agree with Nestle. If you want to play mind games with the West Indies, West Indies could have been batting at least even 3-4 overs before lunch with a Jack Leach. You can imagine a Campbell walking out on a bat wet. And psychologically, you have to think about surviving lunch. Maybe not coming back after. The lead is 272 now.
272. Yeah. Well, they got. Well, if they had 10 minutes for the change, they probably would need to have done it at the end of that over. It's too late. They've missed I think the boat has sailed.
Yeah.
Nestlers, who have we got very quickly?
Who have we got very quickly?
Yes. Well, you may have longer than you think. Well,
no one on Twitter. This now shows cluelessness, says Dandy Castro, mixing opposing strategies.
I think lunch. I think you've got to give them the benefit of the doubt. To lunch, short by Seals, pulled by Wokes again. 2 men converge at deep square leg. One of them is
Tony,
Campbell, and puts in the throw, 1 single. Vernon.
Tony, in the mindset of the England dressing room, they're also fearful that their bowling attack is not that great either, and so Root is still trying to make sure that he's safe. He knows if he gives the West Indies a chance and they get a sneak in where Campbell and a Brathwaite maybe get off to a flyer, they could be put back on the back foot.
Well, yes, you've hit a nail squarely on the head. That one kept a bit low, or was a slower ball, I think, from Seals, in which case it was an extremely well delivered one. It was slightly wide. One day bowling in a way, Vernon. I mean, it was wide of off stump, slower ball, and Folks couldn't lay anything on it, could he?
But again, isn't this Test cricket? We've been bemoaning the first sort of 4 days and the pitch and whatever. Yet we come down to the last, 2 sessions, and we've got 3 results possible.
Well, that's I would argue much the same. We'll have a look at WinViz actually in just a second for you as we wait for Seals to come right arm over to the right-handed Folks, who looks to drive but doesn't really get enough on it once again. There is Kemar at his station. He's being kept nice and busy, and they will get a single. I was just going to look at WinViz. Let's see what our friends at CricViz or WinViz are saying.
Joe Root there still trying to figure out today's Wordle.
Well, the day started, this is interesting, the day started with 95% for the draw. It's now 89% for the draw, and England, as a possible to win, has gone up to 11%. So a little shift. Seals wide again of off stump. Wokes doesn't really use any footwork. He sort of throws the bat at it and wends its way to cover, gets him a single. Again, it's the ones without really reaching the boundary. It's definite one-day bowling mode from the West Indies, Vernon.
Like bowler googly, and I'm saying that in this ICC Test Championship, maybe going forward, that there's a bonus for teams chasing down target to win on the final day, because this game could be turned into a 50-over game. Normally 50-over games are scoring what? 300, 325? Am I right in my predictions?
Well, Seals is in. This one is steered towards extra cover by Folks. Will get himself another single. 1 ball left of this over. 2 for 33 for Seals. Both caught in the deep. 4 singles off this over. And he's thrown a couple wider of the off stump, taken the pace off the ball. And that to me says that's a defensive mode rather than an attacking mode. And I can understand that. I think we can understand it. It's 180 for 6. The lead 276. Seals will deliver the last ball of this over. That's full and punched by Wokes down to long on this time. Alzari Joseph Fields, and there is no run, so it's 181 for 6. It's the end of that Seals over. Went for 5. 277 the lead. Nestlers.
No, nothing. Everyone's shut up shop.
Have a look on Twin Tracker India
Windies
while we
need
wait.
4.5 runs and over, says Yaway.
If they get all the overs in, I think would be the question there.
The reason why I triggered that, and I like what Nestle said, it's all boiling down to the final session where we have 3 results still pending. If we look back at the Pakistan-Australia test match, where Pakistan had to chase 5-something, it ended up being a drawn game, and they fell short by 70-odd runs. It showed you that how competitive it was even on the final day.
Well, Jason Holder will be setting about his work, full and clipped by Wokes to long on, and again it's a single with Bairstow, with Stokes, with Crawley and with Lawrence. They were all prepared to take the bowling on, look to launch it. Folks and Wokes are a little bit more working the spaces rather than trying to hit the leather off the ball. But it has stretched that lead to 278 as Holder's in to the right-handed Folks. That again is a slower, floatier ball. Folks reads it, steers it out towards Campbell, I think, and they take a single.
This is like watching a 50-over game now, isn't it?
Well, it is. It's not quite the boring middle overs though. It's the
no, it's the nerdling.
It's the nerdling. It's the nerdling. It's take whatever you can get stage.
Yeah.
279.
Nestle, look like you call the rain, Nestle, because the rains look like they're coming in.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. No, we're all right so far.
They've started patrolling the boundary.
Is in. That was again a slower ball, and that one did rather fool Chris Wokes. I don't know if he's thinking about the weather and the stiffer breeze, the menacing clouds. Is he thinking about the fact that slower ball just fooled him, because it rather did, and he ended up just about laying a bat on it. There was no run.
Vernon, I know you probably don't get as much rain as us over there, but to the English eye, the ground staff looks a bit. The whole covers things looks a bit chaotic at times.
The winds have been seriously strong.
Holder is in.
We've been having a lot of gust winds, even right here in Antigua and Barbados during the test match. It's been a challenge for the groundsmen, and I have to give them credit.
Wokes just worked that towards mid wicket, took a single, brings man of Surrey, wicketkeeper. The wicketkeeper, many England fans have been pleading for, frustrated every time he doesn't make it. I think everybody loves Josh Butler's one-day game, but they felt it was well past time.
Long overdue.
Well past time to get a specialist wicketkeeper.
How long Tony and Nestle? He's had to wait?
2 years, I think, you'd argue,
Yeah,
since he made a big impression in Sri Lanka. This one is pulled by Folks. Pulled quite nicely, but there's a man down at backward square. And we'll again just get him a single. He's dealing in ones all the way. And
the yellow coat's there.
Well, the yellow sort of sou'wester, isn't it?
He's going. He's off.
The colours are coming on. The lead for England is 281. They are lunch. Well, lunch has been taken. It's been taken. Let me see. Probably only 2 minutes early. We probably missed out on an over and a ball. In reality,
I love the guy whose job it is to retrieve the stumps, because he's just not quite as athletic as the others. And he gets
out there.
He just about gets the stumps before they cover him. You know,
it's a treat to see that. I mean, he gets out there. That's the most into. He's not athletic, but trust me.
Well, we were watching Jason.
time.
We were watching Jason Holder fielding a couple of times this morning. He's smooth, but once he gets going, we noticed he take the first 5 or 6 yards of chasing a ball is kind of a whole smorgasbord of arms and legs pistoning, and he takes a while, and then when he's into his flow, he looks fantastic. But those first few strides are maybe not quite as elegant. Anyway, it is lunch. Lunch has been taken just a shade early because of late, in fact, from when it was, but slightly early in this session. 185 for 6 is where England stand. That's a lead of 281. They've lost Lees, Crawley, Root, Lawrence, Stokes and Bairstow as they've looked to extend that lead and give themselves something to bowl at. Wicket shared around, 1 for Roach, 2 for Veerasamy Permaul, 2 for Jaden Seals and 1 for Alzari Joseph. So that's where we stand at lunch. 185 for 6 England. We don't think, Vernon, we are going to see England batting after lunch, are we? Or would it surprise you if they did?
Well, anything is possible with England. You're maybe not clear. They're 281 in the lead, and like I said, you can see it's desperate times in the England dressing room. They want to win a test match. But at the same time, they're still trying to work their maths out to figure out, like, hey, we still have to give ourselves space. West Indies maybe can get this. If we give them 60 overs, 5 runs over, the 300, they can still get that. And that could be the mindset based on the confidence in the England bowling attack. Whether or not West Indies are in that mindset, is the West Indies team going to take that risk and say, hey, we're coming after you and we're going to come early? It's another discussion.
It is indeed. Well, we are at lunch. I thought I saw David there appear. David, yes. Are you able to take up the cudgels and steer us through your lunchtime babble? Please do.
I am indeed from the delightful rural location of West Ilsley Cricket Club, standing here in front of this club in Oxfordshire. And, well, it's a beautiful day here, but I can't really quite capture it in the full glory. I haven't got my lighting sorted out here. Let's just go back a little bit. Welcome, Vernon. Continue, Vernon. And Annie is back with us. Hello, Annie. And,
hello, David. It's beautiful here in Exeter as well.
Well, I mean, it's a lovely day to be thinking about the season ahead and thinking about all the summer days. How many days did you say it is until the county championship season starts, Annie? I know you tick it off, don't you, on your list?
Yeah. It's on the 7th. It starts Thursday, the 7th of April.
I tell you, I'm ready to go right away. I really am on a day like today.
It'd be a bit chilly, but yeah.
You've had to, not as chilly as I've seen it played.
No, definitely not.
But 1 or 2 West Indies overseas players might feel a bit chilly, because I know, Vernon, you were saying yesterday that when England schedule West Indies matches, they always put them in Durham in the north of England in May.
Am I wrong in saying that?
No, you're right.
I think you're very right.
I remember the tour before last, the one when Shea Hope
2017.
2017, when Shea Hope got those.
The first test match you put us to play in Yorkshire, where the ball was swinging all over the place. That's what you English folks do. You bamboo the West Indies.
Well, let's not tar us all with the same brush, Vernon. But what upset me about that? Was Jonathan Agnew, the BBC cricket correspondent, who really should know better, criticising the attitude of the West Indies players. He said, they don't look too interested. Hands in their pockets. Hands in their pockets. They had hand warmers in their pockets, Vernon, because it was freezing. And that's the type of a comment which I know people like Carlos Brathwaite and yourself are very sensitive to. And that inconsiderate scheduling of West Indies matches in England has been a feature of the last 20 years. West Indies used to have the prime slot in the schedule.
Yeah.
Late summer. And for some reason, not unbeknownst to me or Annie or anyone else with a cricketing brain, West Indies now get shunted into the first part of the summer, which is not always as pleasant as it is today here on an atypical March day. I mean, I'd like to see West Indies back in that prime spot. They're a team that people want to come and watch. Games between West Indies and England are always exciting. There's great camaraderie and spirit between the two teams. It's about time we gave West Indies that slot back. I think, Annie, I feel a Guerrilla cricket campaign coming on here.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said, and well, there's a lot to campaign against, and you're absolutely right. Scheduling is one of the things would be very nice to campaign against, for
because
sure.
We often, Annie and
David, I think guerrilla campaign really we need to start to deal with ICC, because they're the ones who are the governing body of the sport. And I want to shift the argument today. I know we got our special guest Stephen Worm from Grenada, who is also on, but I just wanted to make this argument, Annie, because the first time I've heard you. I very much like your approach in terms of what you're thinking about. Give it on yourself, and I think
Vernon, can I just interrupt for a second, because you haven't been properly introduced to
No, we have not.
And listeners in the Caribbean on Platinum 97.9 FM Antigua, keep it locked, will not be aware of the work that Annie has done to sustain and keep county cricket flag flying through the editorship of her magazine County Cricket Matters, which is a self-funded project and has been necessary because of the neglect of county cricket by the English Cricket Board. So with respect, Vernon, I want to bring it back to the English Cricket Board, because they're the ones who schedule the matches within they're the ones who schedule, and they're the ones who decide who tours when. And we've long since stopped looking for rhyme nor reason in decisions from the ECB, and the only conclusion one can make is that they are incompetent. That's been a feature of some of our discussions.
Incompetent and greedy, David, actually.
Well,
very greedy.
And that's a fatal combination. And we've talked about the situation in Jamaica with a very interesting chat with Junior yesterday about the appalling administration and neglect from the Jamaican Cricket Association for cricket on that island, which is now feeding through, and the same sort of neglect for county cricket here. And there's also a lot of common themes, making it very difficult for West Indies players to play in this country. In the old days, you would have 2 or 3 West Indians attached to every county. They made that registration process a lot more difficult. You no longer see West Indies players playing second team cricket. I would like to see, and an idea came from Samuel Badri, a really interesting idea actually, that the English Cricket Board, if it really wanted to help West Indies cricket, and believe me, it should be helping West Indies cricket, because West Indies cricket has been neglected and has not been encouraged by the ECB. If they wanted to help West Indies cricket, they would do more than just schedule an extra test match, crammed into a ludicrous schedule of these three games, and they sort of did it as a bit of a favour. What Sam Badri came up with, I'm going to throw this one out there, Annie, because it connects the two subjects we've been talking about, was let the ECB fund a West Indies team, a West Indies A team, playing in the county championship. Now, in case that sounds a strange idea, it isn't. The England Lions played in the 4-day tournament in the Caribbean. Oh, what year was that, Vernon?
Wait. I know you're going all around the bush, but listen here, Annie. Question starts in offices. The Home Office in England are the one who set the rules. The England and Wales Cricket Board come up with all of the formulas they want to be able to help West Indies cricket. If the Home Office doesn't agree with the system, which they have, because they've shut out players from the West Indies, we have to face it. It's discrimination.
Well, it is discrimination.
That's where the issue is.
It is a Home Office.
Hold on, David. That's why I'm saying to you, the ICC, we have to deal with the ICC, because there's disparity is taking place between the top 4 teams and the rest of the teams around the world.
I agree with Vernon entirely. I mean, it is the ICC and the ECB, but the buck stops at the ICC, really.
Well, the issue that you raise regarding the difficulty of West Indies players playing club cricket in the UK. One thinks of the long tradition of Lancashire League players, from Sir Leary Constantine through all the greats playing in the Lancashire League.
So many
It's
wonderful
now, as
West
you
Indian
correctly
players.
identified, Vernon, this is a problem at the UK Home Office. And with respect, Vernon, and you know I have nothing but respect for you and your contributions, which have enriched Guerrilla cricket, we want to deal with things that we can fix. We can fix that problem because it's the Home Office, through ludicrous immigration changes introduced under Theresa May, that have made it almost impossible for West Indies cricketers to ply their trade over here as coaches with local clubs, and it extends into every part of the 7 stages of the 7 levels of cricket in the UK. A gentleman
and
called
very quickly, Annie, this Stevenson's also online. What I was talking about, if we look back as to what has transformed 2021 English county cricket, Annie, I want to salute you. You've been able to expose a number of issues which are more or less hampering the game. Discrimination, racism, marginalization of countries, of the West Indies, Zimbabwe, Afghanistan, Ireland, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan. They're suffering when it comes in terms of matches. You can imagine you have small countries like Ireland and Afghanistan struggling to even host a test match.
Yep.
They are members of the ICC.
They are. They are, and we have
There's
many.
no balance.
That's right, and we have many people at high level, one continually saying we want to play the best of the best, but we don't want to play Bangladesh. We don't want to play this. We don't want to play that, and it's narrow thinking, it's blind thinking, and it's going to ruin cricket. We are going to be playing. There's going to be 3 teams playing. We're going to be playing Australia, England, and India. What fun is that? And how? What about all the other nations? And how narrowing and elitist it is becoming? And it's.
I think the only difference in the position I'm taking to yours, Vernon, is that we know that the ICC is dominated by India these days. It's no longer the centre. It's no longer ICC is no longer located at Lords. We can't go over there and knock on the door. What we can do at every level of cricket in the UK is make it easier and more welcome for West Indies players to ply their trade here. The great teams of the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, as Viv Richards said himself when interviewed recently about this subject, he owed his grounding to playing county championship cricket, the professionalism of having to play every day, 16 games a season. Andy Roberts has said the same thing about his time at Hampshire. Gordon Greenwich would probably never have made it to the West Indies team without playing at Hampshire. But these days, and I think ties up with another theme, is that West Indies are being categorised as a white ball team. Well, they've lost interest in Test cricket.
But that is not a fair. But David, that is
it's not fair. No, I know it's not fair. No,
and you're running away. But David, you're running away from the issue. David, you're running away from the issue.
I'm not
it was
running
designed
away from the issue, Vernon.
system.
I'm not running away from the issue.
David, system was designed.
I'm not running away from the issue.
Let me speak, David. System was designed to kill West Indies cricket. You don't want to admit it. That's what it was designed for. It is still designed that way.
The counties, the ECB have made it easier to sign.
Not the ECB. The Home Office. David.
I've already mentioned the Home Office, Vernon.
No,
I make
hold
my
on,
second
David.
point. I'm going to babble away until you stop talking for a second, Vernon.
No,
I want to make my
David.
second point, which is the ECB have relaxed the qualification rules for T20. We can have 3 overseas players in T20, but we can't get overseas players into. It's becoming more difficult to get them into county championship and 50 over cricket, and that needs to change. Regarding the Home Office, all over that issue, Vernon, we had a guest on the other day, Chris Armstrong, who's been campaigning on this issue. He's over at.
That's hypocrisy, David. The campaign issue is hypocrisy. Because I'm saying to you, you have a bigger situation. Because you have a bigger situation.
Well, I agree with
much more
that.
bigger than the Home Office. What happened with Windrush? We have no number of Caribbean people who have come to England. Have been struggling. They've been put out of England.
Well, I agree with that. We're on the same page.
No, we're not on the same page. You're trying to divert from what we're talking about.
No, I'm talking about a range of issues.
David.
I'm talking
about
about
guess waiting.
No, it's babbling with Brooke. That's not babbling with Vernon. It's babbling with Brooke.
Guess waiting.
Yeah, we're going to introduce Stevenson in a moment, so I want to start to look ahead to Grenada. But just to make the point, there's a number of issues here. Home office with club cricketers, first-class cricket, keeping West Indians out of county championship, so I think Sam Badri's idea of getting a West Indies A team into the county championship is really worth considering, because if those next in line West Indies team played 16 games a year in the UK, they would get the same benefits as Viv Richards and everyone else. Of course, there's a whole range of other issues pertaining to politics, pertaining to the Home Office. We have a campaign, Vernon, which I haven't had time to talk about in the last 5 days. There's so much to talk about tackling the Home Office directly over this issue of visas. And of course, Windrush. We're embarrassed by that. Absolutely embarrassed by this Conservative government, as it happens, under Theresa May, who completely, words fail me. We are on the same page, Vernon. There's a lot of issues that need to be addressed. We can't solve them all in a 10-minute babble. What we can do, and with people like Annie on board, who's a very, very good campaigner, we can tackle these issues one by one. But I would like that conversation to start in the UK. The ICC is difficult. Some would say toothless under its Indian leadership. So I would like to say that we will address all these issues. Vernon, please introduce our special guest.
Well, first of all, I'll say thanks to Annie for this chit chat. I know David is babbling with David, and David didn't want to give me an opportunity. And I wish that you can come on a podcast, because I got some serious issues to talk about concerning.
Of course, anytime. You let me know.
Yeah, combat discrimination in enough, and we have to ask ourselves: ICC doing enough for the sport in terms of tackling racism?
No, they're not.
And this is another issue on another day. But I want to introduce my friend. This is one of my mentors from the Spice Isle of Grenada, the home of Granny James, the home of Junior Murray, home of so many great sportsmen and women. Davida Bruna, my friend, his name is Stevenson Worm. Stevenson, good day, how are you? Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. Mute your mic, Stevenson.
Right, you're hearing me loud and clear now.
Yeah, we're hearing you loud and clear now, Stevenson.
Good afternoon to you, and it is a pleasure to be on the program. Hi to Annie and Dave, who have not met before, but hi.
Hi.
Hello to you, Stevenson. Welcome. And you know, our thoughts are turning to your lovely island of Grenada. That's where the third test starts next Thursday. The question I've been dying to ask you, and I know Vernon will have plenty of questions to ask you, but if I can just put one in, what can we expect from the pitch at Grenada?
Well, there's been a lot of transformation of the pitches. I can be a little bit regional for now. Over the years, quite a lot has changed in regards to pitches in the Caribbean. And I dare say the same thing in Grenada. Now, when we go back to, let's say, the 70s and the 80s, and maybe the early part of the 90s, we had a very quick, bouncy track in Grenada that supported fast bowling, just conducive for good fast bowling. And probably on the third and fourth day, or the fourth and fifth day, the spinners would come into their own and be able to do pretty well on the pitch. Because I think a good pitch is about giving the fast bowlers a great opportunity, giving the batsmen a good opportunity, and the spinners, of course, should come into their own more so at the latter stage, so to speak, of the test match. In Grenada, I don't think we will see something extraordinarily quick. Hopefully, we will have something with a bit of bounce on it. There have been a couple of strips in Grenada that show a bit of bounce here and there, but by and large, it has been like other pitches over the years, rather docile. So whether there's going to be a great transformation in this, especially as there's been a bit of criticism about the pitches in the region, also Barbados, of course, traditionally known to be a quick, fast pitch, and we've seen something extraordinarily contrasting. So let's hope that we get it right in Grenada. But over the last few years, it's been a pitch that batsmen really love to bat on.
So if you were to compare it to Antigua, or if you were to compare it to Barbados, where would you place it?
Well, I think over the years, you look at two pitches in the region, that's border, and Antigua. Those are the pitches that have been known to, conducive to high-scoring matches. So let's put Border and Antigua in their own category. They're in a class for themselves, so to speak. It would probably, I don't know, I'm not too sure, because you see, there's been such a transformation with this Barbados pitch. I was appalled and very, very surprised that you had that sort of pitch in Barbados. Never seen anything like it before. I've done cricket commentary in Barbados quite a number of times, and I've not seen a pitch behave like that, so docile before. So I can't quite say, because I didn't have any interaction with the groundsmen. Of course, over the next couple of days I will. And you will be able to give me some idea as to what it would be like.
Stevenson, would you come back on the podcast with Vernon, Annie and myself in 2 days' time, once you've made your inquiries?
Yeah, I would think. I mean, almost anything for Vernon. We've gone back for such a long period. It's been a lot of years, although we have not physically seen for quite some time. But yes, I would love to go and just check it out a little bit. Maybe not to give too much away, but I'm sure that the chief ground staff, the chief groundsman, got a good relationship with him. He might be able to tell me, hey, we can expect this or that, as the case may be.
And you might be able to tell him a few things as well. If you're anything like Vernon, you'll be able to manage it. I tell you, we have so enjoyed, and our listeners have so enjoyed listening to Vernon Springer, and it's a fresh voice of West Indies cricket for us in the UK. And we're really looking forward, having had this little taste of listening to you on Guerrilla Cricket. You're going to be joining us for the third test, Stevenson.
Well, I look forward to it. Look, I owe much to cricket. Much of the achievements that I've had in my life, I must really say that cricket played an extraordinary major role in much of my development. So when it comes to the contributing factors for cricket, so that we can bring the game to the people, bring the sport to the people, and allow people to really enjoy the beauty of this great thing called cricket. Not just first-class cricket, but any form or level of cricket for that matter. Because cricket, you see, is a sport that helps you to develop yourself. The duration of the sport, and although of course we've got shorter versions these days, but it is a character-building sport. And anything that is associated with character building, quite frankly, I'm quite willing and ready to participate in it. So yes, as I say, almost anything for Vernon and anything for the sport called cricket.
Well, we're very excited about that, and also what's been great from perspective of Guerrilla Cricket has been to be distributed on Platinum 97.9 FM across Antigua, Barbuda and the Leeward Islands. You got the sort of influence that Vernon has, Stevenson, to get us distributed across the Windward Islands?
Well, I could never ever fall into Vernon's category. Than I am, I dare say. I am a much shyer person than he is. He's always audacious, and Vernon gets things done. So I probably have to borrow a page or two from him.
Yes.
So that it's going to help me. But on a lighter note, of course, a more serious note rather, quite frankly, I would be willing to do whatever I can, to get this going. So it'll be absolutely fine.
I know how FM radio is the chosen medium of the West Indies cricket fan in Barbados, where Annie and I had the pleasure of travelling to for the last series in 2019. Everywhere you go, it's people listening to the cricket on the radio. People can talk about the number of West Indian fans in the crowd, but I know how strong the spirit of cricket is.
It's everywhere,
it's kept alive by ball on the radio. It's been kept alive by people like you and Vernon, who make it exciting and interesting and never a dull moment. And
unfortunately, I must say, Dave, the glory days of cricket commentary in the region has dissipated quite a bit, and that is a great sense.
We can come again.
I agree with you. It can come again, and in fact, cricket commentary and good cricket commentary played a major role in the development of the sport in Grenada and the rest of the Caribbean. you know, when you got great cricket commentary, the interest was high. And we can go back to some of the greats. The late Tony Cozier did a fantastic role in terms of bringing the game to the people and representing the Caribbean with distinction globally.
He's a well-known voice, isn't he? Everywhere he was.
Absolutely. Joseph Rex Pereira.
Yeah.
We speak quite regularly, and though into his 80s, he's such a wonderful man.
He's got a great voice as well, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
I love his voice. Yeah.
Great experience too, and tries to keep the commentary as simple as possible. And that's one of the beauty of cricket commentary. You've got to bring the game to the people. You know, whether you're an Englishman or whether you're a Caribbean person, to me, that's not the issue. When I sit into a commentary booth, I am not commentating as just a West Indian commentator. I am bringing the game to whoever is listening, whether you're Australian or you're British or you're West Indian or you're New Zealander. I'm bringing the game to you. I want to bring the color, I want to bring the picture. Except for my accent, that would betray me, but practically, let's bring the game to the people, let them enjoy it. Not everybody will be able to go to the television and sit down for hours, but somebody might be able to just tune on to an FM station and be able to listen to the broadcast. And we can restore that commentary dignity in the Caribbean, which we have sort of lost over the years.
With Vernon, obviously, as well.
Absolutely.
I just want to support Stevenson, Annie, and touch a little bit on some of the folks also. One of the things which I know which would have also hampered West Indies cricket in a little way outside of the commentary, that we had a lot of folks, names that he called. You had, because we would say we had our own magazine in the Caribbean. Right? So we would learn about all of the cricketers across the Caribbean. That was sponsored by Benson and Hedges. In my neck of the woods here, we've had the loss of the late King Frankai, the loss of the late Tim Hector, one of the wonderful voices I thought that have gone on, and Stevenson will agree with me, Joe Barry from Antigua and Barbuda, who started, and then we just lost him for a while. Stone's Grave, another guy from Montserrat, was very excellent in his own words and the way he carried his own stuff. Jack Matthew is a household name, a household voice that has been around cricket. And so many of the other folks there would have made a huge contribution. If you travel around the region, there have been so many outstanding voices. And as Stevenson said, I've told Stevenson in no uncertain terms, I need to change the landscape as to what's happening. I've got a chairman of our board, Civil Communication Inc. His name is Mr. Luther Lee. And he's charged me with the responsibility of trying to make sure that we turn Platinum FM 97.9 into a sports station. We carry almost every sport. It doesn't have to be cricket. For Rifter, we've teamed up with you now, Annie. We can carry county cricket in terms of where some of the West Indians will be playing. We can. Right now, there's local cricket taking place in Antigua and Barbuda as I speak. Though yesterday there was a game between Guts and All Saints, two of the bigger communities in Antigua and Barbuda. Another one is taking place today, semi-final action between Liberta, sporting community coached by Benjamin, and you also have Empire. Those are two big cricketing communities in Antigua and Barbuda. So we want to change the landscape, because I was saying to Stevenson, what about Annie, your grandfather who lives in Gingerland in Nevis, or Basil Morgan in Montserrat, who is not able to view the cricket? The concept we're getting from Cricket West Indies is that we have the cricket on television. Even though the cricket is on television in the Caribbean, if you don't have a certain cable network, you can't get the cricket, you can't see the cricket.
Absolutely, it's hidden. It's ridiculously hidden.
So we're saying, through our own little media platform, we can be able to change that. And if we get together, we can create new voices. I have already spoken to Stevenson and tell him, listen, you have to get me a couple of young people in Grenada for this test match coming up. In Antigua, we're going to try and see if we could get on Mally Richards, who I feel can go all the way. We have Anthony Martin, who was also here. These two guys who I feel is folks that we can be able to push. Stevenson has identified a couple of youngsters, and we're going to bring them on so that they can get an opportunity. And once we link with you, Annie, it means that these guys can be also get an opportunity, whether they come to England or even here in the Caribbean, that folks can hear the voices, because it's not about me and Stevenson. It's about us creating the new cadre voices across the Caribbean.
Yeah, wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah, I did.
Just before you come in, Stevenson, for the folks who wondering what's happening, to let you know, England has declared West Indies will need 282, 65 overs, and a run rate of 4.34 and over. Remembering today that England scored 145 in the 4.5 overs, and they lost 6 wickets. 2 sessions left in this exciting test match, Annie. And Annie, I know you weren't enthralled with the first 4 days, but we now can be able to turn this into a 50 over.
I thought Brathwaite's innings was exemplary, and I salute him because he's a Red Bull only player and has never played a T20 in his life, has he? I salute him.
And to match that, Stevenson and Annie, Craig Brathwaite, there's only one player who's batted longer than Craig Brathwaite for the West Indies.
Yes. Is it Brian Lara?
Yes, 766 deliveries when he scored 375 at the Antigua Recreation Ground in 1994. 10 years later, 778 balls when he scored 400 not out, also against England 2014. Craig Brathwaite 710 minutes, 160 runs against England. This has to be a momentous. And to add this one for you, Annie, Ramit Sarwan, who's now a selector, 698 balls, 291 against England, Bridgetown, Barbados 2009, and the late Sir Frank Wawel, even Sir Worm will tell you that, who said that the West Indies, the potential of talent will come from the BCS. That has happened. We're still fighting around with that. 682 balls, 197 not out against England, Bridgetown, Barbados in 1960. Doesn't get any better than that.
I think, well, as I said, I think Brathwaite and Blackwood batted time brilliantly, didn't they? So it was not the most exciting viewing, but I think it's very interesting viewing. It's a different thing entirely, and I enjoyed it myself. I love to see the West Indies battling.
Yeah, I think
we've been under the pump here in the Caribbean, and we ourselves have been critics. We have been saying that the West Indies have not been batting, and seeing the emergence of that trot now, where the team is batting, I think we have to commend them, Annie.
I absolutely agree. I mean, I was there in 2019 with Jason Holder's double 100, and that was just a glorious thing to watch. And he's still my one of my heroes, and it's wonderful to watch him.
No, I think it's heartwarming to see a couple of West Indian batsmen staying at their crease.
Yeah.
Now Blackwood on 100, I guess maybe a bit in contrast to that of Brathwaite. But notice, I think in the past, if Blackwood got a century, he'd probably be scoring at about 50, 51, thereabout, let's say 49, 48. But certainly, uncharacteristic, his innings was a little bit on the slow side when thinking about his character. He's a
disciplined, Stevenson. Disciplined, I'd say.
Absolutely disciplined.
Yeah.
And it was, to me, as I said, it was heartwarming and really refreshing to see players who were very dogged in their approach, rather audacious, and they were not willing to give their hands away, even when the runs were not coming. Now that, to me, is the definition of doggedness, stick-to-itiveness, being able to stay there. Sometimes you've got to perform a little bit out of character in life to get what you want get done. And so we saw particularly Blackwood a little bit out of character. Now, I wasn't surprised at all about the duration of Craig Brathwaite's innings. I didn't expect it to be a free-scoring innings at all. I think generally he's been known to be someone who would stay there and bat. In fact, since from his youthful days, he was scoring quite heavily in domestic cricket in Barbados. And now that he's grown at age, he is the player that you can go to stay long at the crease. So it's saying something about him, his mental fortitude. He's strong mentally. And not only that, for you to bat 7 or 6 or 5 hours, for that matter, you've got to be physically strong. You've got to be strong to bat for 4 and 5 hours. And
what age is he? He's about 30, isn't he?
Yeah, thereabout.
He's around that.
He's still got quite a bit of cricket in him anyway.
Oh, absolutely. No, it was a. I think you're on mute, Vernon.
We're saying, Annie, that he's 29.
He's 29, so yeah,
29,
he's about to be 30. Or, yeah.
Yeah. And really, when you get up to around 28 as a batsman, that's when you're at the height of maturity. That's correct. Now, he's 29. So from here on, he can only really get better and better, and until you get up to around 36, thereabout, then there's a little bit of declension beginning to take place. So he's got another good 4 or 5 years at the height of his cricket.
Yeah, and he's chosen to concentrate on Red Bull.
What was special about this? What was special about this, Annie and Stevenson, is that it says that it was the first time that his mom maybe might have even looked at him at cricket.
Really?
Yes. His mom, his father was more into the cricket aspect. His mom thought like the Curtly Ambrose late mother. This is the first time that she's seen her son bat. So she was at Kensington Oval. So for him, he had a motivation to be able to, surprise his mom. So you can imagine he made his first class debut at 16 years old for Barbados. This is the first time that his mom has seen him play. I mean, his mom really just stayed away. She just heard that your son is good, Stevenson is good, but there are most parents in the Caribbean who operate that same way. They feel a little bit nervous where they don't want to go and look at their boys or girls. They stay away and they hear Stevenson played a good 100 today. Oh, okay.
But I'll tell you something that happened many years ago. The Windwards were playing Barbados at Bridgetown, and it was a very close, enthralling, exciting contest. My son, who was at high school at the time, the entire class was stopped, and the teacher, the IT teacher, who loved cricket, put everything on hold because he wanted to listen to the game and he wanted his students to listen to the game. And here am I describing the game, and my son sat down there rather stoic. He had no interest whatsoever. And so the teacher said to him, "Hey, Stevenson, Junior, that is, that's your father." And my son said, "Well, I've been hearing him all my life, so it doesn't really interest me."
Oh, I think they're coming out, guys.
Yeah, they're coming out.
Is that me off now, Tony?
Ideally, one more if you could do it, Annie. If you look at the thing, if you can't, then
I can
we
do
can
it.
find a solution.
Please, Stevenson is here with me, so maybe Stevenson can stay with us.
You can do it, Annie. You can do it.
Yeah, I don't mind, but
If you stick to the one we've-
Stevenson would like to do it, then...
Well, Stevenson,
then-
if you want to just hang
Yes,
in.
we could get Stevenson in on this
All
one.
right.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, Stevenson, tell you what, Stevenson, you
Exactly
take.
What do you want me to do? You haven't described to me.
You can
Just do what
summarise.
you're doing, Stevenson.
You summarise in this session for the next half hour, Stevenson, and Annie, I will just quickly take your spot, and you're free to go, which I know you needed to be tonight.
Thank you.
And you and I are basically
Goodbye,
swapping.
guys.
All right.
Before you go, Annie,
Yep.
I'll just cast your mind back to the beginning of the play.
All right.
271. We said 271 in 60 overs.
Yeah, we did.
282 and 65. So we weren't far off.
Not bad, eh? All right, bye, guys.
See ya.
Hi, Annie.
Yeah, best wishes, Annie.
Tony, you're starting, right, Tony?
You're on board by ball, Vernon. It's yours.
Okay.
I'm off now till the next half hour.
Right. Thank you very much, Tony. The Wokes is starting for the West Indies. First delivery to Brathwaite, who just plays it up to a short mid-wicket. I'm joined by my colleague from Grenada, and Stevenson Worm. And I have Messi, who is on what we would say the folk who will come up with Instagram and YouTube and get all of the comments and get the interesting perspective. Evening, Messi.
Indeed, except Instagram, we don't do Instagram. We're stretched as it is. Thank you, Vernon.
The target
And
is
hello,
282.
Stevenson. Good to meet you.
Here comes Rokes. He comes in out the ball to Batwet. Batwet will have batted for 710 minutes in the first innings for 160 runs. He won't have to bat that long this time around, but I know that he will have to bat all of the overs if West Indies is going to win this game. But this is going to be an important period of play. He is so far for Big Batwet, 55-33 at the Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua and Barbuda, 160. First test 100 in the Republic of Barbados. What a knock. There is Batwet squeezing this one away down to third man area. He's off the mark. Normally cricket is so built that you score 160, Stevenson, and then you get North in the next innings. He's got one.
He's on the way.
Yeah, of course he's on the way. But the trouble here is that John Campbell, 17 test matches, 701 runs. He only has his high score is 68. I'm a little bit disappointed that West Indies still continue to pick him. Maybe he could be a hero today. So we'll find out sooner rather than later. It's going to be very Pewich. And let me just apologize to Tony for not getting in the jingles. Sorry about that, Tony.
It's a perennial problem. Believe me, it's not you.
That's the jingles, not me.
Walks the ball to the left-hander Campbell, who comes sort of quietly forward. Stevenson, I sort of look at Campbell and I don't see him coming right out, coming forward. He just stays from his crease. And if you looked at that delivery there, it was almost just there. And on a track like this, day 5 track, you need to get a bigger stride.
Yeah, it's so very important. But again, it has a lot to do with how much confidence he has. If he's not confident, then he's going to be a little bit on the tentative side.
I got you. Here is another delivery. He's been squaring up. He has a nice broad bat. I want to say as broad as Sabina Park in Jamaica, his home venue for first class in Test cricket. One without loss. The target is 282 for the West Indies. And England have given them 65 overs. It could be turned into, we would say, in the days of old, 60 over cricket in England. Working his way along the wicket now. The ball to Campbell. Campbell is leaving alone or following a delivery. You would say that he left that. But looking at it, might be saying that he featured it. Over number 1 is completed. And West Indies off the one without loss. It's overcast in Bridgetown, Barbados. As we look through on the screen. And just to give you a quick summary, England batting first, 507 for 9 declared. West Indies 411. England in the second innings, 185 for 6 declared. Target is West Indies need 281 more runs to win. Messi.
So Farong says it's a pretty similar scenario to what I tweeted earlier, and the likely winner is Windies have slight advantage in my book. One thing I just noticed, 65 overs is exactly what the World Cup, the very first World Cup that the West Indies won at the Oval very late at night, as I recall, was 65 overs a side. So I think that augurs well.
Certainly. Here comes Matthew Fisher on debut with his first Test wicket. This time he'll be bowling to Craig Batwet, and Batwet just picking up the line, leaving it. The post-match press conference yesterday, Batwet, the West Indies captain, did say that he would maybe more or less struggle with the new ball on this track. Wokes, Fisher, Mahmood, Ben Stokes will be fancying themselves that they want a bite of this Duke's cherry. Fisher, wearing the number 40 for England, turns away. Also looks like a Harmanson with his first approach. Steve Harmanson. Back of the leg delivery, bang on target. And Batwet, as patient as he is, continues, and the bat is as broad as Bridgetown, and he would say, all of the greats at the ground, this is going to be an exciting Test match. It's going to be an exciting end. Sessions to go. And this could go right down to the wire. This is the afternoon session. If you've just tuned into Platinum FM 97.9 or GorillaCricket.com. Collaboration. We'll bring in the second Apex test. We're playing for the Richards Bottom. If we Fisher in now, the ball to, but that kept low. Take my folks. How you feel, Stevenson, about that delivery?
Well, it's the final day of the test match, and obviously there will be the wear and tear. I think he was expecting that ball to bounce even higher, but I thought that Brathwaite picked up the line early. That's critical. Or earlier pick up the line is going to determine how effective you're going to be, and he certainly ducked under it. Well played.
He waits for Fisher. Comes in now the ball to him, and just playing that back to him. Folks would also understand that Brathwaite scored 276 not out Barbados against Jamaica, the revised regional red ball competition at Kensington Oval. So to score 160, 276, see, know that he's got to be in good touch.
Certainly has. Although I do notice that Campbell's highest score in ODIs is 176, which is a good sign.
It certainly is. There is Brathwaite punching one into the backward point fielder and score, and the score remains one without loss. And you know, it's pretty interesting, Messi and Stevenson. When Campbell scored that 176, he never played another game at the ODI level for the West Indies.
Is that right? That's strange.
Well, you know, there are a lot of strange things that take place in the West Indies anyway.
One without loss. Here is Brathwaite just playing up to mid-on. Mid-on pretty close in that test. So over number 2 comes to an end. Fisher bowling a maiden over. The West Indians will feel very comfortable. One without loss. England bubbling around, moving around. The target is 282. West Indies would need 281 more runs. And I think this is going to be an exciting time. Anything coming up, Messi?
No, people do not seem to have come back from their lunch as yet. But I was actually wrong when I said 65 overs. You were
60
right.
overs.
60 overs, yeah. And the winning total in that initial World Cup was 282, I think West Indies made. So it's remarkably similar.
You think Joe Root and Paul Collingwood would have worked out that figure in their mind, Messi?
I doubt it very much.
Here is the delivery from Rooks, which more or less squares up Campbell. His first trigger movement is that that left shoulder comes right around. It's got to be very, very, very careful, especially on this pitch.
I'll quickly jingle Works for you.
Works is fit, got out of bed, went and had himself a net, found this way that he is.
I get accustomed to these jingles being played. Stevenson, the Gorilla Cricket team, they have a number of jingles for all of the players. Sorry about that, Tony, that I didn't
no worries.
That one in. One
we
without
all
loss.
do it.
Ben Stokes rubbing away. He maybe can't wait to his hand on this new cherry here. West Indies need 281. If you're wondering what's happening, it's live ball-by-ball coverage. Compliments of GorillaCricket.com. Along the wicket is Campbell squeezing this one away. First boundary for the West Indies down to the third man area. For a moment, Dan Lawrence maybe thought that he thought he had something. So the West Indies, Campbell is off the mark. And sometimes you need that sort of luck on Stevenson.
Yeah, you do need it. As to whether you can capitalize on it, that's important. Now, when you got a narrow miss like that, then, you know, as a batsman, you've got to put that behind your back. There are some players who can do it very well, put it behind his back, get ready for the next ball coming up.
Here comes Wokes is in out the ball to Campbell, and Campbell is defending nicely. And I can't help but agree in Messi, Stevenson. Campbell's confidence, even in the field in the first test and in the first innings here, he just looked like a man with an entire burden on his shoulder.
Yes, he does, doesn't he?
But he had a pretty decent start to this year's first class experience. In fact, he got 100 And that's one of the reasons, of course, why he was recalled.
I think it was enough, Stevenson, to have him get back into the team, but that's another conversation for another day. 5 without loss.
He's by nature an attacking player. So, you know, my thing is, if you are an attacking player, play a natural game. Play a natural game. If you go into an unnatural role, then you will find it most difficult.
5 without loss, walks around the wicket. Now the ball to Campbell, that time his stride is a lot more bigger, so he's making a concerted effort to get out onto the pitch of the ball. And that is something Stevenson and Messi that I was talking about. Let's look at the context of the England first innings. Ben Stokes took a risk.
Yes.
Came out and played a flamboyant innings. When the West Indies team is willing to take that risk and say, I'm going to be the person today. And that's what Stevenson was talking about from a John Campbell's perspective. He has to be the aggressor. He has to be the person who positively puts the pressure on the England attack, especially this England attack without Gordon and Anderson. Almost inexperienced. 3 overs bowled.
Yeah, I don't think they should be rash, injudicious, but being positive is an absolute plus.
Slips. England starting with here as Brathwaite sneaks out a single onto the offside, and he actually goes up to, in fact he gets 2 runs quite easily, and Ben Stokes had to challenge and straight change a little bit way. In fact he got 3, so 3 runs to Brathwaite. Welcome form there, Brathwaite going up to 4 quietly. That period of play, 1 boundary so far here by the West Indies, and fans all over the world, even the English, the Barney Army, the West Indians, will be hoping for an exciting in here. The second Apex Test match being played at Bridgetown, Barbados. Yes. Campbell comes in to strike, and he just tickles this one around the corner. Will it have the legs? No, it won't. Mahmood comes around. It's that one off. Campbell gets a single, he goes to 5, brings the West Indies captain back into strike. He's on 4. Is 9 without loss. If you're wondering what's happening, the target is 282. West Indies will need 282 from 65 overs. 65 overs. So you can narrow that down, and it's almost like a stroll in the park if we think about it. But it's going to be hard grind. Going forward again and defending. Batted for 710 minutes in the first innings, and we'll have to bat 2 sessions if West Indies is going to win this one.
Yeah, I remember, my memory goes back 1983, Sabina Park, Indian touring the West Indies, Greenwich and Haynes, late in the afternoon, making a chase and in fact winning the game. So the caliber of players back then, of course, much better than these. Maybe the comparison is not the correct one.
We always have to look back at history as it comes forward. I think that's something which is haunting the English today, because since Alistair Cook have been struggling to find somebody consistently at the top of the order. So too, like the West Indies, since the Greenwich and Haynes days, been struggling to find openers, and it's almost like a world problem all around. Find consistent openers these days.
It certainly is. And there's that dilemma between defence and attack that it's finding a balance on that is really hard with that at the moment.
There is defending nicely. It is important that you made that point, because in around Sir Viv, he was the most mad person when he got out when he was bowled. Never liked anyone to hit his stumps. And I could tell you that. And most of the batsmen, even Clive Lloyd and company, they never like anybody to hit their stumps. These days, I see folk batsmen getting out to straight balls, and they're smiling when they get out.
We're getting old, I think, Vern.
We certainly are. We're elders. Another length delivery, 9 without loss. 4 overs completed. Quiet start here. Kensington Oval, West Indies need 282. It's a serious concern, both Messi and Stevenson, where batsmen are just not defended.
Absolutely, and it's really interesting to see that Pakistan seem to have found themselves a genuine new opener, and they're so rare that he attracts a whole lot of interest. I'm just trying to remember his name now. My mind is addled, but I shall tell you in a second.
Messi tries to.
Yeah, Abdullah Shafiq, of course. I mean, he did superbly in the last couple of Test matches, and it seems to me that Pakistan, in fact, are becoming a very strong team all round. But the opening batsman is crucial to that. If you don't have a solid opening partnership, then you're very vulnerable.
Wokes, who've been under pressure from the England media, is just whipped away onto the onside for a couple of runs there, very easily. And can't help Messi, but describing Wokes, he certainly does look ordinary here in the Caribbean.
I think Wokes is hopeless outside of Britain. He's done very well in England on, seamers and in the conditions, but outside of England, he's been useless, to be honest. I think Tony was telling us this morning his average in the West Indies is in the 80s bowling, which is horrendous.
He's in out the bowl to Campbell, who's on 7, and he's defending a nice length delivery. Is it fair for me to say, Messi, that I know you guys were talking about the standard of county cricket as county cricket standard dropped over the years, and what has caused that, Messi, England?
Well, it's 50 years since I left England. I was a mad keen Sussex fan in the days of Ted Dexter and Jim Park, so I'm sure it's dropped since I left, but I'm not well placed to really be able to comment on that.
But I guess I might get Nigel to maybe just come in, Tony to come in and maybe just share his thoughts on that. Still, West Indies fighting away here.
I'm happy to do that for you. I think the issue in county cricket is not the drop in the standard of players. I think the time they play means that they don't play on wickets that challenge them enough.
Ooh, the interesting period of time.
Yeah, so what I mean by that is too often the county season will start in April in England, April and May, early May. You're playing a lot of games when it's a green seamers wicket. You don't have to bowl quick, you don't have to really put in the hard yards on hard wickets. The wickets pick up themselves because the ball's moving so much. And we don't play enough in the middle of summer to know how to deal with wickets like this.
There is back that coming forward quietly to delivery. Stevenson, what's your take on regional cricket? I know we don't play enough the region because we don't support for regional cricket in terms of getting big major sponsors to help our further cricket is lost. I don't know the last time that I think we have seen anything in that major area.
Well, the thing is, if sponsors want to get on board with anything, especially in the world in which we live now, they want to know that where they're putting their money will be productive, economically sound. They're going to be getting some reward out of what they're doing. So many of these companies are not very impressed with the standard of cricket in the regional territories and are a little bit reluctant to put their monies there. So I think our problem is much deeper, and I don't know how far we're going to get into it, but we've got to go back to grassroots cricket in the Caribbean. That's where we've got to start from. Our best coaches should be at the grassroots level. Or what we find is that our best coaches are at different other levels. And if you get your best coaches to look at your young cricketers very early to get the technical details right and as genuine as possible, then I would think, as we say in local parlance, half your work is done. So the picture is broader, the concern is much graver and deeper, and our administrators have got to be able to assess what the problems are in regards to West Indies cricket. So let's go right back to grassroots. That's important.
Hold on,
Right,
we'll
so-
need a jingle for our new bowler.
Jack Leach.
Guyana is a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tony. And after 5 overs, England have gone for their trump card, Jack Leach, who's played some 21 test matches. And he started West Indies 14 without loss. Campbell is 10. He's facing. And he comes in out the ball to Leach, and Leach. In fact, Leach into Campbell should have really put that one away. He's aggravated with himself for putting away that bad line delivery. I thought in the first innings Leach would have more or less bowled just a little bit too fast with the new ball. But we'll wait and see in terms of what's happening. Here is Campbell sweeping and missed that completely. It goes up, but Leach didn't look convincing as if he really wanted that one. He just got some 76 test wickets. Most of his wickets he've picked up. 47 in the second innings, 29 in the first. And they might be maybe thinking that, hey, we could maybe them to get a couple of wickets right here. Starts, goes to Campbell, and Campbell is really again going hard to that ball around the corner. And then working on a boy here against Campbell. Leach feels like he's already into the mindset of a Campbell. A confident Campbell needs to push back hard. As in this game, Nigel Duguid in his first test match from Guyana, with Leach in now the ball to Campbell, sort of adding up that delivery. Gotta have to be careful. I think if you remembered what happened to in Blackwood, adding up to Dan Lawrence, you want to be as circumspect as possible. 14 without loss. The target is 282. Leach comes in out the ball to Campbell, and he's just working this one around to the fielder on the 45. Sort of playing around his pads. Gonna have to be very, very, very careful. This Leach's first over, it looks like he will start with a maiden in the number 77. Was past umpire Joel Wilson. Now the ball to Leach, and again, just in two minds, there was a appeal for a back pad catch. England having this discussion. They're going to review. I don't think so. The over is completed. Messi, anything from you?
Yes, indeed. Leah's says she's back from dinner. I think that both Steve Harmison and Ian Bishop's ties leave room for improvement. All the best from Hanover. She also says, when we were talking about getting old, she says, think of it this way, there are worse things than getting old. Dying young, for example. Which is a fair point. Farung says, nice position for the West Indies. Can assess the situation every half hour or so along with the wickets. 35 runs per half hour. 70 runs an hour. If you lose a few wickets, then go defensive. And Josie Oak says, apart from the one edge to third man, it's looked comfortable. England will be lucky to get the openers out, let alone 10 wickets. I should say Josie Oak is phenomenally pessimistic when it comes to England's performances. But consistent in that pessimism.
You need to look on the screen right here. There was a review from England based on what we're seeing. They did nick the gloves here. Something maybe we have to observe up. Let's just see what the decision is going to be. Gregory Brathwaite is the third umpire. Looks as if Campbell goes. So he did get a nick onto that. That's what we were talking about. West Indies losing their first wicket. Campbell goes back into the hut.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. Sometimes the cats can be loosed among the pigeons. And we know the famous cliche that, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainty. So England having their first scalp, they can still out, if the spin can disrobe the West Indies, and we've been very vulnerable against spin over the years. So that is going to be in the back of Root's mind. Keep his spinner on, hold him as long as possible.
And once again, Messi, the effect of Leach over Campbell continues.
Yeah, it wasn't well played. He wasn't properly to the pitch of the ball. And I mean, there wasn't a lot of turn there, it was just enough. But he was just not on balance in terms of the way he played it, in my view. Ah, dear. Anyway, the other thing you were just that discussion about county cricket. I just picked up wisdom from 1965. In 1965, say Surrey played 31 first-class matches. Now, in 2022, they'll probably play 10, something like that, Tony, 10 or 12. So the volume of cricket available. First-class cricket available has changed dramatically over the years in terms of someone hoping to get into a test team.
Ooh, very interesting. Here comes Shamar Brooks. He won't be facing, he'll be on the non-striker's end. West Indies captain Brathwaite will be facing up to Wokes. Wokes, it's a delivery from Wokes and just turns it onto the onside. Which was taken by Lee's dismissed Campbell of Jack Leach. And from 22, when it was Stevenson and myself were talking, he was playing around his pads and the positioning there. Leach striking early, and Joe Root gone to his trump card. Will he be the wicket taker to save the England team? There's a drive from Brathwaite, only enough to get a single. It now brings Shamar Brooks into strike. Brooks in the first innings, I didn't sort of like his approach in terms of coming forward. He sort of locked himself, his left foot was coming on his toes. You want to see him get that stride out, especially on this track. Ben Stokes was bowling him, he was just more or less playing from the crease. 15 for 1. Anything coming up, Messi?
No, I'm just going over to YouTube to see if we've got this healthy discussion going on there. Sudahu says Campbell is keeping up his fine form, I see. Fed Up says, I remember watching Haynes and Greenwich at Edgbaston. They formulated an idea in me that you only need two things to succeed: a very late cut and a very wide bat.
16 for 1. Brooks is a knot. Wokes delivery there. To him, maybe just outside the line of the leg stump. For a moment, Wokes thought that he had gone through, but I don't think he was able to convince his captain, Root, that he was going to have a review. So, as we would say, if we look back at it, in fact, it was pitched outside the line of the off stump and missing by a long shot. So, not a bad call going on. Maybe I think I have one more over, Tony. Tony will have to tell me. 16
yes,
for 1.
You will have. That will be fine. And then you're coming back, I hope, to join us after tea a couple of times as well.
Well, the tea, and then I'll come back after tea. So that will give me and Stevenson. In fact, Stevenson will have a rotation.
No, you'll be on with Jacob and Mash after tea.
Yes. 16 for 1. West Indies. Some 58.2 overs remaining in the day's play. Still a lot of cricket to be played. West Indies are going to really have to lift their game. Here is Brook, the strike coming forward. This is his home turf. And Brathwaite. And so the score remains on 16 for 1. Been a lovely time here with you guys, making my debut. I show Stevenson this is his first day. I've been here for the full 5 days and another 5 days in Grenada. Exciting times for us. Even up with GorillaCricket.com.
Any preview of the pitch in Grenada, Vernon?
Well, Stevenson, we in the next couple of days on our podcast, Stevenson will give you a more insight on that one. Over number 7 completed, 16 for 1, 58 overs remaining. More comments from you, Stevenson, and then we'll see if Messi has anything.
Let me just jingle up Shamar Brooks very quickly, and then you can go from there.
Who's coming up next? And is he any good? Well, he's not bad, Shamar. You know him? Not really. He ain't bad. Shamar. You know him? Shamar Brooks.
There he is.
Good start by England. 16 for 1. Just the ideal start they won. Now they have in fact put the West Indies on the back foot. And these two will obviously, Brooks and Brathwaite, they've got to restore respectability for the West Indies. So it's still a pretty interesting game we have ahead.
Very interesting. As Jack Leach, their trump card, been able to pick up his 77th wicket from some 21 test matches. And so he has his number 77 on his back. Let's hope that he stays to that figure. Coming back forward. One thing for sure, the West Indians are going to have to put away Leach's bad balls. They can't just have him pulling at them all the time, and I think that we're guilty the first innings with that process. Leach comes in now to bowl to Brooks, and Brooks is opening the face of the bat. That one is just squeezed away past the first slip, and it will now hit the sign. Kensington Oval. Boundary to the West Indies, the second of the day.
Not one more for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Not what you call a convincing shot.
No, but it was low to the ball, so that was pretty important. That was a good thing. He stayed very low, and more or less negotiated that line, more or less, to go as the first slip fielder. He comes quietly forward, and if we look in terms of first innings, Leach would have bowled 69.5 overs, 27 maidens, 118 runs with 3 wickets. So you'll understand how many maidens he would have bowled against the West Indian batters.
Indeed.
20 for 1. Here is Brooks driving sweetly, but can't score at the end of my 2 overs, 2 balls left in the spell. I think I'll give way to somebody else. Tony will most likely put someone in as we line up. Here is Brooks coming again at the forward. He's talking to himself. You know he's under pressure. West Indies 20 for 1. The target is 282. Leach has already picked up the wicket of Campbell. Caught Lee's ball. Leach for 10. West Indies have lost their first wicket. Leach in out the ball to Campbell. Not Campbell, but to Brooks, Shamar Brooks, both from Barbados. The Bees, the house. Over number 8 is completed. 57 overs remaining in the day's play. The target is 282. I hand over to Messi and Tony.
Well, thank you very much, Vernon. You're going to be seeing you after tea. I should be joined by Ed. Are you there, Ed, to take over some ball by ball? And Nestlers.
Hello, Tony.
Vernon, you will be back after tea. We're looking forward to that. And you're going to be meeting Mash from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast, which is gets a lot of listeners amongst West Indian fans outside of the West Indies. So that'll be an interesting conversation, I am sure. Ed, the floor's yours.
It certainly will be, but we have a bowling change for the first time in this innings. It will be one of the men making his debut in this game. It's this man. And his first ball is played and missed at by Craig Brathwaite, who has a bit of a half-hearted cut shot, and that goes past the outside edge of the bat through to Ben Folkes, and there's no run. So 20 for 1, Tony. My criticisms of the likelihood of this match being a draw, perhaps not quite as rock solid as I thought at the beginning of the day, but still only 56.5 overs, or there and thereabouts, to take 9 wickets, which is a real effort on this pitch for sure. Zakir Mahmood then, for the second ball of his over, he's bowling over the wicket with 1 slip and a gully, and he bowls a horrific full toss that has been dispatched through square cover, although not quite timed, and it will be fielded out there, and they will just come back through for 2, and the score moves on to 22 for 2. Brathwaite on 7, Brooks on 4.
Yeah, I think you've got to think about a couple of things, Ed. One is England will be hoping to get a couple more quick ones and just sow the seeds of some panic. I don't know that they're on track to do that just yet. And Joe Root will have been worried that he is conscious this is about his sort of 5th choice opening attack, really.
as Mahmood is in, and that is defended off the back foot, and Brathwaite then transfers his weight and crabs forward and drops it into the offside, and there's no run. Yes, they were trying to work out on the Wisden Cricket podcast what choice attack this is, if you look at all of the bowlers available to England, and I think they came up with the third. So you're relegating them to fifth, Tony.
Well, yeah, no. Funny enough, I was using the same source as you. I'm just going to double check where the notes I took on that. Give me 2 seconds.
Well,
after
as
this
we
ball,
wait for that, Mahmood is in, and that's short and defended and just dropped, well timed, out into the cover region, and they'll trot through for a single.
Yeah, their argument was
3 for 1.
It was England's 10th and 11th choices. Anderson
That's right.
and Broad not around. Ollie Stone, Jofra Archer, Sam Curran all out injured before the series. Wood, Overton, Ollie Robinson all unavailable selection for Barbados Test through injury or illness. Wokes at 33 with 44 tests under his belt is the 9th ahead of the pair going into the series. So that makes them 10 and 11. 10 and 11, yeah. In terms of preference, really.
I suppose you'd have expected Jack Leach and Ben Stokes to play in any of those attacks, probably. Although maybe not Leach.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at pace attacks, and yeah,
Yes.
Leach assuming that he's in there anyway.
As Mahmood is in, and that's again a little bit too short, and defended off the front foot, back to mid-on, and there's no run.
I mean, Stone, we saw Jofra Archer, of course, who is there, has been doing a bit of work in the nets. It's just a bit samey, right arm medium, deadly on an April green seamer at Old Trafford, a little less deadly on a Caribbean wicket in Barbados, I'm afraid.
Unfortunately, watching Chris Wokes has been like watching someone trying to fart into a hurricane this tour, as that is nicked, and that is caught on the second grab by Joe Root at slip. And Mahmood has made the breakthrough. It was a flirty backward push that hit the hands of second slip. It burst out, but up in the air, and Joe Root took the rebound, and England have made a second breakthrough. That Crawley's tapped it up into the air. That's good work, having shelled the first chance, and Root gets it on the rebound.
Well, he had 2 goes at it, didn't he?
Yeah, well, I think deliberately, Nestor's the second one, he pushed it up. I think knowing he wouldn't be able to hold on to it. So I'm going to give him credit, having shelled the initial chance.
Blimey, if he's done that deliberately, that's some reaction there.
Well, anyway, Brooks has got to go for 4.
He has indeed.
2.
Got him! Why did he do that? Unbelievable!
It was on about the 6th stump line. He didn't have to play at that at all, and he went very hard, and the ball burst out of Jack Crawley's hands. He was trying to catch it Australian style, kneeling down, but I think, and we'll see, we wait for the replay, that he had the good sense to kind of push it up in the air, knowing that Joe Root was standing right next to him.
There was also just a hint of extra lift from Mahmood there. I think he might have just pushed that one through a little bit more, but you're absolutely right. It was extremely lively work in the slips. Disappointing to let the first one go, but he did have the good sense to pop it up in the air, and Root did the rest.
We see the new batsman who's come in. It is a man who Tony will jingle up imminently. But yes, it was a relatively straightforward catch dropped by Crawley, and he's quite lucky it went on the rebound.
Here we go.
But we're
right, here's the replay. Yeah, he'll be very disappointed, Shamar Brooks, that he played at that.
Oh.
But no, he certainly did.
No.
Well, whether
I don't know.
he went for it one-handed or tapped it up in the air, he had a second go that enabled Root to get it. What's your verdict, Nestor?
And he had the thought of a third go when he was lying on the floor.
It was hot potato time, wasn't it?
1, 2. I did that deliberately.
I think you're right, Nestor. I was giving Zach Crawley perhaps a bit too much credit.
I was going to say that would be some presence of thought to do that, because he was even though when he was on the pitch, lying on the pitch, he still put his hand out to catch it, didn't he?
Well, that was the end of the over. It's 23-2. I don't think we have a jingle for the new batsman. So
no, I'll do that. I'll do that just before he faces.
Jack Leach's first ball that is kind of heaved at by Brathwaite, trying to flick that forcefully into the onside, but only an inside edge, and there's no run.
In fact, you know what? We hadn't jingled up Brathwaite, so I'm going to do that first.
Oh. Leach round the wicket to the right-hander, and that is knocked out into cover, and there's no run. There is a catching mid-off. I believe there's a silly point, as the camera will zoom out and show us. That's driven beautifully by Brathwaite, and it is fumbled, unfortunately, by the man fielding at mid-off, and that means they will get through to
Ben Stokes.
It is Ben Stokes, who we know is a brilliant fielder, but it'd be fair to say over the past 6 months or so has been making a lot of uncharacteristic errors. And I know they're uncharacteristic because the commentators say every time he makes an error, they are uncharacteristic, which kind of highlights them more, I always think.
He always seems to injure himself.
I'm afraid he fell incredibly awkwardly, and I've got a nasty feeling he's
doing downward facing dog.
Pulled something. He is doing the downward dog. Joe Root looking deeply concerned, and not surprising.
But we have a catching mid-off. We have a gully, a slip, and a leg slip for Jack Leach against Cragg Brathwaite.
He went down like a baby giraffe then. He's just been born.
Well, a bit of a delay before Leach's fourth ball, as we see Ben Stokes, who seems to have resumed his position at mid-off. Jack Leach has had a good game, I think, after a very tough winter. 3 for 100 and so in the first innings. That's left outside the off stump, and Ben Stokes takes it as it keeps a little bit low. After bowling nearly 70 overs, which will give him a lot of confidence, given that the captain up to this point hasn't had a huge amount of confidence in him. As Leach continues this round the wicket line of attack, and that's straighter, and that's too straight, and that is bumped down the ground by Brathwaite, a half volley that collapses into the boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just a little bit too full.
Yeah.
Yeah, he dug it. He had to dig it out, and
just turned his wrist.
Mahmood couldn't get it. He was feeling it mid-on. I suppose we can forgive him that, having taken the wicket in the last over. And I think, given that they are going roughly, the West Indies, at about 3 and over, runs are not the issue. 55 overs left. That's defended off the back foot. 4-no run by Craig Brathwaite. The end of the over, 29 for 2. Brathwaite's on 14. The as of yet unnamed and unjingled batsman is on 0. Ness, have we got any tweets?
I have. Jersey Oak says, get Lawrence on too. I think that was about 12 minutes ago. O'Neill Harris says, hi Gorillas, great commentary as usual. For a long time, the only cricketers in the West Indies making money was West Indies players and those who got to England. In this instance, I would say T20 has enabled the West Indies to eat well who are not West Indies players. And Honor Forsyth says, hello Gorillas. Hello Ed!
Hello Anna.
Hello Anna. Yeah, he's with us. He's back from Chancery Lane.
Tony, I don't know if we've got a jingle for Nkrumah Bonner.
Oh, we absolutely do. And here it is.
Because he'll be facing Mahmood with 2 slips and a gully.
He ain't got no tumors. Has a sense of humor. That's all the groomer. Don't listen to the rumors. He ain't got no tumors. Has a sense of humor. That's all the groomer.
There he was.
2 slips a gully and a short leg for Mahmood, who took a wicket with the last ball of his last over, and he's in now, and that is a half volley on off stump that is just punched to Ben Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run.
I'll tell you what, Ed, I've been doing my share of service to the legal world recently. I've done my jury service. Yes, I obviously can't tell you much about it, but it was a highly interesting experience.
It's great. Very interesting. I loved it, except that the other jurors I was with were numpties.
I'm not sure you're meant to disclose that, Nestlers.
No.
I think I can describe that bit. I just can't describe the cases. They were idiots.
Mahmood over the wicket, defended on the offside by Bonnet, the man fielding at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
You're the 12th angry man, Nestlers. 12 angry men. You were the one in.
I was the chairman, or whatever it's called. What's the
foreman
of the jury for the second one, and I was very close to complaining to writing a note to the judge.
Who was the actor in 12 Angry Men? I know it was directed by Sidney Lumet.
Tom Cruise. Oh no, I'm thinking of You Can't Handle the Truth.
Lord, Sidney Lumet directed 12 Angry Men. Lee J. Cobb was the hard-bitten last one to crack in terms of innocence. But I can't remember who the was it Henry Fonda? I think it was Henry Fonda.
Yeah, I think you're right. Mahmood is in, and that has nipped away a little bit. A good delivery by Mahmood, and that's gone past the outside edge through to Ben Folkes, and there's no run. Tony, as someone who doesn't practice in criminal law and someone who has never been on a jury, what are you allowed to say about the case after it's completed?
Nothing.
Literally nothing.
Literally nothing.
Oh, yeah. You can say that it was a murder or a robbery. It just means you don't name the people and don't describe the details.
Well, I think I'll err on the side of caution, seeing as we're on national radio or global radio.
Mahmood is in, and that is beautifully driven. Oh, that's the way to get off the mark. It's going to be a chase for Ben Stokes to cover. He's going to just pick it up, and they will run through for what I suspect is 3. That deserved 4. A slightly sluggish outfield, probably because of the rain interruptions we've had today. Yes, Tony, did you enjoy the experience?
Yes, I think I did, actually. You certainly feel a sense of great responsibility. It wasn't clear-cut. It was somebody on 2 counts, and we had to figure out both of them. A lot of video evidence to weigh through. I mean, it wasn't. It was over a day in.
It's tiring, isn't it?
Over a day in deliberation, day and a half in deliberation, and we weren't all in the same place to start with.
Mahmood's in, and that is defended off the front foot, and they steal a well-run quick single. Craig Brathwaite moves to 15. 33 for 2.
One of my other takeaways from it is that the CPS are extremely underfunded.
That's certainly true.
And the police are absolutely totally incompetent.
Yeah, my prosecution guy was reminding me of Rumpole with the Bailey, but there we go.
Well, I had the CPS person, and then this really high-paid lawyer from Lincoln's Inn Ed.
Only the best, Tony. Nessa, sorry, only the best.
And I was like, this woman, he was like an actor. I'll break off.
As Mahmood completes his over, and that is straight, and there's a half-hearted appeal from Mahmood as that it was inside edge onto the pad, but no LBW chance there. 33 for 2. Brathwaite's on 15, Bonner's on 3.
Yeah, he was like an actor, the defence lawyer, and he wooed the jurors, whereas the CPS, the lady who's doing it, was so dry and boring. And it worked to an extent. Actually, we got a hung jury in the end, which drove me nuts because he was guilty of sin, this guy. But a lot of it was down to this guy's performance.
And what we hear here, Nessa, is 2 different people's approach to the rules of confidentiality as applied to juries.
I haven't told you anything. I know. You know no details.
You might want to tell people the score, Ed.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, did you?
Okay, if you've been listening.
Pay attention.
God, that doesn't bode well for your case, I tell you now.
Oh, God, no.
Too late, I've done it.
I wonder how many notes.
Thanks to rights.
Do you remember his bag of notes he used to come to the flat with?
33 for 2, as that is flicked to mid-on by Brathwaite, and there's no run. No, I recommend anyone, as you're talking about the underfunding of the CPS, to read The Secret Barristers. Well, there are 2 books, I think, which set out the position the criminal justice system faced itself in this country in quite good detail, and it is pretty shocking, I have to say. I have great respect for my criminal brethren, as that is defended off the front foot by Brathwaite, and there's no run. And I don't know how they do it, and I mean that in a complimentary way.
Yeah, 4 men around the bat now.
There were 4 men before.
Pressure, yeah.
I'm just trying to teach you how I'm concentrating, Tony. Believe you me.
He can
you're right. There's an extra man, as that is absolutely slapped down the ground by Brathwaite. Oh, Biff. Bosh down the ground for one of these.
Biff Bosh, yes it was.
No, in my urge to prove to you, Tony, I've been concentrating, you're right, there is actually an extra man now who is standing at, I don't know, what would you call that? Is that catching it on?
Is that an on Hayden?
Not quite.
Yeah, it is an on Hayden, isn't it?
Not quite. Leach could easily have got a finger to that, probably just as well he didn't, because it might have taken his hand with it to the boundary, because it was really leathered. Yeah, well, we'll let you know about the fielding. We'll just when we get the opportunity in a moment.
Leach is in, and that's defended out to the offside. There's no run. So we have a silly mid-on, a gully slip, a leg slip, and then what would you describe that man that we said was in the Hayden position, Tony? What would you call that?
A mid-Hayden?
I'd call it sort of a shortish mid-off, really.
Very short though, is that is guided almost into the hands of the Amanda Gully, but instead it's racing down to the boundary. Grego is going to try and stop it, and I think he has done exceptionally well down there at third. And
well done, Lurch.
Throw that in, and they come back for, I think that's 2.
Who's Overton on for then?
Stokes.
Oh, he's on for Stokes. Yeah, they will have.
I don't know, maybe.
I would almost certainly.
No, I think Stokes is fielding it mid-off.
Oh, is he?
Well, Craig Oates has done exceptionally well there to prevent that from touching the rope as he slid full straight, and there's a lot of him to slide, mind you, into the advertising hoardings.
Surprisingly agile for a big fellow, I think is.
He's got a good touch for a big man, is that what
Yeah.
you're saying? As Leach completes his over, that's left outside the off stump. End of the over, 39 for 2, Brathwaite's on 21, Bonner's on 3.
Yeah, he's not this person you'd put your money on if he's chasing the ball down to the boundary, would you? Mark Beercat Games says, I've been on jury duty 3 times already. You absolutely can say what happened in the courtroom, discuss the case, etc. There may have been journalists there. After all, you just can't discuss what's happened in the deliberation room.
I would suspect, not doing jury work myself, that's right, because the judgments are all public, as are the proceedings.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's very true. The bit before's a bit boring when you're sitting there waiting to get a case.
Well, I've experienced that.
Yeah, you'd sit there and then they go home. You say, right, that's it, you're done for the day, you can go home now. And you haven't done anything apart from sit in this Chelmsford Crown Court, sort of bored out your brain, you know.
2 slips, a gully, and a short leg. Talking about being bored out of your brain, you know, could be worse. Jury service all this test match as that is nicked into the hands of Joe Root at first slip. What was I talking about? Boring game. 39 for 3 now. A good delivery from Mahmood that bounced a little bit, and Bonner is gone.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
That is the best delivery Mahmood has bowled today. That one, he had to play at it. It left Nkrumah Bonner a little bit, and he caught the outside edge and went straight into the hands of Joe Root. So he's gone for 3, 39 for 3. Perhaps we do have a game on.
Well, I'd like to see the speed gun on that one, because he does have that little bit of extra pace that Chris Wokes doesn't have. And there he got movement, lift, and what looked to be a slightly quicker ball, and it was all just too much, I'm afraid. And it was an excellent delivery, and as you rightly say, Ed, I think definitely the best ball he's bowled today. England will be feeling now. One might bring 2 more, and then all of a sudden all things might be possible.
I will not recant from my position that this is an absolutely appalling pitch. However, we have seen a few balls go through the top that has made it a more interesting day today, certainly, than it has been in the previous ones. Well, the new batsman is one of England's main tormentors. It is this man.
Who's the Jamaican guy that's never lived up to expectations with bat or ball? Yeah. Who's the guy who will get out when the ball's moving about? You're damn right.
I can tell you, WinViz, our friends at WinViz, it lurches like a tree in the Caribbean breeze, backwards and forwards. But it's got England at 33% now. The draw at 67.
It's about as interesting as it's got, I think, this game. But Mahmood is certainly having a final day to remember. He's got 2 for 7 now. He's only bowled 2.1 overs. And it's going to be Jermaine Blackwood who's on strike. Still 2 slips, a gully, and a short leg. And Mahmood is going to continue his over-the-wicket line of the attack to the right-handed Jermaine Blackwood. He's going to bowl, and that is defended off the front foot, and there is no run. I agree with you, Tony. I thought there's a little extra bit of zip behind that final delivery.
Well, it was close. It was really. I mean, Bonner seemed to be in a couple of minds as to what to do with it. I suspect this is the replay we're looking at now. No, we're not. We're just looking at the subsequent ball. But it tucked him up for room, didn't he? It was one he had to play because it just came back in at him in front of his off stump, and he just got in a bit of a tangle, legitimate edge, and there he is on his way back.
Yes, I don't think Bonner can have too many complaints as he bowls, and that's jabbed out by Blackwood off the back foot to the man fielding at cover, and there's no run. Whereas the first wicket Mahmood got was a poor shot. That was a genuine bowler's dismissal, I think.
Well, this, you know what's interesting now? I mean, it's a really interesting... You're right, Ben Stokes is on, by the way, so he seems to have survived that fall. It's a really interesting test of character for both sides here for sort of similar-ish reasons. The West Indies, they really they've been really resolute in the first test, but they're under the gun a little bit now. Whereas England's fledgling attack, in a way, need to not get too excited and not too despondent if the next wicket doesn't come immediately. So they're under, a different kind of test, really, for them. Ed, anytime you want to commentate on that ball?
I'm very sorry, I think my thing just skipped there.
Okay, well, it was just played down.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't see anything.
Blackwood. So he's phase 3, yet to get off the mark.
I'm very sorry, dear listeners.
He hit it one-handed for 6.
No,
God, I hate it when that happens.
while simultaneously standing on one leg and lifting his cap, lifting his helmet.
And eating a pie.
Now I've just gone through dot balls. Another dot ball just appeared, but I think I'm back live now. As Blackwood bowls and that's defended off into the offside. There's no run. My internet has been a bit dodgy in here before, which has made some remote court hearings a little bit more difficult than they should have been.
Oh God! There's not somebody doing life, are they? Because you couldn't quite hear what the judge said.
Don't practice in criminal law, fortunately. Don't worry.
I think you're secretly a barista, not a barrister. You're just having us all on.
Luckily, people are very, during COVID, because remote hearings have become so much the norm, people are very understanding of that kind of mishap. It's slightly different to clamming up when you're in person. Mahmood's completing his over, and that's defended by Blackwood into the offside, so he's yet to get off the mark. Brathwaite's on 21, he'll be on strike for the next over.
I'll tell you what, Mahmood has found a gear, slightly above where he was, I think, in the first innings. It's amazing what a legitimate wicket can do. Anyway, sorry, Nestlers.
Indeed, we are. Yahweh says draw still. Take a Ouija board into the jury room and ask if they are guilty. Instant mistrial. New jury. True story.
You'd hope so.
True story. Someone took a Ouija board.
That's pretty terrifying.
That is pretty terrifying. That is probably better than some of the jurors I had with me. On Twitter, no, we're all quiet at the moment. Yeah, it's one of these things where I don't think the West Indies can't win this now. I don't think.
No way.
So, although you say, I know you said it's a different type of pressure, Tony, but it's not pressure for England, is it? It's kind of excitement.
well, yeah, which brings its own pressure. They'll now be convinced that they should be doing this, and to a brand new attack, that's quite a weight of responsibility to carry. Obviously, they'd have bitten your arm off to be in that position.
Leach bowls, and that's defended off the front foot. We've lost the Hayden catcher. That seemed to have been for Nkrumah Bonner only, and we still have the 3 men around the bat on the offside, and we have the leg slip. As Jack Leach comes in to bowl the second ball of his 5th over, and that is defended off the front foot to the man fielding at mid-off, and there's no run.
What's that phrase about the hope that kills you?
Yes. Jack Leach coming up to his 75th over of this match. He bowls, and that's a better delivery that's on the off-stump line and catch the outside half of Brathwaite's bat, and there is no run there. I agree with Tony, actually, where it's an interesting kind of pressure, this, because although England have done well to prize out 3 wickets as Leach bowls, that's flicked by Brathwaite. It's flicked slightly out of control into the leg side. There's almost no one out there in the deep, and in fact the man fielding at leg slips had to field and they've got 3 for 2. But on the other hand, we haven't seen the pitch misbehave that much, really. So you would think that you should be able to bat the 50 overs to save the game, and in reality, as long as they bat, say, the next 40 overs with 3 wickets, probably they'll shake hands, depending on how much Jerry wants to disrespect Carlos Brathwaite.
I don't believe there was disrespect involved there. I just think it was...
No, obviously not. That was
cricket.
Insane. That was an insane comment. That's defended off the front foot by Leach, off the bowling of Leach for no run.
And the other thing you've got to think about the age of the ball. So, I mean, it's they've got it was started off with 65 overs to bowl. When we're in the 14th over,
That's a very good point.
After 25, it may not be as menacing as it is for the first 25. So I'm sure England would want to get the wickets in as quick as they can.
As Leach completes is over, that is a dot ball, so 2 off that. 41 for 3. Black was on 0. Brathwaite is on 23.
Armchair Cricket Podcast says at 39 for 3 with Sticky Bonnock on, England are right in it. They still have skipper Craig there. How many of the remaining 50 plus overs can they get in? How many would they need?
Well, they'll need all of them, I would think.
Yeah.
I think another rain delay now would be pretty fatal.
Yeah. Look to have blue skies there at the moment, I think.
Yes. Although we have seen as it changes pretty rapidly out there, doesn't it?
Yeah. Hopefully there's going to be no more weather. How many test victories has England achieved in the past 12 months, i.e. since March 2021?
Tony said this earlier.
Will it happen today, says Farong.
Mahmood's going to continue. He's got 2 for 7 so far, and he has looked the most threatening of the attack that we have seen today. And he's going to be bowling to Jermaine Blackwood, who's still on a blob, and that is defended, slightly fended into the onside to the man fielding at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. A good game for Saqib Mahmood on debut, slightly better than Matt Fisher. And of course he is the more experienced of the two. We haven't seen, and I know there's a lot of talk about Mahmood's extra pace, Tony, you've mentioned that, but you know, he doesn't hit the speeds of an Ollie Robinson or Ollie Stone or a Mark Wood or a Jofra Archer, as Mahmood is in, and that is a poor shot by Blackwood, who fends at one miles outside the off stump. It was a shot for 1 or a shot for nothing, and it went past the outside edge into the gloves of the England wicketkeeper, and it went under the bat. In fact,
it's horrible, wasn't it?
So that one kept a bit low, which will definitely keep the England batsmen interested, because it was the England fielders interested, as that was on quite a short of a good length.
But there you are, from an England perspective. You've just named 3 bowlers there: Archer, Ollie Stone, injury, big injury. Ollie Stone, big lasting injury. Robinson struggles with fitness.
Mahmood is in, and that's defended off the front foot, and there's no run. Although I have to say, Tony, I'm quite glad that Jofra's not fit, because probably Joe Root would have made him bowl about 60 overs on this pitch. He'd have got 2 for 70, and then he'd never play again. So, you know, maybe he's just made a smart tactical decision to ease himself back in, let's say.
What's wrong with Robinson?
Too many pints, I think.
Well, yeah, no, he had a back spasm as well. But he does, you know, can he last 5 days, 2 tests running? I mean, it hasn't looked that good. He was criticised, wasn't he, for carrying too much weight in Australia?
As Mahmood bowls, and that's flicked by Blackwood past the man fielding at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, there was a rather extraordinary sight of John Lewis criticising him during the game, which I think kind of showed that the England coaching setup had degenerated into a full-on shambles by that point during the Australian winter. However, it was noticeable and much remarked upon during that series that he did get slower, as Tony says, as the series went on, and by the end he was bowling it just under 80 miles an hour.
Well, slower between first session and first spell and second spell as well.
And we did see that a bit in the summer, of course, where he was noticeably slower in the final sessions, as Mahmood bowls a good delivery that rears up and catches the outside edge, goes on the bounce to gully. He's certainly getting the ball to do things that the other England bowlers have been unable to do in this game.
Are we due a change after this ball?
After this delivery, we are. I think that's going to be me, joined by Jason and the Wizard of the Wirral, Al Hodge.
Well, what a 3 to take you through what will either be a very exciting chase for wickets or a Brathwaite blockathon. It's been a pleasure to be on with you, Tony. It's been a pleasure to be on with you, Nessa. It's been a pleasure to talk to everyone else here as we complete Mahmood's over and my spell. It's defended off the front foot into the onside, so we leave it at 41 for 3, 15 overs bowled. The target's 282. They're not going to get there. Brathwaite's on 23. Brack was on 0, and in fact we're going to have a drinks break, so it's the perfect opportunity to hand over to Tony, Al and Jason.
Thank you very much, Ed. Don't go too far. You will of course be back later, and we're looking forward to that. But I am indeed joined by Al, who I think is going to be summarising, and Jason is going to be our king of social platforms. King, Queen, Prince, whichever you choose to be today. We shall see.
Queen?
Well, I don't know. It's a very free and liberal, open-minded.
Church. I think that's
church, broad
what
church. We're a broad church, and I'm a broad bishop, broader than I'd like to be. But there we go. Well, yes, indeed. This has started off about as interestingly as it could do, really. I suspect from the West Indies perspective, there will be rumblings of concern. That they will be looking to shore things up. They do have, of course, at the crease, the man who ground his way through over nearly 500 balls to 160. They also have the capability to, I hope this is, yes, thank goodness for that. I suddenly saw football on the screen.
No, it's still a drinks break.
It's still a drinks break. That's just
still a drinks break time.
You still need to wibble on for a bit longer.
Well, we will, and we'll also find out who is with us. But just a reminder, there is a drinks break. 41 for 3, the West Indies. Things have not quite gone their way at the start of this second innings. They've lost Campbell, who was caught by Lees off the bowling of Leach. They've lost Shamar Brooks, who was brilliantly caught by Root after it was juggled like a slippery bar of soap by Crawley. But Root did the tidying up behind him. Nkrumah Bonner got a brilliant ball that just he edged, that would have really tucked him up for space off the bowling of Mahmood. So 2 for Mahmood so far, who has started to look the real deal, I think, Al.
And I think what's interesting, 2 slip catches as well. So what we're seeing here is you wait 4 days for a game and then it all happens in one day. Is that there's been just a bit of that lateral movement, which Mahmood has done very well to be able to extract from the pitch, and it's been able to generate the edge.
Watching the wickets fall. Remember that the West Indies set off with 65 overs. They needed 282 to win. That has been reduced to 241, but they've lost 3 wickets in the process. You're with us on Guerrilla Cricket, guerillacricket.com. We're also on platinumfm.ag. That's Platinum FM 97.9, I think, if I got that right. Someone tell me if I got that wrong. So. Across the islands of the Caribbean. You can find us on Facebook, Guerrilla Cricket again. You can find us on YouTube. You can catch us on Hot Mic. We're all over the place, frankly, in more ways than one.
I think so. I think what I'd be interested, the first wicket to fall was Campbell. And I'd be interested if our Caribbean listeners and YouTube subscribers, and if nobody says anything, then obviously we can throw it open to Vernon and Mash when they're on this afternoon. Is that it for Campbell? And if it is it for Campbell, who do they think will come in his place?
I think the man that's in waiting is probably Carl Mayers.
Well, we are resuming.
I'm not sure I've seen him as an opener.
Jack Leach coming around the wicket to the right-handed Brathwaite, who edges forward. Still those 4 men around the bat.
Because I just assumed Mayers was a middle order batsman. You see,
and it's Lawrence who's in what I can only think of the Tresgothic supplicant praying position on his knees, as this one is left again by Brathwaite. Not quite the spit and turn that Jack Leach would be demanding.
It's a super short second slip version, isn't it? The Tresgothic position.
Yeah, well, he is at super short second slip, as you say, on his knees. Is Lawrence. This one is driven. Leach gets one hand on it. Stokes will complete the fielding at mid-off. 41 for 3. 49 and a half overs left today, we reckon.
I'd love to see Leach bowl an arm ball here at this point.
Well, let's see what he does. No, he gives it a bit more air, not an arm ball. And there is Lawrence, who, despite only being on his knees, in his best sort of Toulouse-Lautrec impression, he needs a pair of shoes, doesn't he, that's sort of sticking out from his knees. He still manages to fall over from the kneeling position, which, well, I suppose it's easy to lose your balance, isn't it, on your knees? You had to stick a big paw down to his left. There's a leg slip as well. Silly point, as this one is cut. Evades all of them. It's not going to go all the way, though. Matt Fisher, he goes thundering after it. Rather laboured run too, but it will get 2 runs for Brathwaite, who's well, he's set off as he in this innings as he did pretty much in the first innings. He knows his job, and his job is to be there at the close, and that's what he's going to bust everything he's got to attempt to do. Leach throws this up towards the leg stump, looking for that ball to come back away from the right-hander. It didn't move appreciably. It was easily dealt with. 2 runs off the over. Jason.
Our own message here says, I don't actually care who wins as long as it's not a draw. And he's had some bets. He has $10 on England at 8, which I presume is 8 to 10 on, and $5 on West Indies at 40, which I presume is odds of 8 to 1. I need a win to fund my GPL addiction.
The GPL addiction. It'd be interesting to go to the doctor with that. I think we finished about £92-93. So we'll keep you posted on that as the day progresses. Obviously, it's closed, only lasts till lunchtime.
Yeah, gents, I have a question for you.
Fire away.
The best captain's performance I've seen in kind of like a match-saving effort was Atherton against South Africa. That huge second innings, and particularly the partnership with Russell. If Brathwaite can be there at the end, given what he did in the first innings, where would you kind of rank this sort of like captain's match-saving performance? Would you put it in that sort of mould, or maybe even ahead of it?
Not quite, and I'll tell you why, as this one is steered into the onside.
Ooh.
And slight misfield. Will they run on it? I suspect they probably will choose not to. No, they don't.
You're getting absolutely no help from the graphics here, are you, Tiff?
Well, no, I mean...
Get to 1.
It was. They did take a single, but the graduate trainee BT graphics, BT captioner, was well behind the 8 ball. So Brathwaite will be back onto strike. Why do I? It would be a fantastic effort. There is no doubt about that, but it ain't against Alan Donald. As Mahmood is in, doing his best to be a bit like Alan Donald, because he's really trying to push it through now, but that's pushed straight to short square, and there will be no run. He's found his range, has Saqib Mahmood, very tidily. He's got 2 wickets as well for as a result of that.
To add to that, it's I don't know what the pitch is in was in Cape Town.
Cape Town,
was it?
Yeah.
But this pitch is somewhat flatter, and I imagine it's a lot easier to stay in and just not get out.
Brathwaite has his bat aloft. That's certainly his mission at the moment, is to stay in, and he's just eased this towards mid-on, and there is no run. 282, that target, remember, when the West Indies set off. That's reduced down now to 238. If people are counting, I'm not sure the West Indies are counting that. I think they just want to stay there, to be fair.
It's amazing how now it's about occupation.
Well, I mean, 44 for 3. It's the runs have been coming, but England have bowled very well. This one swings in. Mahmood can't quite get a big meaty paw down to it, but wasn't really connected with. It will roll to Ben Stokes. We all had a bit of a heart flutter. Certainly England fans, England management, England players did, as Ben Stokes got himself in a horrible tangle diving earlier on and seemed to be in some discomfort, but he does seem to have recovered. It's 44 for 3.
Mr. Jess has corrected me. He said he's got England at 7 to 1 and West Indies at 39 to 1 at a time this morning when the draw was a massive odds-on favourite. So my mistake on those odds.
Well, I'll keep up to date with our WinViz chums as well. 65% the draw, 35% now the England win. That's possibly on the optimistic side, I think, as this one is a terrific delivery from Mahmood. Just a hint of movement off the track, and it is away into the offside. There is no run.
That seemed to start to move as soon as it left his hand, didn't it, Tony?
It did.
I don't know whether it's slight optical illusion, but it just seemed to be. It seemed to be swinging from departure.
Well, we're looking at Richie Richardson.
What you wouldn't give for
his laptop. Well, nearly 6,000 runs, averaged nearly 45, 16 tons, best of 194 and 86 matches. He certainly was some player. Should be 48 overs left, issues of weather of course permitting. This one is full edged past second slip, was actually quite wide of second slip, not reaching gully. Johnny Bairstow's in pursuit, but it's the sort of pursuit that says I'm just going to follow this one to the boundary, which is what he does. It's one of these.
Heart a flutter for just a second.
It was just wide of gully actually, wasn't it? And
yeah. No real control.
No, not a lot of footwork either, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it's 4 more for the West Indies. It's the end of that Mahmood over. And Jason, who's with us on any platforms, including perhaps our Facebook friends and YouTube friends and anyone?
I'm going to go to YouTube, and Andrew Williamson said, I tune into Guerrilla Cricket to avoid the likes of Agnew, Ed Smith and Henry Moran on TMS.
We're delighted you have.
Well,
and Suter, who says Gower is the typical "it was harder during my day" type commentator. I'm thinking that's a bit hard as well.
Well, in the West Indies, it probably was.
Jack Leach is going to be bowling from the Joel Garner end, and forward comes Jermaine Blackwood and plays that very tidily. He's having a good watchful look at that pitch, a little bit of gardening right under the nose of
to be fair,
that man
Gower
at Silly
had 2
Point.
very good tours of the West Indies when he was the highest run scorer, albeit in
comes Leach again. Sides. Forward comes Blackwood. Again, there's not a lot of attacking intent here from Blackwood, as he's settling himself in. Just 1 of 14 deliveries from him so far. Jack Leach, I'm sure, would be wanting to see a little bit more rip and turn. What's he going to do with this one? A little bit more air on leg stump. And Blackwood says, thank you very much, that was meat and drink. And he's just tickled that away down past backward square. They've taken 1, they'll come back for 2. They may have even turned that into 3. They did indeed. So it's good, sharp running. The 50's up for West Indies. 51 for 3 on the board for them. Brathwaite, 29. Those big runs in the first innings. He must be brimming with confidence. He knows, as we were saying, if he can still be there at the end, you suspect the teams will be shaking hands. 51 for 3 though. England striving and straining and looking at everything they can do to try and get one more wicket. Forward comes Brathwaite again. Seems to me, Al, that when he strays onto leg, Jack Leach, I know he's looking for that ball that will come back, as it were, at the right-hander, but he looks more dangerous when he's pitching it on middle or to middle and off. Going for the outside edge. As forward again comes Brathwaite. No run.
It doesn't need to turn a lot, and if you kind of go, if I mean, the magic ball is a magic ball for a reason. So middle and off makes an awful lot of sense. Well, if you've got 3 people there, brings them all into play.
Leach again. Forward comes Brathwaite. Drops the bat on it. Just almost digs a hole of the ball into the turf. Well, just ask Roston Chase. If you want to know about balls that don't have to turn a lot and still take wickets, he could describe 8 of them for you. And if you look in the scorebook, it doesn't tell you how much they turned, it just tells you he got 8 wickets, as England got absolutely pummeled in 2019 by, I think, 381 runs. Anyway, Jason.
I'll go to Facebook this time and say a few thank yous to people who joined us. Nasruddin Ansari, Malvia, Shearing Bhatia, Tiffany Hines, Mia Boyer, Natalie Stephen, Dave Carpenter. Thank you all, and R. James King. Thank you all for listening to us.
Well, now here's an interesting change, and Joe Root has said, right, if you want a job done properly, do it yourself. And in his official role as second spinner, it was going to be either him or Dan Lawrence.
I
think this is a smart move, don't you?
I think he's on the wrong horse.
He's on the wrong horse, or the man who thinks he's a horse, of course, he's not playing. He's another one who's ill or injured or both. But it's this man, it's England's captain.
He's Joe Root, and his home is ever on the ground. Joe Root, wherever there are runs, he will be found. Joe Root.
Right arm over, plenty of air immediately. And Blackwood plays that very correctly, and there is no run.
Now that's not his usual, it is more recent, very slingy delivery. That's much more arm over the top. So I'm hoping he's going to bowl like a spinner today.
And comes Root again, and he's... Well, I think this is... I'll tell you what, this is quite interesting, I think, as what one was down, moved enough. Was taken outside a leg this time by Ben Foakes. I mean, you've got two different angles of attack with the left arm and right arm spin. Now that one's a big shout for LBW. Umpire Dogood in his first test. And he's acquitted himself pretty well, I think, thus far. Maybe he's looked at everything Joel Wilson does and says, well, maybe if I do the opposite, I'll be in good order. Too high, I think. Too high and possibly down leg, but you could see why England were excited. And this forces Blackwood onto the back foot. Steered away towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
My picture is miles behind you, Tony. I'm not entirely sure why.
Yeah, no, I can see the output here is not great. As onto the back foot goes Blackwood, who cuts, but he cuts it straight to point. There is no run. Good, decent over so far from Root. 5 deliveries, all dot balls. That's good pressure. That's what the way England will see that. This one again moves. Right off. It moved considerably off the pitch. In fact, he's getting a lot of bounce. Al. That definitely bounced, as well as was a sort of a classic off break that also bounced quite a lot and had Blackwood in a bit of a tangle.
Maybe an indication he's slightly short in his length, but I mean that's what you want to be able to kind of trouble batsmen at this stage of the test.
Well, indeed, it's 46 overs remaining today. 51 for 3. The West Indies. The runs required 231. Jason.
Dave Sarah asked a question in the theme of Al's question before about rearguards. Where does Babar feature in the all-time rearguards for his monumental innings in Pakistan recently? Also, Usman Khawaja in the UAE.
No, I think you're absolutely right to mention those, but it just it seems like it's a short list.
Well, look who England are bringing into the attack. We need a wicket, Ben, says Joe Root. Give it all you've got. And to do it, it is going to be, well, we'll jingle him up in a minute. He's got a slip, 2 gullies really, as this one though is straying a little bit onto middle and leg, and Brathwaite tickles it away into the onside to get himself a single. Bring Blackwood on to strike. It's this man.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
Certainly been prepared to rotate his bowlers, hasn't he, Al, Joe Root? Including rotating himself.
I think he's just going to have to be.
In comes Stokes. Onto the back foot goes Blackwood, plays out with a nice high elbow out towards point Johnny Bairstow Fields, and there is no run. 52 for 3. Wokes bowled 4, Fisher 2, Leach 7, Mahmood 5, Joe Root just 1, and just 2 balls of Stokes' first over. So he's working his way through his full palette of options. Is Joe Root 6 already? Trying to keep them fresh, trying to keep the West Indies on their toes, looking for as much variety as possible. Back foot again by Blackwood to one that hours him a little bit, but in the end he plays comfortably enough. 2 wickets, of course, for Saqib Mahmood. He will be feeling that he belongs now.
Definitely. Oh, and
a no ball from Ben Stokes. Ben, goodness me.
Quite
At least it didn't take a wicket this time.
Why does the umpire have to stand right in the middle of the pitch in order to signify that it's a no ball?
Well, it was one of these.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
John Goodman? Was that John Goodman?
Yes.
Yeah,
was from the Big Lebowski.
Indeed it was. Stokes in. Bit of extra bounce, wide of off stump though. Thumps into the gloves of Ben Folkes, and Jermaine Blackwood is very happy just to watch that by Root and Folkes in deep conversation. What do you think they're saying, Al? I suspect it's not, where do you fancy for a drink tonight?
I think it's just interesting that I expected when Root came on that it was going to be spin from both ends. Leach has to bowl at least 18 of these remaining 45 overs.
In comes Stokes and is pushed to the man at forward short. That man is Alex Lees, I think. It's the classic, isn't it? Cricket.
Yeah, new boy.
Here's the helmet. Here's those funny little shin guards. Good luck.
Yeah.
And it's
just
Alex
hazing,
Lees has got that job.
Bullying.
Well, I think it's just.
Yeah,
it's just the pecking order, isn't it? It's just
true.
It's true of life.
New
boy gets the work.
Because you actually get to be in the game every ball.
Oh, you certainly are, and you get a chance to maybe chirp at the batsman. I don't know if Alex Lees is that way inclined. Onto the back foot goes Blackwood, has to play this in a bit of a hurry, but plays it tidily enough away towards cover. There's no run. Ben Stokes has a look back at him.
I certainly enjoyed fielding at short leg and silly bit off far more than some of the other places.
Is that where was your specialist position then, Jason?
Short leg.
Ah, well there you are.
I was also tend to end up in the gully, which is the worst possible place because you get absolutely everything.
Well, yeah.
You get dying quails and absolute rockets at you.
You do. 53 for 3, the West Indies. Ben Stokes is whom Joe Root has turned to try and get another breakthrough for England, but these two are holding firm, and that's left by Blackwood outside of his off stump. Just 2 runs from that Stokes over. 53 for 3, 45 overs left today. Jason.
And who was it? It was Yahweh reminds us that it's now 5 runs and over required for the Windies, which is getting on the tall side.
I think that might be Everest, I think.
Well, it's I mean, if you were thinking about fielding restrictions, then of course you'd go, that's entirely doable. I wonder if those early wickets have caused a change of mindset. You know, looking at it every half hour, this is what we said at the beginning. West Indies, if they'd got to 30, 40, no wickets down, they might just have been thinking, well, do we want to open our shoulders a bit? All isn't, the game is still open. I think those wickets have created a slightly different mindset here. Be very interested to hear Vernon's view on that, as Richie Richardson is busy making some notes behind his laptop. Well, he seems to be enjoying his work.
I've got a thought for you after this.
As that one spits a little bit, but Brathwaite can steer it down on the 45. Around comes Fisher. There is 1 run taken. It'll bring Blackwood back on to strike. 31 for Craig Brathwaite. 4 for Blackwood, who's been very cautious indeed so far, with good reason. And Joe Root, well, he's conceded his first run. In he comes. Oh, that's a horrible ball. It's short, and he's got away with it, rather, I think, to be honest. On a good day, Blackwood would have rocked back and absolutely caned that away towards the cover boundary. He was a little bit more careful this time. And Joe Root's bowled a bit of a pie that has been unpunished. That's a better ball, though. Forces Blackwood onto the back foot, pushes to mid-on. No run, Stokes fields. 54 for 3. I mean, at what point do we stop calling Root an occasional bowler?
When he bowls more than occasionally.
That's why you listen to Guerrilla Cricket. It's that kind of wisdom, as this one is pushed towards the man, which will be Alex Lees, who we've already said is the new boy who gets the forward short leg duties. Joe Root sporting a headband, of course, these days, or an Alice band. In he comes, gives that plenty of flight, caught in front, pitched outside, looked bang in front. Nigel Dogood just kind of looks down at his toes, almost in the manner of a sort of a naughty schoolboy who's been told off. What was wrong with that? I thought it was a good shout, Jason. Height?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think height. He said he's getting bounced, so I think that's probably just going a little bit over the top.
And to be fair, on his own bowling, he's not inclined to review. This again forces Blackwood onto the back foot, punches straight to short extra. There's no run, so just a single from that over from Joe Root. England trying to ratchet up that pressure. Brathwaite and Brathwaite, I beg your pardon, and Blackwood are holding firm. Now, the afternoon session is going to end at 3:25 local time. 4:25, 6:25, 7. What's that? 3. Is that 7:25? Is it? Am I right?
I think so.
So which is pretty much what we thought. And I think we will be due a change at the end of this Stokes over. Al, you are going to slide seamlessly into the ball-by-ball chair.
I'll do my best.
Nestlers will be returning to nestle in his nestle-like way. And hopefully, Jacob, if he's got the memo, will be doing some summarising as this one is pushed off the bowling of Stokes by Brathwaite towards mid-wicket. Again, no run. He's a very cool customer, I think, Brathwaite, isn't he?
Seems to be.
He looks
Jason,
unflustered.
Jason, you said you had a thought.
I did. I just wondered whether they should bring on Lawrence as well as Root and try and tempt the players to hit out a bit more. Because if they're in their shells, okay, if they don't bowl well, it'll be easy to defend. But just a couple of overs, just to try it, see what happens.
In will come Stokes, still got slip and a gully forward short leg, that rather squares Brathwaite up, but he's able to keep it down and play it down to that man at slip. There is no run. 2 dot balls. Looks of anguish amongst the England fielders. Doesn't trouble Craig Brathwaite though.
If they do go into their shells, then you can attack with as many close fielders as you want, basically. Because you're not particularly worried about giving away bonus runs for boundary riders that would have been there otherwise.
Well, Brathwaite, just a little nod as Stokes is in. It's full, and Brathwaite again meets it very tidily indeed. Steers to mid-off. There is no run.
I think it's just about trying to find the right permutations and combinations.
Machinations and dissertations.
Yeah, I think
administrations.
Certainly, I'd be hoping for, if you aren't going to go with Jason's spin twins theory, then I'd be certainly looking for Mahmood to have at least a couple more overs before tea.
In comes Stokes. Brathwaite gives everything in behind it. It did keep a bit low. Brathwaite does look at it rather watchfully, doesn't he?
Yeah, he had both feet off the ground then when he played that shot. and the reaction from wicketkeeper and slip certainly was one of, we didn't expect it to keep quite that low.
Well, the Barmy Army are basting in the Barbados sunshine and trying to get behind England. They will be thinking this is a big partnership to break, and timing is to an extent of the essence. Forward again comes Brathwaite, who will be doing everything in his power to ensure that doesn't happen. He's wiry, isn't he? He's not a thickly set man at all. He's lithe and slim, is he not, Brathwaite? Yeah.
He's quite slender. He's not particularly tall. He's not particularly tall either. He's more in the Sunil Gavaskar mode of cricketers than
yes, he is.
Chris Gales.
Well, I'm
the world.
Very much liking what I've been seeing from him, I can tell you. As Stokes is in, Brathwaite jumps again. This one does bounce a little bit more, but he's got everything in behind it. So at the end of this over, we will have a little change. The West Indies have moved to 54 for 3. They trail by 228. And Al, I think the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, and I'll see you in the next test.
I'll see you in Grenada. Here to take me through to tea is Nestle Boy and Jacob. Evening.
All right. Hello.
Right. I think we can safely discount the idea that the West Indies need 228 more runs to win.
Yeah.
I think that might be out of the equation. So, I think the equation is slightly simpler. 43 overs left. 7 wickets is your target. The Joe Root experiment is over. And we're back to Jack Leach, who's going to resume his continuous occupation.
The Joe Root experiment, their second album was amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. Their second album was called "Have You Seen My Alice Headband?" Was that right?
I think they did a crossover with the Matthew Fisher project.
Yes.
I think that might be the one. Anyway, Leach around the wicket wide of the crease, and that is just turned and nibbled past the outside edge of Blackwood. A great ball to start. Just left him a little. Oh, it's an absolute peach.
Yep.
On different days, Leach would have, you take edges with those every once in a while. That, though, is too wide outside off stump, and Blackwood will leave that alone. Jacob, has Leach got a good arm ball? Or does he have an arm ball at all?
Not that I've seen. I haven't seen him bring out the arm ball at all, actually. The proper kind of full straight seam arm ball.
Yeah. That's too wide and outside the off stump, and Blackwood this time decides to cut away, and that will be, I think, stopped before it gets to the creases. Everything slows on my computer and then speeds up again, and that will be two runs to Blackwood.
In fact, the only bowler I can remember recently seeing bowl a full-on proper swing-in arm ball is Ajaz Patel of New Zealand.
Just seems like this is kind of set up for him to bowl one. There's Leach again, wide of the crease, and Blackwood gets everything behind it in defence.
Hombre Nuevo says, we all know this will mostly end in a draw, but the ability of doublethink of most cricket fans means that this situation in a test is always intensely interesting and exciting. God, I love this game.
I think we could say that this is a crucial half hour. Yeah. As Leach is in again, tempts Blackwood to play away from his body, and plays and misses.
I'm going to say England aren't going to do this. I think it'll end in a draw.
Okay. Doom-mongering.
Sit my,
Yeah, your hat is in the ring.
My hat's in the ring on that.
Okay, I'll come to Jacob in a second as we go. Oh, and that is... I think that might have wrapped him on the pad and just dropped short of second slip in the praying position. That is just all ends up beating Blackwood. That's a great over from Leach. Probing, attacking, but 2 runs from it and no wicket. Nestle Boy, what have we got by way of social media?
Well, Twitter, we're very quiet on it at the moment. I think Dandy Castro says you need 1,000 parallel universes to get one win. I love big odds, not this one.
1,000?
1,000 parallel universes.
1,000 parallel universes. What is...
Suter Who wonders, is there anyone like Chris Gale? Some might say thankfully not.
Probably not. As Stokes is in, but Brathwaite watchful in defence outside the off stump.
I'm sure much to the relief of slightly attractive female journalists the world over. It's uncomfortable viewing at times with Chris Gale, but very comfortable viewing when he gets on a cricket pitch. So, not that one excuses the other, but there are two sides to the man.
Everybody is multifaceted. Nobody's perfect.
Apart from someone like Roger Federer.
No, Stokes is in, and that. Brathwaite just takes one hand off the bat there. There was a famous rugby union test captain for Australia called John Eales, whose nickname was Nobody for that reason. But nobody's perfect, so the team called him Nobody, which I thought was particularly cool. I like nicknames like that.
Seeing a few replays here of Stokes, and Jack Leach, I thought, could feel a bit aggrieved that he hasn't had more wickets in this game, and Stokes is another one. We're seeing endless balls which are just beating the bat and not quite taking the edge or edging and going down.
Certainly is. Brathwaite again is rock solid in defence. Something for us all to learn if we're starting our league seasons before too long.
Terrible attitude, Al. Where's the belief, says Suter Who.
What? Where's my belief? I'm not the one who said they wouldn't do it, that was you. I'm not being tarred with your brush.
Well, he said you've got a terrible attitude.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's met me, so I mean, of course.
I don't sound like you.
Stokes in, but left alone by Brathwaite this time, and there's no run. That's... Yeah, can we Can I get? Is it because I said that nobody was perfect? That's a terrible attitude.
No, I think
where's the belief?
I think
Where's
the
the belief?
Scots, like Colin, all us English sound the same.
Ah,
Racism.
Yeah,
Racism in
isn't it?
cricket. It's disgraceful.
Cricket stands united against racism, didn't you?
Well,
know?
I hope so.
They've mentioned it enough.
Well, as they should, and they should keep on doing so until the problem is at least better than it is. As Stokes is in, and up on his toes goes Brathwaite, and plays it into the covers, and there's just one ball left of this over. Hopefully the results of that Scottish report will be out before too long.
Yeah,
Scottish
the
report?
Scottish cricket one, isn't it? About their former chief executive, who was apparently, by all accounts, a slightly unfortunate and horrible person.
Yeah.
And bullied and shouted at and abused people. Allegedly.
Up until the moment the report comes in.
Yeah. At which point it may well be confirmed.
True enough. Last ball of the over, Stokes tries the Yorker, but it's too far outside off stump. Brathwaite defends. 41 overs left in your game. 56 for 3 is the score. Nestle ball.
Ben De Castro said, need a grizzly bear to dislodge the tents. The West Indies have pitched now, and only food is unopened canned goods. So Mahmood looked good earlier.
Yes.
Yeah. To which Colin says, I'd be more worried about Leach. Yeah, Leach has been looking good, hasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, that last over was just dangerous in all sorts, in all the right ways, and
dare I use the phrase unplayable?
Well, Blackwood did his best to try and play it. He's probably not in good enough form to nick one of them. That's the thing. Leach in, and again, likes loop and drift. Blackwood comes forward and defends.
Our very own Jason Hiscox has pointed out that we have broken with centuries of tradition, as the Scottish report is the report which we're not meant to mention on air.
No,
we shall simply refer to it as the Scottish report.
The Scottish report. He's on a good middle and off line, Leach, with the second delivery, and he's bringing Blackwood forward. And Blackwood is resolute.
As ever.
He seems to be playing within himself, which is kind of what you would want as a West Indian fan at this point in time. As that's defended back to Leach. And there's no run.
I know you're one of our younger commentators, Jacob, but do you watch Blackadder?
Yes, do you mean Macbeth?
Hopshaw, but will make amends, as that is too wide, and Blackwood thinks about playing and then gets himself all in a tangle trying to get his bat out of the way.
Anyone who
nestles in the arms of folks.
Anyone who knows me, Nestlers, knows that not only do I watch Blackadder, I can practically recite it by heart.
Good stuff. That's why you're here. That one is more on middle and leg, making it easier for Blackwood to defend. And there's just one ball left in this quickly taken Leach over.
Unfortunately, as some of my friends might say, I can do the same for Life of Brian and Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
It's because you're a very naughty boy.
You see, I say that to women and they don't look nearly as impressed as they should do.
Too wide outside the off stump, cut away in front of square by Blackwood, and there'll be a couple there as it's eventually fielded. Just inside the boundary sponge. 2 off the over, 1 for 27 is Leach off 9, but still only 3 wickets down.
And they're never impressed when I go, well, you can't have babies. Where are you going to keep the fetus? Because they gestate in a box. Never goes down well with them.
Yeah, it's not going to play well.
No.
I mean, it should really, but just the world isn't fair.
Do you know that, I don't know if you knew that, you know the Black Knight, None Shall Pass?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That bridge where they filmed it's really near me. And I found out, and only about a few months ago, I went on a pilgrimage on my bike to find it in Epping Forest, and I found it, and it does look just the same.
Yeah,
they've repaired the bridge. I'll say, but
you caused yourself a small flesh wound on a splinter or something.
Tis but a scratch.
I did the whole kind of sketch. There was no one else there.
Bouncer by Stokes, completely wasted delivery. A bouncer will not play well here, sir. As there's all sorts of signs that that's the one wasted ball for the over.
Good Sir Knight. I have no quarrel with you. You know, I was doing all that, and I think the only audience I had was a couple of squirrels.
We are devastatingly interesting men on Guerrilla Cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. Weird, or just weird.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. As Stokes is in again, and that is decent ball just outside off stump, but Brathwaite defends.
Well, now you're getting into Disney's Aladdin with column A and column B.
Potato, potato.
I also have to confess to doing the music to the Holy Grail as I'm riding my bike through the forest sometimes. Especially during the week when it's empty. You know, I'm always doing da 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 da.
About yourself.
I've wanted that as my ringtone for years.
Right.
Currently, though, it's the music from Due South. As Brathwaite leaves that one alone. It's not too far away enough to get Stokes a little bit angry and frustrated with the fact that it didn't take an outside edge or just a thin tickle of off stump. But
I think I've still got the X-Files as my ringtone.
Yeah.
Do you cycle along, Nestlers, with 2 feet with someone else behind you, whacking 2 halves of coconut together?
If only.
Yeah, he's got 2 people, one turning each wheel.
Until I changed the bearings this morning in my front wheel, it did sound a bit like that recently.
Stokes in for the 4th ball of the over, and again slightly back of a length, and this time Brathwaite drops it in front of short mid-wicket, and they'll take a single. Actual movement in the scorecard to 59 for 3. The equation now very definitely, can you keep your 7 wickets, West Indies?
Yeah, they don't seem like they're going to have a dart at it, and fair play to them, and they've got the main man, Craig Brathwaite, to see them through to a draw. He's designed for this sort of situation.
I think the loss of the quick wickets has curtailed the run chase. But, I'm not sure why Stokes aborted the run up there. Seemed to be distracted by something, not sure what. Look, he's looking angrily. I think
the DJ's blasted some...
The DJ's blasted some music.
Brilliant.
Someone in an LA Rams Aaron Donald jersey looks apologetic.
Looks like a nun.
Stokes will ball the ball, but it'll be too far outside off stump, and Blackwood lets it go. It'll be interesting to see about whether Stokes tries to get under Blackwood's skin before the end of the day.
Do you think they were playing the music from Life of Brian there?
Just as he's coming in.
Someone's come to laugh at him. That's it's always nice when your friends come and laugh at you for doing something wrong.
Don't press that button.
Yeah, which button? You mean every time I press this button? Last ball of the over, and that spits and beats Blackwood's outside edge, maybe coming forward to a ball that he really shouldn't have been coming forward to, but it goes untouched through to folks, and that's the end of the over.
Dave Sarah says Leach with an arm ball to get Brathwaite, reminiscent of the worn flipper to Richardson in '92. O'Neill Harris says he loves Gale. One attempt at a joke in Australia should not target 20 plus years of work. This is guerrilla cricket who's never made a joke that missed the mark and felt crass afterwards.
We all have, but Chris Gale, I think, to my knowledge and my YouTube history, has done that more than just once in Australia.
We have never claimed to be paragons of virtue, but all we said was that someone was multifaceted. That's all it is.
Yeah, and it was, and as I just said, I think it was more than once.
Potentially more than one.
Yeah, I can remember at least 2.
Leach will continue. 27th over of the innings coming up. 10th from the spinner, as that is on middle and off, and that's the line he really needs to be grooved into.
In the old days, Chris Gale is what you'd call, he's a bit of a lad.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a boy, Chris.
Yeah. At least we know what the code really means now.
Yeah.
Hit a long ball, right? Can Chris Gale?
Certainly can.
No one needs saying that.
Yeah. That one's slightly back of a length. And Brathwaite's able to go back in his crease and play it back to Leach for no run. 38 overs and 4 balls remain, and if England's tactic in the first innings is to be repeated, we will wait until it is mathematically impossible for England to win the game before they'll turn around and offer the draw, which annoyed everybody in the first test, including the West Indian.
Carlos Brathwaite. But the West Indians said they didn't care, didn't they?
Brathwaite said he was a bit annoyed by it. He said it was a bit disrespectful. Forwardly, defensively played by Brathwaite to the 3rd ball of the over. Just a bit of a waste of time, really. But there you go. Can't have it always. Very wide of the crease, but onto leg stump this time, and Brathwaite manages to get his front foot out of the way and play defensively.
It was disrespectful to us people who were commentating.
Very cruel to us, making us sit on that pitch as well, flat as it was, making us sit there for however many hours extra.
Leach in again. There is an extra leg side short fielder in, but Brathwaite defends very straight. Interesting seeing Sobers there, sat in the stand. It was great for Kemar Roach to pass Sir Garfield Sobers' wicket total in this test match. So he is looped away. Brathwaite defending slightly more onto the offside, but no runs. It's interesting how certain figures are in a country's history become really important landmarks. Not necessarily that you're top of it, but you get past a certain figure or a certain player and it becomes really important. See that it meant a lot to Leach. See that it meant a lot to Roach to pass that landmark in his interviews at the end of the innings. 59 for 3 is the West Indian total. Nestle boy, have we got
Yeah, Dan De Castro says, I must like you all a lot, ignoring work and getting yelled at.
Hey, we do what we can, Dan.
Yeah.
We can send you a note if that would help.
Probably not.
I mean, maybe. You never know. Stokes in, that is filth down the leg side. Too wide for Blackwood to get any contact on anything.
Colin clarifies his earlier comment saying, oh, you English lot. No, it was Al saying the Windies had no hope of winning.
No.
Oh, they don't?
Well, yeah.
I'll tell you what, Dan, if you give me your work number, I'll call and pretend that there's been some sort of medical emergency.
Do you know what worked best? A matter of urgent national security.
Yeah, yeah, that'll do it. Then you can take a few days off work.
There'd be nothing wrong with doing that. That is too far outside the off stump this time, and Blackwood will leave that ball alone.
Andrew Williamson said, I've just slandered Leach on Twitter, so he'll win the match for England now just to show me.
That is incredible reverse psychology.
We can only hope it works.
And if that's true, if you can put 43 numbers on a Twitter feed between 1 and 49, I'll take the other 6 for the next Euro Millions. That'll be useful. Try reverse psychology that way.
Sound like Bear now, Al.
He's not slurring enough.
This ball on off stump, but Blackwood's just able to push it to mid wicket in a very easy single taken. Total moves to 60.
O'Neill Harris comes back about Chris, says he also had to sue the Australian media for publishing lies about him and won. A popular black sports personality stitched up by the white journalists, never seen that before. I can imagine, I don't know, but I can imagine the Aussie popular press being even worse than ours here in England, probably.
It is apparently, yeah, it's pretty bad. As that is defended by Brathwaite to a ball just outside off stump, and there'll be a couple of balls left in this over.
Probably owned by that one person
who we can't mention for fear of our own libel lawsuit. Yeah. We will definitely lose. One thing I did like about Chris Gale was that he himself admitted that at least a small part of his success was the fact that he was the only cricketer big and strong enough to wield the bloody huge bat that he had.
Yeah.
Stokes in, and that keeps a bit low. His arms go up in a cry of anguish as Brathwaite just gets himself and the bat in front of it. And there'll be one ball left of this 28th over.
I used to love watching Gale bat. I mean, it was kind of like a, you know, next to a KP type scenario, really.
Except with an extreme lack of foot movement.
Oh, and he
stand and swing.
Just couldn't be bothered to run anywhere either, could he?
Yeah, 6 or 0
towards the end. Yeah, but when it clicked, by God!
And it goes a long way. Last ball of the over. Full length delivery, but just outside off stump, and Brathwaite defends. And at the end of that over, 37 overs left to go. 60 for 3.
Warren says, "Afternoon, all. Are we wibbling to a draw?"
No, there's actual action.
There is action, but the draw is on the cards.
There's action, but not mayhem.
Yeah, well, you need just a dab of mayhem for the next sort of 10 minutes, don't you?
Just occasional glimpses of mayhem.
I know it's not always a popular thing, but I need to see the highlights of the Formula 1 today, because apparently there was quite a lot of mayhem.
Was there?
Not crashing wise, but just general mayhem.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like F1 at all.
Well, I think we might have time for a couple more overs before we take our scheduled break for tea. 6 minutes away. Probably about 90 seconds of that's going to take Jack Leach to bowl his over, as that is spinning into off stump, but Blackwood flicks the ball to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Surprised we haven't seen Dan Lawrence yet. The man with the new man with the golden arm.
Yeah.
Genuine all-rounder status with a test bowling average of 14.
Question for you after this ball as Leach goes in. Flighted ball, but on leg stump, and Blackwood flicks that ball behind square. Long chase for Fisher. Will he cut it off in time? Yes, he will. I think there'll be 3, though. Yes, there will. Either that or that's the laziest single ever. Yeah, 3. Can there be only one man with a golden arm in a team at any one time? Is it just like a title that passes from person to person?
I think it is, because it was Sam Curran, and it used to be Ben Stokes, and then he became the man who makes things happen, which is a similar but distinct role.
Yeah.
And then Sam Curran became golden arm, then he got a bit rubbish, and now Dan Lawrence is golden arm.
Middle and off stump ball from Leach, well defended by Brathwaite. So you can have a man who makes things happen and not be the man with the golden arm.
Absolutely.
I mean, it just seems a waste of time to wear both those hats together.
Yeah, I think Stokes was taking on a bit too much with vice captain, man who makes things happen, man with golden arm.
It's too much for one man to do.
Yeah.
That is just outside the off stump. Brathwaite defends.
He had to upload some of it to the off spinners version of the frog in the blender.
Yeah.
If anyone hasn't seen Dan Lawrence bowl, which I assume all the listeners have, but just in case you haven't, go out of your way to watch it. It's hilarious.
It's amazing. Leach in, wide of the crease. That will be just blocked dead on Brathwaite. And
as I said earlier, somebody described it as looks like he's trying to take his jumper off just before he releases the ball.
He does look like he's trying to take his jumper off every time he bowls.
Yeah.
Last ball of this over. Outside the off stump, Brathwaite maybe didn't have to play at it, but he blocks it very safely nonetheless. He's on 32, Blackwood's on 12. 36 overs left to go. Maybe just one. Yeah, maybe 1-2 more before tea.
And we've gone quiet on Twitter. Everyone's either given up, gone to bed, or they're completely absorbed in what's going on.
Now, I'm not sure what we've got. I'm gonna ask for Tony's advice here, because at tea, Tony, what have we got? What have we got coming up in the tea break?
Well, I was hoping David would tell us, but what I
can tell you.
Oh, he's here.
Oh my God, it's like the voice of
coming over.
We had never asked.
They're coming from everywhere.
Yes, we've got some babbling coming up at tea. Obviously, this state of the game is exciting. We're going to talk about that, and in particular, some of the betting opportunities that go with it. Got some just really, and we're also going to speak to the woman behind windrushbay.com, the distributor of fine Caribbean products, and we're just going to find out a bit about her. And she's coming on. So Joanne's going to be on, and Rob Holt, one of the contributors, is going to join me, and Vernon, hopefully. So yeah, we're just going to have a round table on, and it's going to be a lot of babbling.
Okay, that's great. That's great, David. We'll look forward to that in about 5 minutes' time or so. It is going to be Dan Lawrence, who we will jingle up in just a second, and that ball is drifting into leg stump.
You want some runs? Dang, comes from 6 foot price of van. If that does a grand with the watering can.
I'm pretty happy that I solved that.
Yeah. All arms and legs and drifting ball. It's slightly too short, and Blackwood is able to hit this ball squarer than square leg. It will be Joe Root who will do some fielding, but that will be 2, I think. That should have been 2.
Lawrence's average has skyrocketed to 20 now.
That's
it's disgraceful, isn't it? But last graphic of it I saw, he has been extracting, on average in this test match, both the most drift and the most turn of any of England's spinners.
Well, that's why I thought when Root brought himself on for a couple of overs, I thought he was bringing on the wrong spinner, as Lawrence is in again. He's making Blackwood go back. He's extracting both turn and bounce. But Blackwood is on top of it. Blackwood, of course, will be watchful, or at least he should be, considering he left a straight one from Lawrence to give him his wicket in the first innings. That's just after getting his century. Quicker ball, which Blackwood tries to turn to leg side on the 45. Fielder there. And another dot ball.
Wikipedia describes Lawrence as he bowls off spin with an unusual action.
That is probably
that is factually accurate.
Yeah.
For once on Wikipedia.
Yeah. Wikipedia fact. Lawrence in. And that's a good length ball. Just drawing Blackwood forward outside his off stump. Maybe getting him to play the ball he doesn't need to play at, but he plays it very soundly.
Clock has just ticked round to tea time, so I think this will be the last ball.
Yeah. So we're looking at 25 past. This might be your lot. Stand by, all those involved in tea break shenanigans, as Lawrence is in. And that is kept really, really, really low. That is going to be very interesting. Blackwood just, I think, gets something on it, or I think he might have been plumb in front. Plenty for everybody to think about for the next 20 minutes. But I think that's tea.
Warren says, does the man with the golden arm have to have 3 nipples? I was wondering that earlier.
Potentially. He was right slam bang in front. Nevertheless,
so I'll see you in 20 minutes.
65 runs from this session. 3 wickets have fallen. Everything delicately poised. And I know that there are going to be some buttons pressed by Tony, but I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands for the next 20 minutes with Mr. David Brook. David, over to you.
Over to you, David.
Thank you very much, Al and Jacob and Nestlers, for taking us through that fascinating session there, with West Indies finishing on 65 for 3 at the tea. So we've got some entertainment lined up for you during the tea break. Don't go anywhere. Keep it locked here on Gorilla Cricket, broadcasting not just online, but of course on FM radio across the Caribbean, Platinum 97.9 FM, Platinum FM across Antigua and the Leeward Islands. And any of you who missed the announcement at lunchtime, we're also going to be on in the Windward Islands for the Grenada test. So that's fantastic news. So no getting away from Gorilla. And what a privilege it is to broadcast directly to the Caribbean audience who love their cricket on the radio. And I don't know whether Vernon's going to join us as well, but of course Vernon's been an absolute star and a star trooper. But another feature, another thing that's really made this coverage come alive for me is our wonderful partner and sponsor, windrushbay.com. And I think, Vernon's here now. And Vernon, I'm sure you would like to meet the lady behind windrushbay.com, purveyors of fine Caribbean products in the UK. So you just can't get the food, the fruit, the vegetables, the mixers, the snacks, and of course the rums. Joanne, are you with us?
I am. Hello, can you hear me?
Joanne, nice to see you. We can hear you. We can't see you yet, but any minute we'll be able to, I'm sure. Joanne Crossley, who is one half of the partnership. Joanne, thanks, Joanne. You can see you loud and clear now. Joanne and Bradley, the couple behind windrushbay.com, not a big multinational food distributor.
Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet. But a lovely couple who I've met when I met Brad on the cricket field. Bradley is well, maybe slightly past his cricketing best, Joanne. But tell us about how you got started with Windrush Bay, because you're the founder.
Yeah, so it started quite a number of years ago, and it just came out of an idea whilst wandering through a market in South London, and I thought, actually, I'd like to set up a nice quality Caribbean shop, but with a difference. And I think for me, it sort of started out of frustration, really, because I would shop for, local, Caribbean groceries on a local level. And sometimes it would actually be a challenge to find things, believe it or not. But anyway, out of that, I decided, I'd like to actually open my own physical shop. But then the lockdown came. Actually, no, it wasn't lockdown. It was the credit crunch came in 2008.
Oh, that long ago?
Yes, that long ago. And so there was a bit of a challenge trying to raise funds to open a physical shop. So decided to open the business online instead, and it's been online ever since. And in 2013, my partner Bradley joined, and we named the business Windrush Bay, and that's in tribute to our... That's why, yeah.
Tell us why you named it Windrush Bay. Yeah.
Well, it's in tribute to our parents, and both Bradley and my parents are of the Windrush generation. And when they came here in the late 50s, early 60s, they brought their culture, the music and the food with them. And we felt that was the perfect name, because Windrush automatically encapsulates the Caribbean experience. And obviously, being of Caribbean heritage, we felt that would be the perfect name to reflect who we are and, what we're about, really.
Well, it's wonderful to be partnering with you, and thank you for putting together these two very special hampers for Guerrilla Cricket.
You're welcome.
Listeners. All designed to be enjoyed whilst watching cricket. Doesn't say you have to enjoy it in the sunshine in the Caribbean. This can be consumed in Sydenham, as Bear has demonstrated with alacrity.
If I could just jump in for 1 second, I can tell you that I went to get some today of the Chairman's Special Reserve, and the Bear has somehow managed to consume it all. So I was thinking I might just treat myself to some of that fabulous solution.
Coming from someone, this is the Bear, our producer and founder, coming from someone who, when I asked him, as a way of introducing the subject of rum, slipping it into the conversation, during the first or second day of the test match, said he didn't drink it. Oh, I don't drink rum, he said. That killed that conversation. But since then, he'd been doing nothing else. In particular, discovering the dark rum in the Centurion hamper, which obviously, because the hampers they come beautifully presented, and of course they have the mixers, they have the snacks, they have all the things that you need to put together in there. Jack, talk us through the two hampers that are available to Guerrilla Cricket listeners and the discounts that are available to them.
Okay, so as you've mentioned, we've got two hampers. So the first one is the Centurion hamper. And that has 2 bottles of rum. So it has a white rum, and
white rum?
White rum. So one white. Well, I can't speak today. 1 white rum and 1 dark. So the white
tell us more about those rums, though, Joanne. We want to know more than that.
Yeah. So the white rum is from Martinique, and that's called Clément. And that is a sugarcane white rum. And then we have the Chairman's Reserve, and so the Chairman's is a darker rum. That's sort of described as the original rum from St. Lucia. So with those two, you get sort of the light and the dark of the Caribbean experience.
And what surprised me is Bear said before this test match, he's never had dark rum.
Oh, really?
But with the ginger beer that you've included in the hamper, he's really enjoyed that combination. What do we refer to that?
Well, what I'll do, I'm going to bring in my partner Bradley, because he is the rum connoisseur and expert in sort of mixology of rums. So let me introduce you to my partner Bradley.
Hello, Brad.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Well, you don't need any introduction as far as I'm concerned. We play in the same cricket team, the Hermits. We play a brand of cricket that bears little resemblance to what we're seeing on screen throughout this test match. And Bradley, well, you've got a fitness record recently to match Mark Woods.
What's that? Has he done his back?
Well, he's not available for the rest of the series. But no, Bradley is a really nice sort of seam bowler and hard-hitting batsman. Brad, where did you play most of your cricket?
Most of my cricket was played in the Middlesex League. I played for a team called Arawak Cricket Club, and also for Shepherd's Bush and Hampstead. So it was okay. It was good. It was good.
Well, I'm sure you were. I know that you're very modest and unassuming, and both of you. So tell us more about the rum. These two, the rums, yeah.
Now, the white rum, which is from Martinique, is a wonderful rum which can be used in cocktails. Also, the traditional way of drinking it is a shot of rum, 2 spoons or 3 spoons of sugar, depending on your sweetness, half a lime, crushed ice, and grated nutmeg. Hence the reason why we put the nutmeg in the hamper.
How appropriate that as we look forward to the third test in Grenada, Spice Island, you should have the nutmeg spice in there. So that's something. So getting ready for that test match, okay, we've missed this one, but if I wanted to get my hamper, 2 hampers, the Centurion hamper, which retails at £100, Guerrilla Cricket listeners can get that for £90, 10% discount. And if you're a patron, if you're a subscriber, member, whatever you call it, supporter of Guerrilla Cricket, you get 20% off. So we're actually paying you to drink the rum.
Exactly.
So come on, patron. All those patrons. This is the time to sign up. Patron means, because Guerrilla Cricket, Brad, we're not a big multinational either. Don't be deceived by the international voice of Vernon Springer. Just because we've got superstars like Vernon on doesn't make us a multi-million-dollar business. We're mainly volunteers who do this because we love cricket and we want to communicate the joy of cricket to people all over the world.
Absolutely.
And so that's why. So we're kind of made for each other, really. And that's why this link up just adds some lovely Caribbean flavour to it. And the £50 hamper retails at £50. What we're doing that for again 10% discount for Guerrilla Cricket listeners and 20% discount for patron subscribers again. So it's actually cheaper to subscribe to Guerrilla Cricket discount than it is to get the listeners discount. So all you listeners out there to Guerrilla Cricket who enjoy us for free, we're doing this for free, we give up our time for free. Now's the time to support us. Just a little, £2 or £3 a month to become a patron subscriber. You go to patron.com Guerrilla Cricket. That will get you the 20% discount. And then to get your hampers, you go to windrushbay.com and enter the code WBGC. Guerrilla Cricket. WBGC, Windrush Bay Guerrilla Cricket. And now, if I order my hamper today, will I get it in time for the Grenada test next Thursday, Brad? And
yes, you will. Yes, you will.
Yes.
Right. So, what greater invitation do you need? You've met Brad and Joanne, absolutely charming couple behind this. It's a small business.
Yes, it is.
You've delivered the products. You deliver them yourselves.
No, some of them we do, but most of it is couriered.
Yeah, but we deliver nationwide.
Because we deliver nationwide, so
we're not. Yeah, because you look like you're in your living room. Is there a back office? Do you have a factory? Do you have legions of people working behind the scenes? Or is it just the two of you?
It's just the two of us, I'm afraid.
And Brad, when are you going to quit your job in the advertising agency and do this full time? Because you're onto something here, Brad.
Well, I intend to in the next few months. So, but at the moment, it's a bit difficult. But also, it's a wonderful thing because doing a day job allows me to think for the business, because the job is not as so intense as it would have been.
Well, absolutely. And Joanne, you have given up, I think, your job to concentrate now on building the business. So, calling all Guerrilla Cricket listeners and patrons, please support Brad and Joanne. Couldn't be a nicer couple. And support windrushbay.com. and for all the purveyors of the finest Caribbean products. The Centurion hamper or the 50 hamper, they'll be there with you. By the time we get to the Spice Island, you'll be grating the nutmeg on your rum. Vernon, is that how you like to take your rum when you're liming at the cricket?
Well, I don't, because it's a wonderful taste, because especially if you top it up with some ting, then it's absolutely beautiful. And the dark rum is loads of ice, ginger beer, and a quart of lime. And it's absolutely wonderful. You're actually thinking in the Caribbean.
I like the sound of Shirley biscuits. Does Shirley know you've put Shirley biscuits in the hamper?
Well, they know now.
She does know now. She didn't know at the
time. Surely some mistake, Shirley. Vernon, how do you take? What's your ideal when you're not working? You're working all the time. When you're liming at the cricket, what would be your ideal typical?
Don't ask me about liming. I want to ask John and Bradley if they're interested in getting the English Harbour from Antigua and Barbuda. That's my focus.
We would love to.
We would love to.
Yes,
if you could make contact, because it's just a matter of getting hold of the items. That's the information we have.
Yeah, and that's the thing for us. I mean, we're about the whole of the Caribbean experience. So whatever ROMs are out there that hasn't had the exposure in the UK, definitely we would love to hear about it.
We can send you my details, and I will certainly put you in contact with the management of English Harbour Rum in Antigua and Barbuda, and also Cavalier Rum. So that I think it might be.
Yes, I do know Cavalier Rum. Cavalier Rum, but again, it's difficult to obtain over here.
I'll tell you something. You're going to look back on this conversation with Vernon as a turning point for the business. This is like Dragon's Den, when one of the dragons, the mean one at the end, the really big one, says, "I like this business. I'm going to help you." And Vernon, with his contacts and his reputation, sparing Vernon's blushes, because he's been with us for the whole of this test match, working really hard whilst doing 101 other things, is the #1 sports broadcaster in the Caribbean, bar none. And with the first time British viewers have got to hear his wonderful work that he does on all sports, not just cricket, does a sports show, daily sports show every evening on Platinum FM, Platinum 97.9 FM, Antigua, also on Point TV. And Vernon is known across the region, formerly the coach of the Leeward Islands at a time when Sir Viv and Sir Richie were playing, and wonderful career as an administrator. And we've had a fantastic response, Vernon. I'm sure Brad and Joanne, you'll join me in thanking, on behalf of the whole Gorilla team, Vernon. Thank you so much for all the things you've done for us.
Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure and a privilege to work with you, and also to be broadcasting into the Antigua.
Love the name Joan and Bradley, and I'm glad that I started a conversation this morning with David. I know he doesn't have time for it here, but the Windrush generation, because that generation is what caused us to have the folks like Desmond Haynes and Andy Robertson,
absolutely,
the Americans who come across to England and play cricket. David has since abandoned that now and decided to throw that through the window. So we have to get it back up again so we can have some young players coming through and playing cricket in England.
Thank you very much. Because we are trying to curate the Caribbean cuisine, not just for us, but for everyone around the world.
Well, again, this is your lucky day, because there's no one who appreciates fine cuisine more than Vernon Springer. Vernon, any thoughts on the cuisine side of things?
Well, good thing about it, right, is that there are so many dominant persons in England that I'm sure that they'll be in touch with. I know of a chef from Montserrat. It's called Stedford White. Who has his own business. So he really produces real good cuisine food from the Caribbean, and there's so many other folks out there. So I think this will open up a whole conversation.
Yes, because we'd like to connect with them so we could use their recipes and stuff. We should expose the whole cuisine throughout the world.
Well, you know that bit, Brad, Joanne, on the programme Dragon's Den, where after a successful pitch, the budding entrepreneurs get to choose their dragon.
So
do not choose the wrong one. Don't choose the bear. You'll just drink your profits away. Vernon Springer on the map. Brad, Joanne, thank you so much. Look forward to partnering for the Grenada third test?
Yes, will do. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Unfortunately, England won't win this one. It's going to be another draw. So
right, that leads us nicely into the prediction section, where I brought on one of our most recent contributors, all the way from Brighton in Sussex, formerly of Southampton, now plays for the mighty Palmers. Remember the name, Vernon? Palmers Cricket Club in Brighton and Hove. Remember the name. You heard it first. Rob joins us now. Rob Holt. We've heard you on Guerrilla Cricket as well, Rob. How do you see your prediction? What would you say to Vernon in terms of West Indies' chances of saving this match?
I think they'll probably be all right. It's one session, isn't it? How many overs have we got? Do we know yet?
40.
40. I think they'll be okay. It might be tight. It looks like Mahmood's bowled well, hasn't he, so far? And Leach has got a few to turn, but I think they'll be all right. And hopefully we'll get a pitch that will break up a bit more in the third and final test.
Well, I'm glad you pointed us towards that, Rob. That third and final test against Grenada, Guerrilla Cricket's going to have an exclusive, and Vernon and I are going to be bringing it to you on a subsequent podcast, because we know someone who knows the groundsman. And that person's very close to a certain Vernon Springer. Vernon, your comments, please.
I think, with 35 overs remaining in the day's play, 65 for 3, for sure that, as Tony would have said, we've come into the final day knowing that we can get 3 results. One is either a victory for England or a victory for West Indies in a drawn game. You name it. We're now down to the final session. Let's see what's going to happen.
Back to you, Vernon, for that.
Yeah, and you should be with Mash, who will join and let himself be known any second now. There he is from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. Mashal St Patrick Hewitt. Over to you guys.
Hello. Right. So, evening, Nash. It's a pleasure sharing the same platform with you as Mahmood. It was his first delivery to Brathwaite, who is staying this down to a white second slip. Indeed a pleasure. I'm linking up with you.
A long time, Vernon. We should have had this link up from a long time ago,
Well, nothing happens before it's time. So let me thank GuerrillaCricket.com and David Book for having this conversation. I've always heard about you. So I think it is in an interesting period of time. Better days ahead.
Indeed.
So we back with the action at Kensington Oval. The final day's play. It's the evening session of day 5. Mahmood comes in now to bowl to Brathwaite is back and punching that through cover. He'll get a couple of runs here quite easily. He's not interested in the second run, so he's only got 1. And the score goes up to 66 for 3. 66 for 3. England in a bit of a quandary. Thought that I would ask you something. How desperate is England to win a test match?
I mean, in this context of day 5 on a pitch that hasn't really offered that much, I admire their effort. I've got to say, let me hand it to England. I've admired their effort on this final day here. I do think a dodgy period before lunch. I'm not sure why they played that extra half hour and didn't just declare, but they are pushing. They are actually pushing for a victory here.
Mahmood has certainly looked good. He comes in now to bowl to Blackwood, and Blackwood stands up straight to a length delivery. England starting with a leg slip. They got a wide second slip. I've got my reservations. I'm saying if you have a first slip, you have a first slip. But this cat and mouse game where you have somebody at second slip and you asking the keeper to get around, is just more or less crazy.
Yeah, I think some of the field placings in general might have left a lot to be desired. In fact, I think that's a valid point from yourself, actually. I'll add a bit more on that in a second.
Mahmood in now to bowl to put that ball is batting back in, but a leg slip, a short leg, which is kind of really away. Sort of like your comments, Marshall, in terms of the threat from the England attack. And it has been really, really competitive. And as much as we would have heard that the last 4 days was more or less boring, I don't know how to approach. If a team makes 500 runs, you can't come out playing bang cricket based on that. You really have to adapt and have a game awareness. And Craig Brathwaite did that. 710 minutes, 160. He's here at it again. 89 balls from his 33, but Blackwood is on 14 facing Mahmood. Mahmood is work into the short mid-wicket area. And I like the look of this young man. I just hope that the coaches don't spoil his action, Marshall, but he looks good.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting for obviously those of you who are on socials. It'll be very interesting to see what England do next here. Not in Grenada, but after the West Indies tour is over, because Mahmood and Fisher have bowled with a lot of heart and skill. And obviously the argument now is when Broad and Anderson come back, if they come back, what happens to Mahmood and Fisher? Do you just drop them? So it's interesting times ahead.
Here comes Mahmood, 2 for 13. He's into his 6th over. As you know, the ball that could mention that, but cover Ben Stokes eyes across very quickly. 31 overs bowled. And on social, we'll have some action for us.
Yes, we will. Hello, listeners. It's Jacob Jaffa taking your social media needs through the next half an hour. O'Neill Harris continues his crusade in favour of Chris Gale, saying his lack of mobility was caused by back and hamstring injuries which needed surgery. He also recovered from life-changing heart surgery. David can tell you more. The Armchair Cricket podcast have asked why the Currans are not in the Test squad, and our very own Jason Hiscock has replied, both of the Currans are recovering from injuries. Josie Oak says, are the cocktail recipes in the hamper? And Guerrilla Cricket says, we believe so. Not Fred says the Currans are not available on merit. That's possibly a little harsh from Not Fred. And Caribbean Cricket Podcast. Over on Guerrilla Cricket with Vernon Springer commentating. That is you, Mako, I believe. and we've read out
let the people know.
And Lawrence starts. He comes in out the ball to Bartlett. Bartlett is a little bit around his legs there. Lawrence started with a leg slip, silly point, a short leg. And Bartlett will have to switch on again. Very mysterious action from Dan Lawrence. Thought he should have bowled a lot more. And that delivery almost bowled Bartlett around his legs. Gonna have to be very careful. He comes in now to bowl to Bartlett. Bartlett more or less padding up there. That turned slightly. When I saw him first at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the CWI practice game, his action sort of looked a little strange. He just get a rip on the ball. I'm surprised that Joe Root has not bowled more in this Test series. In fact, even in this Test match, there is Bartlett back and looking to on this. Gonna have to be careful. He's gonna have to be tight, because you can see England working on a specific point here, which is to get Bartlett to play around the ball, play around his pads. Lawrence more or less attacking the pads. Starts and hides in. He comes in now to bowl to Lawrence. There's a appeal for a leg before. Joel Wilson is standing firm from Trinidad and Tobago, who looks up to the heavens as if to say, I wonder if I should take that gamble, Matthew.
You know what? Let me just say as well, Joe Wilson is often maligned, but he got that decision correct. So let me just point out that he got a correct decision.
Here comes Lawrence. He's in now to bowl to Bartlett, who is steering this for a couple of runs. He can get a boundary because the rains that we've had for the day sort of hampered the outfield here. But it was enough for him to come back for 3. Much needed 3 runs that he was needed. As we look back to that original decision before, it was with having a hoik over mid-wicket.
Has Dan Lawrence bowled a doosra? I think Dan Lawrence has bowled a doosra in Test cricket.
The doosra not banned, so we have to be careful. We have to look at that.
No, it's not. It's a very legal delivery.
It depends on who's bowling it.
Exactly, yeah.
Lawrence comes in now to bowl to Blackwood. Blackwood is 5 in mid-off and score. When number 22 comes to an end, the 3 overs remaining. Got anything, Jacob, on the social?
I do. O'Neill Harris says, Mash, you're doing great work on the CCP, and he loves it. Warren has recommended the Guerrilla Cricket rum cocktail recipe. Empty rum bottle into pint glass, put a drop of King or ginger beer in, and subsequently drink. We have a few joining us on YouTube. There's a debate between Suter Who and Scott Harrison about what was more blood boiling, folks standing up to Wokes for the stumps, or Robinson bowling offies in Australia. It's a big debate there. Also about who would be dropped. I say when Broad and Anderson come back. and the consensus seems to be that they should drop Wokes and play Mahmood and Robinson alongside them. But in England, I think Wokes is a good shout.
There is Batwet working his 584th delivery around the corner. It's the longest that anybody has batted at Kensington Oval. It was up to 37 and the score goes up to 70 for 3. Wokes will always be in the conversation. He's in the conversation in the Caribbean and he's in the conversation here again.
Vernon, I'm going to come in on something you said earlier on, re Craig, and I think we've got 32. I'll come in after this ball to discuss it with you.
Sure. Mahmood for 14 looked impressive. He comes in out the ball to Blackwood. Blackwood is standing tall. Mention that. Back up to Mahmood.
Should this match end in a draw, I would argue that Craig Brathwaite is the man of the match, and the reason why is you know as well as I do, Vernon, that Craig often gets criticism in the Caribbean in particular for the slowness of his batting. It's quite turgid watching Craig bat. But if he doesn't bat those 489 balls, we lose this test match. That's the reality of the situation for me.
70 for 3. I think he could have got any better. Explained by Mash. Here's a short delivery. And Mash and Jacob, every time I see Mahmood, I see Ali Khan in the United States of America, who is the TK Knight Riders in the CPL. Mahmood, first time I'm seeing him, he just keeps coming. And like I said, one of my main concerns is why are our bowlers getting so injured all around the world? Something has got to be happening. It's either overload, they've been in the gym and not doing enough miles on their legs. Why are we having so many injuries? We'll get back to that discussion maybe on another day. 70 for 3. Mahmood hides away now. He's in out the ball to Blackwood. Blackwood again. It's punching up the mid-on.
There's been a very conveniently timed report for people who are of similar minds of me and Andrew Strauss about the scheduling of English cricket, which has just come out saying that bowlers are some ludicrous amount more likely to be injured in April than they are in the back end of the season because of the temperature and the nature of the cricket. So injuries in English cricket, we've had, as we've seen with Mark Wood and a lot of other people, we've had endless stress fractures and things like that, especially early season.
There is Mahmood again with another good length delivery. I also feel to Mash and Jacob, it also has to do with the training methods that are employed now by the backroom staff. And some of the training methods, some of the trainers don't believe in running. They believe in sending the athletes to the gym. And the sort of work that they put in. If you look back to the old-time players of I'm talking about the West Indies, the Andy Robertson, the Wes Hall and company, they did a lot of running as compared to what we're seeing these days. Even Ian Botham told you that, he was just running. You watch, they tell you they put a lot of miles on their legs. I don't think we're having that happening these days. There was Blackwood punching a people up behind a sort of loose shot there. Every now and again, he just, looks to punch that, but he's got to be careful because Mahmood has got a little bit extra pace. And when the ball lands in a certain area, all of a sudden he just skids on. This time he was through him even before he was looking to play that shot.
Yeah, you always get the sense that Jermaine Blackwood is battling his own personal demons. It's a bit strong, but you get my take here in that he wants to be attacking. That is Jermaine Blackwood's natural style of play. Clearly, in this innings and in the first innings, he's heeded the advice of everyone around the Caribbean to just rein himself in a little bit. This isn't the track for a natural Jermaine Blackwood innings, but every now and again, as you say, Vernon, he cannot resist. He cannot help himself, and that's probably why he gets so much criticism, because he's obviously got the ability to not play like that if required.
So working away. I think the good thing about it, Mash and Jacob, is that you understand about life, right? Somebody always has to be willing to take a risk. I'll come back to that point. Lawrence in out the ball to Brett, and that one seemed to punch through the gate for a moment. Let's wait and see in terms of time in. Could have got an inside edge and was looking back hardly to find out if he went onto his stumps. That seemed to be Twisker there. I think he's going to have to be a little tighter to Dan Lawrence and sort of opened up there. And it's got a little inside edge. Would have maybe saved him. So, you batted so well. Sometimes you need that luck. He goes to 38, scores 71 for 3. Here is Blackwood driving. And he can't score. I was talking a little bit about risk management, about taking risks. When we look back at the end of this test match, we will always remember Ben Stokes' innings, and I'll get back to that. 71 for 3, Dan Lawrence, wearing the number 68, comes in now to bow to Good would remember in the first innings that he played up to 1 from Dan Lawrence. He has a bat in your hand. Desmond Haynes always used to say that. You use your bat. Take off your left pad and use your bat. And he almost got himself in a little bit of tangle. Lawrence is getting this ball to rip. He's getting it to bounce too. And with his height, I know he's already 6'5". Here is Blackwood driving again. Didn't stay over the ball long enough. He sort of needed to stay down a little longer. And, you know, especially when you're playing the spinner, stay down. Gotta use your hips, gotta use your legs. Stay low to the ball. It's the 5th day of the Apex Test match. The Barney Army going away at Kensington Oval. They want the victory. Lawrence in now the boat. Blackwood is back and in it, but can't beat the fielder on the 45. Looks like it is Jack Leach coming around there quickly.
Something I want to throw out to England fans to get at us on the socials. Given how Lawrence is ripping it, should Matt Parkinson be playing? I just want to throw that out there.
Got controversy there from Ash.
Parkinson for who would be the big question that would be asked. Parkinson for Roach, for Wokes.
Oh, for Leach, for me.
Number 34 is completed. 31 overs remaining. Ash and Jacob.
Yes, there's a big debate going on YouTube about the future makeup of the lower order of the England team, who bats 8, where does the spinner go, who's in, who's out, etc., etc. On Twitter, Mog says, back in my day, if we got stress fracture in April, we just ran it off and kept playing. And Jeff Perkins says that he thought that players these days work on their fitness by pushing laden wheelbarrows of IPL money around to the bank. Presumably they are all paid in single pound coins or something like that. Yeah, and that's all from the socials.
You know, Jacob, you know, I know we engage in the debate, and there's talk about players playing for their nationality. You come back to that. Mahmood comes in now to bowl to Brathwaite, driving. If we look back, Mash and Jacob, days of old, a number of players would have played for their respective countries or respective counties, and they finished playing. It was not really a planned pathway for them. No ball there from Mahmood. It was not a. I think Tony's coming up with something.
Over the line! I'm sorry, Smokey.
I have to get accustomed, Jacob and Mash, to these new signals.
The jingles.
Yeah, the jingles. I'm a customer flowing, so I have to respect that. Mahmood overstepping. I think is the first no ball of this innings. So every now and again, he goes for an extra gear. Here is Brathwaite clipping this one down to the beak. Puts good at fielder. Single to Brathwaite. He Bradley goes up to 39 and the score goes up to 73 for 3 years. Leach comes off the boundary there. Sooner or later, I think Leach will have to come in and bowl a couple. But as we heard yesterday late, Brathwaite did say that most difficult period of time batting on this pitch was with the new ball. So he mentally has prepared himself to be able to deal with that. You can't play too many shots too early. He says if you can be able to defy new ball, then you're certainly in. And he certainly demonstrated, you rightly said, Mash, the approach as to how to bat on this pitch from the West Indies perspective. And he was able to transfer that into a German Blackwood's head.
Yeah.
Here's yeah. Now to bowl to Blackwood, and Blackwood has been very, very, very disciplined. I like this approach as Matt said, but every now and again, because he likes bat on the ball, he is an attacking player. And I was talking about risks. I was saying sometimes when you look into the West Indies team, who's that batter that will take a risk like a Ben Stokes? The person in that team is on the bench, Kyle Mayers. Kyle Mayers is that person who will come and say, hey, going to take the attack to Jacob.
Yeah.
Almost everybody in the West Indies team is the same way, from 1 to 6 or to holder. And there's no risk taker. The team. There was Blackwood driving beautifully to cover. Will it have the legs to go over 4? I think outfield is going to hold it up again. And so Blackwood opening up a little bit, is able to get 2 runs there. Score goes up to 75 for 3. I don't know if you formulate, Jacob and Mash, and understand what I was talking about in terms of the context of Ben Stokes' innings in the first Ben Stokes' entry in the first innings.
100%, Vernon. I agree with you. But then, do you know what I would say? That makes it all the more baffling that England didn't declare before lunch, because I was looking at our lineup thinking we're not going to attack this because we haven't got the players to attack this. So I'm not sure why England elongated the session to lunchtime.
75 for 3, and here is Blackwood again driving. Sometimes, Mash, when you look through the history books, right, there's always a fear factor. You know, West Indies are a good chasing team, and so 65 overs, 282 runs, feeling like if Campbell gets off to a flyer, this could be exciting. Maybe that could have been playing in the minds of Paul Collingwood and Joe Root. I don't know. I'm only just drawing up a scenario for you to see if maybe that's why they didn't declare before.
It's plausible. I'd like to hear their explanation at the end of the day's play.
Certainly would be interesting. Blackwood with his 3rd Test century. In fact, in 2021 he would have scored maybe about 3 half centuries in no century, driving down the ground for a couple of more runs. All of a sudden, Nash and Jacob, the attack looks really lethargic, as if like there's nothing much happening. The only person who looked like made something happen was Leach. He's really not the best bowler for England, but meantime, he's just looking a little bit easy. You don't talk too fast, because maybe I might just jinx something.
At least it was you, not me. At least it was you this time.
The good old commentator's curse. Are we at the end of an over? Or? Yes, I think we are.
Yeah, I think it's the end of the over.
Oh no, there's one more.
We got one more delivery. Mahmood working up some pace into his 8th over, 2 for 21. He comes in out to Brett, but it is driving. So finally the over comes to an end. 35 overs bowl. Whether we like it or not, Mash and Jacob, this has been an exciting test match. We have seen boring cricket. We have seen folks put up their hand and bat. We've seen 4 centuries in a test match. If you pay money to come from England and from Canada and all over the world, and you get 4 centuries in a test match, you would feel very, very, very great.
Yeah, it's a good place to be for England. I'm between a rock and a West Indian place here in between you two, but flying the flag for England, it's been a nice improvement, especially after a tour where we didn't make 300 once to come in and make 500. Is very, very pleasant. I just have a couple of reminders. So first of all, Warren has asked on Twitter about where GC commentary is being carried. Well, Vernon Springer is here from Platinum FM 97.9 in the Caribbean, carried across the Caribbean. You can also find us on GorillaCricket.com and on our YouTube channel. As well, there is some sponsorship stuff from Windrush Bay, which I'll get to between Lawrence's balls.
There is Dan Lawrence, a wide delivery which is squeezed away. There's enough legs to get onto the boundary. Hits the sign now. That's for the first time a delivery by to the outside the off stump.
Before Jay Grover catches me out on Twitter, I must make clear that is the balls of Lawrence's over, not Lawrence's balls. Anyway, Windrush Bay is sponsoring our coverage. Again, I'll break off.
There is Blackwood again getting attractive and driving to cover for another boundary. So all of a sudden, the Dan Lawrence just releasing some pressure.
Yes, now I can finally get through it. We are sponsored by Windrush Bay, purveyors of finest Caribbean goods for anyone who's in England on a cold and rainy evening. If you go to windrushbay.com and use the discount code WBGC, short for Windrush Bay Gorilla Cricket, you can get a discount on these fine, fine goods.
There is comeback delivery here from Dan Lawrence. I think he just tried a couple of things before and just kind of over-fighted the delivery and was put away nicely by Blackwood. Blackwood likes bat on ball. He's an aggressive guy. Surprised he's not playing for the West Indies 50 over team. I always question that. He's 27th on 79. But I will say to you, I think when he looks back at his 3 test centuries for the West Indies, this one at Kensington would have been special. I mean, he did give commendation. His captain, he said, kept talking to him and reminded him. And sometimes you don't see that in West Indies cricket, but we saw a lot of that in this game. Lawrence maybe might be his last over. And his folk and company have gone up for an appeal. The route is not interested, is he? Let's wait and see.
He shouldn't be. It's going down late.
Jacob, you have to be careful. Sometimes when you're desperate, anything happens.
And Joe Root does love a review. But while Blackwood almost made the same mistake he did in the first innings, leaving alone a bit of a straight.
I think this one was pitched outside the leg stump, so we'll have to say, give him the benefit of the doubt this time. The other one was pitched between wicket and wicket. This one clearly was outside the leg stump. Just for a moment, I wanted to talk a little bit, Jacob, about the field placing here for Dan Lawrence, because if you realize, the England bowlers are trying to the West Indians to play around their pads. And if you realize, there's a slip, a silly point, leg slip, and also they were very, very fielder just behind in the 45. West Indies need 196 more runs. Anything happening on social media?
Yes, Josie Oak says snore draw coming up, and Yahweh believes that's the case on YouTube. He keeps typing draw. Scott Harrison has a couple of interesting questions. He asks, out of Parkinson, Root, Leach and Lawrence, who is England's best spinner? He's forgetting Dom Best there. And he also asks, slightly facetiously I suspect, whether Curran is a better slow left armer than Jack Leach. Sam Curran, that is, I believe.
He's 6'3". It's interesting. Our social media platform heating up. A good friend, Leach is back into the contest. And already, if we check through the stats of Leach so far, he's bowled 10 overs, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 30 runs, 1 wicket, with 55 dot balls. Mash, impressed with Leach?
Okay, I'm going to be controversial here and say that Leach hasn't bowled as well as he should have done. Now, whether the Kensington Oval pitch is lifeless or not, and I hasten to add, I'm saying the same for Sami Permal. I just think your spinner has to do more in these conditions in terms of setting up any possible victory. And I just think both spinners on either side they've been average. I just don't think they've been good, so to speak. Maybe that's harsh, but that's my personal view on it.
Mash, nothing is harsh. If you call it how you see it. You're not looking any friends. You know, if you're looking friends, then it'd be in a swimsuit competition there. You know, this is cricket. You got to call it the way you see it. Sometimes still, Mash and Jacob still a little bit confused as to what Leach is doing, and I don't think the West Indian batsmen have really sorted out Leach yet with the amount of dot balls that he has bowled. That is just also my major concern. That's just my only process so far. He hasn't sneaked away off his first delivery since he's come back. There is Bradwitt has to be very, very, very careful. He's got to be tight. I know he's cautious. He's faced more balls Kensington than anybody in Test cricket. Big Bradwitt, the West Indies captain, he's settled in nicely into this role. 41, and he's leading by example. And one thing for sure we can say here, that as Mash said, to just put his hand up, and contrary to what you might hear that he bats slow, if he wasn't batting this way, Indies would have maybe been bowled up before. 50 partnership from 148 balls between the two Bs, captain and vice captain, 27 from 82. Good, and Bradwitt 42 from 102. Much needed partnership.
And the 148 balls is the big figure there, just taking so much time out of the game.
Certainly. This is why I think Mash was making the point. England needed to give themselves more time based on their attack. to be able to run at these West Indians. You know, it's almost like they were trying to play it safe and say, okay, we're not going to declare now because they maybe can get 225. So let's get up to 300. There's an appeal there for before.
He's been caught. He's been caught at slip. Blackwood's gone.
Oh. So here's Leach getting one to just beat a little bit. Bounced a little bit on Blackwood. It was not soft enough. Let's look back at the replay and look at his positioning.
Oh, that's a gorgeous ball. It's turned beautifully. It's pitched on middle, turned past off, caught the outside edge of Blackwood's bat, and been gratefully received by the very close in and kneeling second slip, Bairstow.
Feel himself a little bit done. Again, this is something I was talking to you about, Mash. You gotta stay as low as possible when playing the spinners. You know, you can't be too high. You gotta play with a little bit more soft hands. You gotta use your top hand a little bit more. One thing you can realize with Craig Bartlett is that he needs to use that top hand a little bit more. Here comes the ACC #1 all-rounder, man himself, Jason Holder. He played an atrocious shot in the first innings. I think he finds himself in a position like the first test. This time he's not with Bonner, with his captain, with Bartlett.
Just in between the change of personnel, I can tell you that Warren on Twitter, you can find the link to windrushbay.com from a tweet from him, and he suggests that as well as Windrush Bay marketing Caribbean goods to us, we could produce here at Gorilla a collection and hampers of the finest goods from Sydenham to send over to the good people of the West Indies. I'm sure the Bear could come up with something. Also, in conjunction with that, you can save money on Windrush Bay by becoming a Patreon. You can save yourself £20 on a Century hamper by subscribing to Gorilla Cricket for just £2 or £3 a month. Do the maths. Everybody wins if we win and you win. And it helps us. Please become a Patreon, support us, and it keeps us on the air and keeps us bringing wonderful commentary to you from the likes of Vernon and Matt.
Vernon, you can take one more over. Keep going.
Okay.
And then we'll do a change.
Interesting field placing match in terms of where Johnny Bairstow is. It's almost like a second wicket keeper, very close there at second slip. And I want to talk a little bit more about that before I get off my spell. Here's each bowling to Jason Holder, who has longer levers, and you can see him smothering whatever spin is there because his stride was a lot more positive as the Blackwood playing halfway. It's important to get the stride out. Over completed, 37 overs completed. This is something Mash and Jacob I was talking about in West Indies even in the first test in Antigua. I found that the slips didn't step up. Now here's Johnny Bairstow taking a risk and almost stepping up into very, very close so that because the ball doesn't carry on the Caribbean pitches.
I've not seen somebody field on their hands and knees before, which is what Bairstow was doing as well. But credit Joe Root with the field placing. Blackwood played right into it, fell into the trap, so to speak. But I think you called it correctly, Vernon. I also thought that Blackwood played it with hard hands.
Yes.
So it's a soft dismissal, if I'm being honest.
And simply because of the Dan Lawrence over before, he was getting to bat on the ball. You know, he still took an excellent catch, but we're back. Lawrence trying to fight to defense here of Craig Bartlett. He stood up like a man of Gibraltar in the Republic of Barbados. Craig Bartlett, how well he has batted. Mash, I can't agree with you further that at the end of this game, the West Indies to complete a drawn game, that Bartlett really would have to be in contention for man of the match. But it's not over yet because anything can happen. The West Indies have to fight through this period of play. Some 27.4 overs remaining. 89 for 4. 42. Holder is no.
I'd like to know if Root is going to take this all the way down to the final over like the first test. This is interesting.
That is an interesting conversation. So that's what I'd like to hear from you, Mash. You got to call it the way how you see it. You know, let's find out if that will happen.
Well, if he doesn't, is that not an admission that he got it wrong in the first test and that it wasn't more disrespectful than he indicated?
Well, this is precisely why I'm asking.
Surely he has
the
to.
light is bright, so this one will go right down to the wire. I can guarantee you this one. Lawrence getting this ball to rip anyhow, Mash and Jacob, and he's maybe just given because Craig Bartlett has been there such a long time. picking it up. That one was just pitched outside the line of the leg stump, and folks having a torrid time right now. The hand laps with Don Lawrence, because every now and again he comes up with a surprise delivery. That one, instant turn. He's really enjoying the spell here. Ooh. But fighting for the West Indies.
Getting a real good rip on that ball.
That is Dan Lawrence's doosra. I can confirm that, having seen the slow replay. He has just bowled a doosra.
I wish you the best of luck with that. Be careful. It's 9 for 4. But it is 42. This will be my last ball of the series. Lawrence comes in out the ball to Backwet. Backwet is back and looking to turn it. So over number 38 comes to an end. 89 for 4. It was indeed a pleasure for me serving on the same platform with Jacob, Tony, Mash, and I look forward in linking up again.
You were down to be on again, Vernon, at 8:45 UK time. Can you do that one, or do you have to cut and run?
No, I will. I certainly will hold on. No problem.
Sweet. Okay, so the session after this, ball by ball, is going to be taken over here by Jacob. We should be joined by Ed. But he seems to.
Yeah, I'm for the purposes of this demonstration. I'm doing Ed's shift.
You're doing Ed, fantastic.
Well, he said,
and I'm
said
doing social media, so we know where we're going. In the floor is Jacob's for now. Mash, you are back at 9:15.
So, thank you very much, Tony. I am Jacob Jaffer. I'm joined by Al Hotchkiss and Tony the Bishop, taking you through for the next half an hour and into the Mystic, as Jack Leach comes in to Jason Holder for his second ball to face, and he is forward in defence, the big man, getting right down and, unlike Blackwood in fact, getting right out in front of himself and managing to smother the spin. I suppose that is helpful to have that reach when you're approximately 9 feet tall, as Jason Holder is. Silly Point has moved across from short leg and is in front of Holder now. Oh, that's bounced and caught the handle of the bat, top of the sort of shoulder of the bat, and gone past the diving second slip. Is it a dive if it starts from your knees? We will never know. These and many other unanswered questions. Yes, the lurching second slip, as Al has kindly pointed out. As Leach, fiddling with the ball, top of his mark, in he comes, flighted, and Holder again, smothering the spin nicely. What do we think, guys? Draw?
I would think that's the most likely scenario, alas.
What's
3 quick wickets, it might have been different, but...
As they said in the Twilight Zone, anything can happen in the next half hour.
Well,
and we have just crossed into the Twilight Zone as Jack Leach hops and skips in, and Holder again forward, covering well, all 3 stumps covered. As we look at a graph of Leach to the right-handers, pretty consistent grouping, most of them in the good and full range, nothing really over pitch, only a couple of balls short. Everything pretty much where we want it to be as Holder goes back and defends. But yeah, I agree with Mash. I think that Leach possibly could have bowled better. I think he's bowled very well, but he could have done more on a pitch.
Bit more variety, I think.
I think there have been some great balls that have just been unsnicked. I think that you're doing him a bit of disservice there.
As Holder is forward again and defending again. That's a maiden over for Jack Leach, but that holds no currency and doth butter no parsnips at this stage of the game, as the West Indies are 89 for 4, and we go to the socials with Tony.
Well, yeah, while you're buttering your parsnips, I can tell you that Jeff Perkins says Leach quick to respond to Mash. I'm not quite sure what Mash asked for, but Leach has responded. Mog, today the voice of God. The voice of God will be played by Tony, apparently. I'm not too sure about that. Loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of people are over on Quick Tracker. I'm going to name just a few names here and there. Sumaya, Sultana, Tarun Sharma.
Floats one up, and that's bottom edged into the ground by Brathwaite, no run.
3 more random from so many. Monu Kumar, hello to you. Rash Raj, Rajesh Shihar, and Param Singh. And I'll leave it there for now, but welcome to you all.
Dan Lawrence, arms and legs flailing, is in. I have noticed, as that's defended by Brathwaite, you may have heard on my last stint, he's developed a Doosra. Vernon was under the impression that the Doosra is an illegal delivery. It's absolutely not, if you bowl it right, and Lawrence appears to have one. As that turned and it struck him on the pad, but it's going high and down leg, and there's a big appeal, but will not be reviewed, you would think. No, Joe Root turns away, pursing his lips. But yes, Dan Lawrence is the next Murali. He has a Doosra.
I mean, it actually takes, it's quite a feat of physical dexterity to perform the Doosra, let alone bowl the Doosra well.
Yeah,
the thing is, shouldn't the Doosra go the other way?
Yes, so that's defended by Brathwaite into the leg side. So Lawrence has had two so far, which I've seen, which have gone the other way, and the last one, which just kind of was pitching and then straightened the other way a touch. I saw the slow-mo replay from behind the bowler's arm, and the seam came out in the Doosra position, spinning the alternate way. So he definitely has one, and I'm amazed that he's picked it up.
What was interesting? Whether it comes out more like a top spinner than the Doosra that goes the wrong direction.
He's had one jag very much in the other direction. So it seems to be it. I myself have been trying to bowl it for quite a while, and it plays havoc with your elbow and shoulder, but Dan Lawrence seems to be getting the release he desires, as that's cut by Brathwaite, rocking back nicely, cutting down towards the point boundary. It won't get there, as it's chased down by Crawley, who throws it back in, and is that just two for Brathwaite there.
If you wonder why I was in a bit of a panic just now, one of the monitors here has just totally died. But I think I've managed to rearrange things onto another screen.
Is it all plugged in appropriately, Tim?
Yeah, I've tried well.
Have you tried turning it off and then turning it on?
Yes,
again?
that's right.
That one's kept a little low from Lawrence. He's looking dangerous here, and Brathwaite manages to defend it very late. But wow, Dan Lawrence is looking like a kind of top-class finger spinner here, minus the odd loose delivery.
He is looking pretty sharp, and if he is going to think about bowling often enough and long enough to think about developing a Doosra, then it presents all sorts of potential options and flexibility for an England side. If you're prepared to commit to it.
I mean, on the sort of pitches we saw in India last year, I reckon Dan Lawrence would be a handful, especially if my suspicions are correct and the Doosra is confirmed.
Wonder whether that's something he learnt while he was over there in India.
Quite possibly. It's but there are all sorts of resources about it now. It's quite easy to learn the mechanisms of it. It's just hard to do it.
There's two kneeling slip fielders.
There are now 3 slips. I think this close in, as that's defended by Holder.
It's like,
I think when they're this close in, the third one is technically a gully.
It's
which way's east?
We've got a slip and 2 hobbits.
So Zach Crawley, and it doesn't help that Zach Crawley is 6'4".
Can we call them Hobbit and second Hobbit?
So Zach Crawley is
thing
stood
1
up
and thing
at
2,
6'4", and then Bairstow and Lees are both on their knees as that's defended forward by Holder. I have seen this before actually from England as well. I think it wasn't in the subcontinent, but after that, when on a slow pitch, I think against New Zealand, they did have a kneeling slip.
I've seen it from Somerset, I can tell you.
I've got
Taunton.
no problem with it. I mean, I just think if we can call a fielding position the on Hayden and the off Hayden, we can call that position the Hobbit.
They've brought now another helmet's coming on.
Now, are we going to have a third Hobbit?
I think we're going to have a silly point, and then another man has come across square, and I think I didn't see where he was going, but it looked like he might be settling in at sort of a short mid-on, and not much doing on the offside, but we will see next time we get a wide angle.
We're going to reach the point where there are going to be more England fielders who are wearing helmets than without.
Yes, I mean, we've already passed more England fielders with helmets than West Indian batsmen, and we might well be getting soon a majority of the fielding team. As there's a mid-on, a backward point, a short cover, silly mid-off, really, as that's forward in defence from Holder. Then Root and Bairstow in at first and second Hobbit, respectively, except the other way around. And then Crawley at Slip. Amanda's just jogged across the pitch, now going to mid-off. And there's a leg slip as well, so lots of funky fielding from Joe Root and his boys. As Leach into Holder, as Holder's backwards in defence of that, and it bounces and then goes over the top of second Hobbit.
There you go. Just the moment you start,
it's natural now.
Yeah, it feels good. Jacob, you've invented a new fielding position. This is brilliant.
As Leach in, and that goes towards silly mid-off.
They actually remind me of two children who are about to either sing a carol or they're waiting for Jason Holder to tell them a story.
Yeah, and as well as Zach Crawley being 6'4" standing next to them, in front of them is Jason Holder at 6'6", who's now forward in defence for no run. So it just makes the whole thing look even more ludicrous. As there are 24 overs now remaining in the game, 41 gone in this innings, 91 for the West Indies, and we move to the social.
Well, yes, you can. Darren Macy has said, Guerrilla Cricket, anything can happen in the next half hour, was Stingray, and he's included a GIF of Troy Tempest being lowered into said submarine and sort of heading out into the wild blue sea. Remind me, Darren, if you're still listening there, who's that going into Stingray with Troy Tempest? I can't remember who his sidekick was. Mog says, I just assumed they were kneeling due to how impressed they were with the batting. Possibly true. Warren says, I'll have to wait on that one.
As Lawrence is in, and that's defended by Brathwaite for no run. I thought I was not going to have to say that phrase anymore, but I am. As we have a look at the sort of frame-by-frame releases of Lawrence and Leach side by side, as Lawrence is in again. Oh, that looked like it was tickled round the corner, and it's gone past Stokes, diving it leg slip. Leach will field it coming around from fine leg, and they will get a single. I think it's just the one. As we go back to these releases, Lawrence seems to have quite a high release and more of an angled seam than Leach, which is technically a little better actually, and may explain why he's getting more turn. Leach seems to be getting more direct sort of horizontal side spin on the ball, whereas Lawrence getting more Nathan Lyon type diagonal overspin, with giving the greater turn and bounce. BT Sport cut out there for a little bit.
Just went dark.
Everything went dark.
Well, it's like the monitor on my right. That's about as dark as things can get, I can tell you. It's completely disappeared on me. I'm sure the Bear's going to turn up and just go, you haven't got it plugged in, you muppet.
As Lawrence in, floating that one up. Oh, it almost went through the gate of Holder. He's inside edged it onto his pad. Beautiful bowling from Dan Lawrence here. I mean, thankfully my rants are being broken up because I could go on about the technical aspects of off-spin bowling for approximately 7 million years. But unfortunately too many of my friends know that, and so it's good that being broken up. As Lawrence in again, a little less flight on that one, and wristily played into the leg side for no run by Holder.
At the end of this over, I've got a big shout out to do.
Okay.
Just warning you in advance.
A big shout out?
Well, it's a shout out. It's going a long way, let's put it that way.
Okay.
As Lawrence working his way up, flailing arms, whirling dervish style, good turn and bounce, and Holder on the back foot defending. Quickly before Tony's shout out, I must remind you all to try and become a Patreon to Guerilla Cricket. It only costs you a couple of quid a month. You get all sorts of lovely benefits, including discounts, subscriber benefits, and access to our archive. So please do it. It helps us. It helps you.
And the Bishop and Bear podcast. Don't forget that.
And the Bishop and Bear
every
podcast.
Week.
As Holder defends
George
that
DeBell's our next guest.
End of the over, and it's time for the big shout out.
Well, now you might be overselling it. It's the estimable Mark Zip, long-time listener, says, afternoon all.
Did he give anyone a 20% discount?
Well, he says please shoot out, whether he means shoot or shout out, I don't know. He says please shoot out the dealers at the Wilkes Bar PA record show. We're listening while breaking down and loading out, and no, nobody claimed the GC discount. Well, why are we
that's a
shouting
shame.
them out, Mark?
Hey,
Get after him.
Well, that's a reminder for our listeners that if you are in the northern Pennsylvania area at that particular record dealership,
Wilkes-Barre, PA.
Wilkes-Barre, PA record dealership, you can go and get a 20% discount on your records by simply mentioning Guerrilla Cricket.
I believe that's not far away from Scranton, which is home of Dunder Mifflin, the fictitious company in The Office.
As Leach in. Oh, and that's defended somewhat edgily by Brathwaite, but will roll past second Hobbit out towards point, and there'll be no run.
So, Jacob, are you thinking about getting one of these hampers? These wondrous hampers?
Leach is in, and Brathwaite in defence. Well, I know I've been pushing them hard. I must admit, I've had some encouragement from David Brooke to give them a mention, but I have been on the website. They do look like fabulous things, and if you support us and support them, you will get the benefits from Guerrilla Cricket. As that's again defended by Brathwaite. It's almost no surprise at this point that he's plodding forward in defence. We had confirmation, by the way, that cumulatively across both innings for Brathwaite, this is the most balls faced by any West Indian in any test ever, as he leaves that one alone outside his off stump, and again there'll be no run.
Simply by being
Brian Lara's 401.
That's right. You got
Simply by being a listener, you can use the discount code WBGC at wimrushbay.com and get 10% discount. But as a Patreon,
as that's driven nicely by Brathwaite, but either Leach got a hand on it or it thudded into Holder at the non-striker's end because it didn't get very far.
As a patron, you can get a special code that will get you an extra 10% off for either the Centurion or the Half Centurion hampers.
Being a Patreon really does help you.
Certainly does.
As that's Fuller from Leach and Brathwaite blocked it out. That's the end of the over, 92 for 4.
Right.
And Tony.
Well, yes, here's a technical question for you. It's from Warren. He says, is a doosra that spins the normal off-spinner way just an off-spinner? Or is it a doosra double bluff? Do you want to hold that and explain that in a moment? Annie is getting Trasgothic coaching, she's saying, because she's looking at the Hobbit 1 and Hobbit 2. Hombre Nuevo, I have complained and agreed that Root is a rather unimaginative captain and often slow to respond when the game plan is not going to plan. However, loving this and Hobbit 1 and Hobbit 2, I take it all back with the ring to mount. We're doomed. Jersey Oak says, talking of short people, Bavuma bowled a few overs today for South Africa after Wayne Parnell broke down.
As that wristily played into the leg side by Holder, but it will only get as far as the fielder for no run.
Wasn't Short People a song by Randy Newman? It was, wasn't it? Short people got no reason. You'd have to look it up. I'm not going to sing
Maybe
it.
It was by the Jack Leach experiment, as was mentioned earlier, as that's left alone by Holder outside the off stump. I feel like enough hasn't been made over the last couple of days, because I've obviously been watching this, about the South African Test team voting unanimously to go to the IPL instead of playing Test against Bangladesh, which is not great, as that's a full toss from Lawrence, driven nicely by Holder, and I don't think they did. No, I thought that mid-off had just given up the chase as it screamed away to the boundary, but it was actually stopped very nicely by diving short cover, and Lawrence has it back in his hands after that dot ball. And was that edge round the corner? Folks has parried it up and it's gone over leg slip. And
it's signal us by.
Given us by. So just good turn from Lawrence. Lots of bounce. It's gone. It wasn't even given as a leg by, so that's really bounced and ripped from Lawrence. Let's have a look at this. God, that's gone.
It's gone a long way, but the ball's a good set of stumps to the leg side than it should be.
So that's just a single by. Well, that was some serious turn from Lawrence.
Yep.
As we see Joe Root looking somewhat solemn with his mirror sunglasses on his head. Lawrence has now come round the wicket with that turn in play and drops a bit short. Brathwaite pulls him backwards of square, but short fine leg will collect it for no run.
He's got to be brave enough to push it right the way across him
and try and turn it back in through the gate.
He's got to be brave enough to try and do that.
Well, there it is as it goes across him, and that's a nice straight drive from Brathwaite, but will find the man at mid-off and end the over. 44 gone, 21 remaining, 93 for 4. Your homeliness. Carry on.
Well, bless you. Darren Macy, who sent us the gif of Troy Tempest getting into Stingray, says the co-pilot was phones, I think, but I had to Google that, so I'm not 100% old enough to remember that much detail. I am old enough, and it sounds familiar to me, Darren. You may have that right. Mog says, I can recommend the Bishop and Bear podcast, especially the theme music. Yes, it is rather good, I have to tell you.
Can you whistle it?
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and then poor old Mog. I had to get him to sort of re-record it about 3 times because I was struggling with the lyrics in the middle. He must have been sick of me by about the 3rd attempt for sure.
As Leach is in, and that's defended by Holder, and a stretching tall Hobbit will collect it. The Hobbits are safely in place in Isengard.
Jacob, the Bishop and the Bear sounds like they should be solving crimes together, shouldn't they?
It's a pub, for goodness sake.
As that's driven off the outside half of the bat by Holder, but straight to mid off the no run. Yeah, I mean either that or sort of being a superhero duo.
Yeah, when they got together, it was Moida.
It was Moida.
The bear is some sort of mutant superhero who can transform into an animal at will, and the Bishop has the power of God on his side. That's cut! He's caught! He's caught! Jason Holder had an aggressive cut at Jack Leach. He dropped it short, and a diving catch from who else but Dan Lawrence. And Jason Holder has given it away for a 20-ball duck.
That's the second time he's done that this test. What a catch!
That's a good catch, low to his left from Dan Lawrence, and you can see the passion on his face. He's got him. Wow, what an unexpected piece of sort of
one of these two,
which is great for a radio.
As a person who's doing ball by ball on the overspill, I am now. It's
coming your way
to bowl all 20 overs.
Well, as I was saying to Mash on the last one, if Root shakes hands early on a spicier pitch than last week, it's an admission that he was disrespecting the West Indies and is taking their criticism on board. But so I think he's kind of boxed himself into a long, drawn-out draw. But if wickets keep falling, you never know. And that's you have to say that's somewhat poor from Holder. There's no need to play that shot aerially, and there's no need to play it that
Check
hard.
out the bat on this guy.
It's all edge. It's Woodstock.
Hang on one second. I've got to find him.
Joshua De Silva with a bat from our sponsors, Woodstock. It's donut bat, all edge, no middle. No, we're only joking. We love them, and we
Here he is.
We support Woodstock.
Someone's bowling looseners. Watch him hit a bounty again. See the runs Josh De Silva's counting, See the runs Josh De Silva's counting,
I think that wicket just epitomises what the narrative that we've tried to create with regards to Leach is that that's not a good ball that's taken that wicket. It's not terrible, but it's not great, But sometimes we can be too outcome dependent.
In again, and De Silva defends. Yeah, I see what you mean, and it's one of my longest running pet peeves that how outcome dependent the game of cricket is. If you can bowl brilliantly or bat brilliantly.
Bless you. As that is left alone.
I tried to get my microphone out of the way.
Left alone by De Silva outside the off stump as Jacob tries to put all of his brain back inside his body again.
Sorry about that.
That's quite all right, mate.
Most of it's caught in the beard, I think.
Whole body sneeze, that Jacob.
As that's defended to short, silly mid off, and can't have been actually too far away from a kind of catchable height when he's only 6 inches away, but that ends Leach's wicket maiden over. 45 gone, 93 for 5.
Exciting stuff. Jersey Oak, it says, is that the Bishop and the baby-eating Bishop of Bath and Wells podcast. A bit of Blackadder. Mark Zip tells us, sorry Gorillas, but Wilkes Bar is pronounced Wilkes-Barre. Wilkes-Barre, so it's the Wilkes-Barre Record Show. However, to cut you some slack, Versailles PA is pronounced Versailles. So there you go. Hombre Nuevo, taking this further, probably too far. With the current 2 hobbits, we have the positions of Frodo and Sam. If we have 2 more, we can get a Merry and a Pippin, and then we can get a hobbit on the leg side. That could be called a Bilbo.
As Dan Lawrence returns to the attack, there was a moment there where the scorecard operator on the digital scorecard for the BT was a little optimistic as Lawrence's name appeared by Leach's figures of 3 for 33. He's actually 0 for 16 off 8 overs, but he's bowled very tidily. And he's in again, and Brathwaite almost running away from that one, defends off the back foot. He looked like he was going for a run, and Folkes was too quick out from behind the stumps to deny Brathwaite that potential single.
Of the look on De Silva's face, like, what are you doing? I'm not coming up there.
As Lawrence flails in towards Brathwaite again, as everything becomes slow motion on my computer, and then Brathwaite has driven that rather nicely into the covers, and we'll just get a single as 2 men converge to cut it off. Thank you for sticking with us through the remainder of this day.
This exciting day.
There are 19.4 overs remaining. Thank you for choosing Guerrilla Cricket to take you through. I am Jacob Jaffa, joined by Al Hopkins and Tony Bishop, if you've just joined us. And Dan Lawrence is bowling at Joshua De Silva on this intriguing final day of this second test match. As there's a bit of a hold-up, as more close fielders are being brought in. There are now 3 on the leg side. We'll get another wide shot of them in a minute, and I can detail them for you as Lawrence is in. There are 2 leg slips, and then Lawrence bowls very wide on the offside, as far away from as you can get, and De Silva reaches for it and won't get a run. But there are 2 leg slips, then a silly square leg and a silly mid-on.
Yeah, there's not much space between them on the leg side.
A slip, and that is played into the leg side, but into the ground by De Silva. That's a better line from Lawrence to that field. Root in at slip as well. There's 2 men on the offside, and then a couple more on the leg side, but not close in. As Lawrence floats that one up, and turn and bounce, left alone.
Well taken by Folkes behind the stumps.
He's the best keeper in England, don't we know? As that's possibly to the field, that's a little wide, but still challenging De Silva adequately, even though he's able to leave it, as the Barmy Army are clapping loudly in support, and Lawrence is in for the final ball of this over, and again played into the leg side, but along the ground and through those close fielders. Man sprinting back will pick it up. That's the end of that over. 19 remaining in the game, and it will go down to the wire with 5 wickets remaining.
Certainly will.
94 for 5, Tony.
Yes, that was Hombre Nuevo. Morg says, I was sick of your deaf arse after the first time, Tony. P.S. It's only 3 chords. Well, okay, that's true. Warren says, was the problem with the B&B jingle the order of the participants? No, it was all fine as far as I could see. Jeff Perkins, you let him bully you into redoing the theme. That's a bad precedent to set. He's obviously replying to Mog. Bear will be wanting the names reversed next. That's not going to happen. While God's away, says Jeff Perkins, the Bishops will play. Mog says, I think that discussion has been run and done.
Are we having one more, or are we switching?
I think we've got one more, and then we'll have a
then we'll have Vernon in.
As Leach is in, and that's defended by Brathwaite, bat in front of Pad. Vernon Springer joining us in the next over, representing, as we termed it earlier, Platinum FM, 97.9 FM, broadcasting Guerrilla Cricket across the Caribbean. Stay tuned, and we will be back for the next test, as that's inside edge onto Pad from Brathwaite, as Leach pitches it a bit straighter. But yes, if you are listening to Platinum FM, this is not your normal output on your Sunday evening. This is Guerrilla Cricket live on guerillacricket.com, YouTube, and Platinum FM 97.9. Please support them across the Caribbean, as that's defended by Brathwaite to silly mid off for no run.
we should be seeing Hoving interview fairly shortly. Nestler's to come and do some social media with Al.
And here he is, as that's defended again by Brathwaite. Leach rattling through his overs as he often does, although not quite as quick as Virasamy Pamal, but still at a decent enough rate of ball delivery, as Brathwaite squares up again to Leach and again defends. That trickles away to second Hobbit. Vernon and Nestlers, as you've just joined us, we've turned these two kneeling fielders from from inside to out, first Hobbit and second Hobbit. So make of that what you will, as again Brathwaite defends just too full, as Al says, bounces off. 18 overs remaining in the day and the match, 94 for 5, and I hand you over to Vernon, Al and Nestle Boy.
Indeed you do, Will.
Well, oh well.
Well, to be back. West Indies still not out of the woods yet. Nestle.
Very much in the middle of the woods, Vernon.
Yeah, certainly. And I just thought that it was really poor effort by Jason Holder. I mean, he got some hard volleys before, and just casually, you know, if you're positive, you're positive. You can be in between. You know you have to defend, but Jack Leach overtossed a number of deliveries to him, and he failed to put them away.
But Vernon, you know, coaching, whatever, the concentration, isn't it? It's so hard.
I think it's more than just being hard. I think it's the positiveness. And sometimes I get the impression that Jason Holder doesn't express himself the way he really should express himself as a batting all-rounder.
It's going to be Joe Root bowling, then.
Yeah. The Root has brought himself back into the attack. On a strange, Dan Lawrence?
Dan Lawrence, I thought, Dan Lawrence has been just as dangerous as Leach.
He's been more dangerous than Leach.